1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Hello everybody, welcome to Southport Cricket Club for Lancashire Thunder versus Northern Diamonds. Always a big occasion. My name's Mike Perkins. I'll be bringing you the commentary with Alison Byrne today. But let's start with some news from the toss, and Ellie Threlkeld is here alongside me to give us that news. Ellie, has the coin come down in your favour, and what have you chosen to do?
Yeah, we've won the toss and we're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, it looks a good pitch, but I feel like conditions will suit us early. Hopefully we can get a few early wickets and get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, the ground staff seem to think this is going to be a good pitch today, so that's certainly your thinking as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's often good here at Southport, but I've often seen it spin in the second innings as well. So, yeah, hopefully that happens today with our spin attack and, yeah, go from there.
Any changes today?
Yes, we've got Phoebe Graham coming in for Kate Cross, and we have got Eve Jones coming in for Danny Collins.
So Eve Jones, that looks like quite a big signing. Initially a loan, but I presume a view to having her more permanently if you can.
Yeah, we've just got her on loan till the end of the season. Can't disclose any more information than that, unfortunately, but yeah, great to have her with us for a few games. She's obviously scored a lot of runs recently, and yeah, she's a great girl, so great to have her with us.
And for you, this is quite a special day because it's going to be your 100th cap for Lancashire Thunder.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun, I guess. But yeah, pretty special achievement. So yeah, hopefully a few more in the tank.
Well, best of luck today, and we'll enjoy watching it. Let's see if we can get Holly Armitage to come in and join us as well. Thank you very much to Ellie. Holly, so you've not won the toss there. How are you feeling about the game ahead? You're going to have bat in hand first.
Yeah, we were fine to have bat in hand. I think it looks like a good surface, and if anything it might deteriorate towards the back end, so hopefully the spin will come into play when hopefully we've set a good total. And
have you made any changes today?
Yeah, Lauren Winfield Hill and Erin Burns in as well.
So that'll add strength to your side. There's two very experienced, very good players there.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously we missed them the last game, but it's great to have them both back, and hopefully they can bring some form from the competition that they've just been playing in.
Thanks for your time, Holly. I'm sure the Lancs fans will want me to wish you slightly less luck than Ellie, but have a good game anyway.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So there it is, the news from the toss. Lancashire Thunder have won it, and they are going to bowl, and we'll be bringing you full coverage throughout the afternoon of Lancashire Thunder versus Northern Diamonds. And as if by magic, you join us in the commentary position. You're looking through towards the pavilion here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club on Trafalgar Road. And as we were telling you there, Thunder have won the toss and they have decided to bowl in this game against Northern Diamonds. Crucial for Northern Diamonds, because if they win, they could go top. The person you're seeing on screen at the moment is Eve Jones, who is one of those two changes we were mentioning there. Phoebe Graham, the other one. Eve Jones, very interesting indeed. We'll get the thoughts of Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, on those changes in just a moment. The lineup in full, though, is Seren Smale, Emma Lamb, Alice Clark. Then we have Fee Morris, Ellie Threlkeld, Naomi Datani, Eve Jones, Phoebe Graham, Tara Norris, Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris. As for the Northern Diamonds, who have Lauren Winfield Hill back into their side, she will be opening the batting. She has Emma Marlowe, Catherine Fraser, Holly Armitage, the captain, Stair Callis, Erin Burns, the other change, Beth Langston, Phoebe Turner, Abby Glenn and Rachel Slater. So we're just about ready to get going. A little chat between the umpire and Tara Norris before we start here. Alison Byrne, your thoughts on those changes, because they're quite interesting indeed.
Well, Eve Jones is the biggie, isn't it, Mike? Because she's a well-respected and very experienced batter in this competition. Shed loads of runs over several seasons. Played for this team before in various guises, lots of experience, and I think she'll add a lot to this squad of players, particularly as we're seeing the development of our younger players like Gore, Smale, who potentially could be away on England duty in the near future. So it's a good signing from my point of view.
Yeah.
Even if it is only for 3 games, it's fantastic.
Seren Smale in that England squad. Eve Jones, the top run scorer in the competition this year. I mean, of course, it does help the fact that she batted on Friday and got a 50 for Sparks, so she plays twice in this round of fixtures, which is quite interesting. It's initially a 3-game loan. My reading between the lines would be that there will be a view to extending that. We don't have anything official on that, but I think that's one to keep an eye out for between now and the start of next season. I think that will be announced in due course. You would imagine that they're not going to just bring her in for 3 games. It would be a very strange loan indeed, but we will see. More importantly, we have this match that always has a whiff of the roses about it, and it's turned away down to long leg for the first run of the game. Sophie Morris is there with the fielding, picks up and returns. 1 run off the bowling of Tara Norris. It gets Lauren Winfield Hill underway. It was another of the prolific 1,000+ run scorers in the regional competition. 1,361 runs going into this edition, plus another 293 this season. She's been a little bit more in and out than she might have liked this season, I think, with injuries and 1 or 2 things like that. Missed the previous game as well, but she's back in the lineup now, and she's been partnered at the wicket by Emma Marlowe, who faces up. Little trigger movement back into a crease, turns into the leg side, finds Fee Morris at mid-wicket, and there is no run on offer, Alison Byrne. So we're underway. For everything else that's been going on there, we're talking about transfers, we're talking about Tier 1, which of course is crucial for Northern Diamonds, because Durham, one half of their team, does get Tier 1 status next year. Yorkshire will have to wait a further year for that, as in comes Tara Norris to bowl the third ball of this game, and it's driven smoothly down the ground. That's going to actually beat the inner ring and go away for 4 runs, much to the delight of the Northern Diamonds players away to our right-hand side. 4 added to the total. It's 5 without loss. Lovely smooth drive.
Well, looking at that shot, I think the batters are going to get good value for their shots here, because that, it came off the bat beautifully, didn't it? So it's a good old, looks like a good old batting trap there.
Does indeed, and that's certainly what the groundsman was telling you this morning. But as we were saying, essentially, for everything else that's going on, this is always a very, very important fixture. As this one goes down the leg side, it'll be signalled a wide. It's 6 without loss. A reminder, you are joining us on the Geo app and Lancs TV today, so absolutely fantastic to have you with us on Sunday. My name's Mike Perkins. Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, is alongside me, and we are underway in the first over. So well done you for being bright and early here for the start of this game. And here comes Norris again, pacing in, heel to toe as she does. Left arm over the wicket, and it's driven smoothly again, but this time to cover where Eve Jones finds herself and picks up, and that's a position she often occupied for the Sparks, who have been her regional
It's another
team.
bonus having Eve Jones. She's a bit of a gun fielder, I believe. I haven't seen her a lot in the field, if I'm honest. I'm usually glued to her batting.
Yes, well, indeed, and as I say, she made a 50 just on Friday for the Sparks in her final innings, going out with 2 wins there, but she's now back in the all-red of Lancashire Thunder, as this one's driven through the onside. The Tarney gets across and will prevent a run being scored there. I think if they'd really wanted one, they could have probably scampered through there, but they thought better of it in the first over, particularly having already taken 6 from it. So that is representing a good start at the moment for Northern Diamonds, who will be very keen indeed to make sure that they finish with a trophy. I think they will want to go out as the winners of this competition. They've won it before. They're the only team other than Southern Vipers to have won it, as this one's driven smoothly away to the cover boundary now, and Marlowe starts well. 2 boundaries in the first over. 10 without loss will be the score at the end of it, and Tara Norris looking rather ruefully at her cap as she takes it from the umpire there. A fantastic start for the Northern Diamonds.
Very nice.
And we know this is going to be a good wicket. You've got the insight from the ground staff on that.
Well,
Ellie Threlkeld knew it when she made her decision to chase here, but she decided she wanted to sort of know what was on the board, if you like.
yeah, it's an interesting toss decision, actually, because talking to the ground staff, one of the groundsmen, Don I think it was, he said to me, I said, what's it going to play like? And he said, put it this way, it's a road.
Fair enough.
There should be a shed full of runs. And looking at those shots there, you can understand why he said that, because he came onto the bat beautifully, and the player at the wicket there, Marlowe, just played a couple of beautiful, delicate shots almost. It wasn't forced, it was just timed off the bat beautifully, wasn't it? So, but as they say, hopefully it'll be the same for both teams. I can't see the pitch changing much today. I can see the weather changing a bit though, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's cloudy and windy at the moment, but it feels almost as if something is going to get blown in during the course of this game, and it's just going to be a case of, are we able to play through it? I don't know if that's the best impression of Don we'll hear all
it's
day.
the only one you're going to get from me, so
it's the
suck it up,
best
Buttercup.
one we've got from
Phoebe
Ali
Graham.
Byrne, as this one's flicked away into the leg side off the bowling of Phoebe Graham, and Lauren Winfield-Hill will start exactly as she did in the previous over, with a single down behind square on the leg side, 11 without loss. So the reason we're saying that Eve Jones, who's just caught the ball as it's been thrown round there, is back in the all-red of Lancashire is because she won the double with Lancashire, the county championship and the T20 title in her time captaining the side, and she also represented Lancashire Thunder in the KSL days, as Graham comes in short of a length, cut beautifully by Emma Marlowe, who You don't want to jinx a batter this early on in their innings, so we will touch the wooden bench we're sitting on for her sake, but she is looking in very, very fine touch indeed in the early stages, and she has cut that one away. Ever so slightly behind square, but the backward point fielder was not going to get a chance there. Emma Lamb just wringing a hand out almost, because she got fingertips on it, but I don't think she was ever going to stop it. 15 without loss. Marlowe looking very comfy at the crease in these early stages. Here comes Graham again, short of a length, and this one hit behind square. There is protection out in the form of Tara Norris. 2 fielders allowed outside the ring in the first 10 over power play, and then it is 4 fielders outside the ring after that, so it's not 5 as in the men's cricket that you may have been watching in the One Day Cup. It's 4 today for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. Another single, 16 without loss. Marlowe to the non-striker's end, and that allows Lauren Winfield-Hill to assess her options. She sees Seren Smale in at gully catching, and Seren Smale, of course, about to go away and represent Kate Cross's England, as it will be in Ireland. So great recognition for Kate Cross's career there at both international level and domestic level, as that one takes the outside half of the bat from Winfield-Hill. She felt just about in control of it by the time it left the bat, but perhaps not at the point it first made contact, if that makes sense. That sort of split second, she seemed to gain control of the ball and just guide it over the top, but certainly was pushing out in front of the body as she tried to reach the ball. 17 without loss with the single.
Yeah, it's a great start from the Diamonds.
It is indeed.
Great start.
A great start from all of you as well at home to be joining us on the Geo app and Lancs TV. As Graham bowls, it's full and it's chopped into the pitch, and there is no run on offer. Graham will come and pick that one up herself. It was a bit of a sort of almost into York herself in looking to get forward there, did Emma Marlowe, and that was the reason there was no run on that occasion.
Yeah, I like the way she sets up this player. If you notice, she's got really still at the crease. Takes a little back step, sets up as a little backward movement, or it has been. She's going to change it now just to be awkward. No, goes back, and then
step.
she comes forward. Oh.
Just beaten on the outside edge there by Phoebe Graham. A delivery of full length there.
What a lovely delivery that was.
Perhaps just trying to take advantage of that little backward step, because it will limit the amount that Marlowe gets forward, and I think Graham just used that extra half a yard of length there to, probably wasn't even half a yard, it was just maybe even a few centimetres of length, just to get the ball nice and full and beat the outside edge. But we've seen Marlowe can drive the ball straight down the ground, so that's the danger with that tactic.
Graham's got the advantage of being considerably taller than most of the bowlers on show today, and she did get that one to lift a little bit, so perhaps it was not just the line that beat her there, but the bounce that the ball arrived at Marlowe. So the score's moved on to 17 at the end of the second over.
The context of this competition, as we were saying, is that Northern Diamonds looking to go top of the table. Thunder still in with a chance, but it's a slim chance of qualification, as this one's tucked away into the leg side. Smale will come off the rope at backward square leg, pick up, and there is 1 run to the total, 18 without loss. It seems relatively easy work for Winfield-Hill at the moment as well, even though it's slightly less spectacular work at this point in time.
She's happy to give her slightly younger partner the strike at the moment with her shots that she's been playing to date. Can't blame her.
First train of the day rattles off towards Liverpool in the distance, the big yellow Merseyrail trains there, as in comes Norris, and there's a little puff of dust there as Marlowe went back into the crease to push away into the offside, but didn't produce a run. 18 without loss it remains, but a very, very good start indeed for the Northern Diamonds here. Marlowe settles again, hands on hips at both mid-wicket and forward square legger Morris and Clark respectively, and Norris bowls a ball that's defended with a neat little movement back into the crease again from Marlowe. Got to Tani at mid-on, and we've got the backward square leg on the boundary and the long leg to complete that field with the sort of the squarish mid-wicket and the straightish mid-wicket, or more conventional mid-wicket in the form of Morris and Clark. And then on the offside we have a short third, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off round in the back of the ring in the form of Phoebe Graham. And it's into the offside. Marlowe goes, but she finds the cover fielder. So no run available on that occasion. And that's Eve Jones again with the fielding and ensuring it's a dot ball. Overcast conditions, as we say here at the moment, with the cloud relatively high. Always a lovely scene here at Southport Cricket Club, particularly with the bowling coming from the Grosvenor Road end, with the white houses and the grey slats roofs behind Norris, who bowls well too wide of the off stump there. Threlkeld on her 100th appearance, as you were hearing at the toss there today, gets across with the gloves and prevents any more than one being added to the total, so 19 without loss it goes to with the wide. And you were saying to me in the build-up, she's just 2 catches away now from the 200 mark.
I know, what an amazing achievement that is. Shows you how reliable she's been over the years, doesn't it, Mike, as Norris comes in.
And bowls a ball that is driven up to Phoebe Graham, and that one is easily dealt with up at mid-off, creeping up towards the 200 mark. Over you watching the early stages of this game, and we like to see that creeping up throughout the day, so do make sure you hit the thumbs up button if you're enjoying the coverage, and do make sure you tell your friends as well. That's the other way to
spread the love.
Increase these things. Do it both through the algorithm and the good old-fashioned method of speech. As this one's pulled away into the leg side, it's going to be a chase for Smale, and she won't get there. Oof. It was really whisked with the wrist there from Marlowe, and that took it past Smale in a flash. 23 without loss after 3 overs, and if Northern Diamonds continue at this rate, it's going to be something of a problem for Lancashire Thunder here.
Just a bit. But that actually, you know, Norris pitched it a little bit short, so I think she's trying to catch her out a little bit by surprise, but Marlowe was so sharply onto it. But what I was most impressed with was also the speed at which it went across the outfield. It's a real Bobby Dazzler of a batting pitch, this, by the looks of it. Yeah,
it's looking lush this year. I know it struggled. I think the year where we came here for South East Stars, it was struggling a bit when it was a very sort of dry month. But today it's looking really lush and nice, and it's always quick here, so it continues to be so as Lamb comes in, picks up right-handed, returns to Ellie Threlkeld, and 23 without loss. The score remains after the first ball of the 4th over.
Yeah. That last shot nearly took out the kiddies on their picnic blanket to the right of us.
Yes, it did.
Mum was a bit blasé about it all. I think I had my heart in my mouth more than she did.
Here comes Graham, wide outside the off stump. Threlkeld comes across. It's not signalled a wide though, so none of those little fluorescent yellow telegraph numbers on the black scoreboard in the distance move on that occasion. It's no run again. But yeah, it's great to see Ellie Threlkeld there with the gloves 2 away from 200 catches and making her 100th appearance, and she is well and truly the captain of Lancashire Thunder at the moment. As back in the crease goes Winfield Hill, defends that one. It's been a more circumspect start from Winfield Hill than it has from Marlowe, but she from her 6th delivery there is on 4. She won't mind that one bit.
She certainly won't. It's team play, team game at the end of the day. 23 and a bit, 23 off 3.5 overs is good going. Good to see Thunder keeping a slip in there though, when the ball's still newish.
Latest ball from Graham is pushed into the offside, where Eve Jones picks up and prevents the run again. So 23 without loss it remains. 69 the best score for Lauren Winfield Hill in this edition of the competition. But as we say, she's come into it with 1,361 runs, including 663 of them last season. That was the best of her seasons and the best in the competition last season. She pushed that one leg side, no run on offer again, so better over this one from a Lancashire Thunder perspective.
Excellent over from Graham. Very determined, very focused player.
Turns at the back of the mark again and will place the ball in the fingertips and charge in to deliver a ball that's just cut away and underneath the fingertips of Emma Lamb, and round comes Hannah Jones to, in fact it's Tara Norris in the end who comes round and picks up and returns the ball to Ellie Threlkel. Just the loss of the 1 run in the end there. In fact, they got back for 2, so they move the score on to 25, and those are the only 2 runs from the 4th over. So the best of the game so far from the Thunder perspective, but Diamonds well on top in the early stages of this one.
Yeah, and they're sticking with the Norris-Graham combination for the moment.
So these two sides have played 11 games. Diamonds in second on 32. They can go past the Southern Vipers with a win, who are on 34 at the top. You've then got South East Stars, 31 points from 12 games. Sunrise, the same number of games, 30 points. The Blaze, who are looking very strong at the moment. They're coming good at the right time, having had a disastrous start to the competition. They have now won 6, lost 5, as this one's clipped down to long leg. And will bring a run for Marlow, so it takes the score on to 26 without loss. So yeah, the Blaze are in 5th. They're looking the most likely to sneak in past Sunrisers or Stars. So they could potentially get in there. They're on 27, so 3 points off the qualification places for the knockout stages. Thunder have 21 points, but of course have played a game less than the sides ahead of them other than Northern Diamonds, who they're playing at the moment, so they could go on to 25. Sparks have 21, having won their last game with a 50 from Eve Jones, who's now back in the all-red of Lancashire Thunder, as this one's prodded leg side to Fee Morris, who picks up at mid-wicket and prevents any more scoring. Western Storm at the bottom, they are on 14, having won 3 games and lost 9. They are now the team who can't qualify after defeat yesterday. That ended their chances for this season, although they were barely chances at all. It was a good game in the end, that one. 282 Western Storm got, and Stars chased it down with 5 wickets to spare, as this one's turned leg side, and we could, if the rain stays away, see quite a high scoring game again today. Morris again was across with the fielding, but this time couldn't prevent the run. It's 27 for 1. It was just a turn stroke into the leg side from a straightish delivery from Norris, who has added another trophy to her collection. London Spirit in the 100.
I know. It was a great game. I enjoyed the final of the 100 this year.
It's really good, actually, it being on terrestrial television, wasn't it? To have sort of cricket in that spot was a really good thing to see for both the women's and the men's game.
And while you were giving us a preview of the other games and the overall view of the contest, Threlkeld is now helmeted up and snuck right up behind the batter there.
She has indeed.
She's one of the best in the country at standing up to the seam bowlers, I think.
A little flicked single in the end from that last delivery down to Sophie Morris at long leg. 28 without loss. The total. Marlow contemplates life at the non-striker's end, and Norris is on her way to deliver to Winfield Hill in the multi-shaded blue top that Northern Diamonds have, and the dark blue trousers defends that one back to the bowler. No run. Lancashire in all red, and it's always a big contest, and it's a contest we won't be getting next season, because obviously Northern Diamonds will become Durham, so there's a little bit extra just riding on this to take the final win in this form of cricket in the Roses rivalry. Of course, Durham, Cumbria and Cheshire are all part of this rivalry today as well. As in comes Norris. Cumbria and Cheshire have been part of the Lanc setup, and will very much, you imagine, continue to feed players into the Lanc setup.
So.
As this one is defended, no run, 28 without loss then at the end of the over. That's 5 overs gone. Alison Byrne will be bringing you the next 10 overs of this
Thank you, Mike.
Contest. But yeah, as I say, there's plenty to chat about, and there'll be a little bit of sort of bragging rights from this competition. And it was quite interesting, the game these two sides played straight after the Tier 1 announcement was made, right at the start of the season. And Diamonds won that game heavily, and I think we're making a real point that day, it felt.
And in comes Graham again from the hood end. She's forced the batters to play a backward defensive shot there. Good line from Graham.
Yep, continuing with that miserly line and length from the previous over.
I don't know what I called that end. It definitely isn't the Hood end. It's the Harrod Drive
It's the Harrod
end.
Drive end,
Beg
yes,
your
that
pardon,
Phoebe
listeners,
Graham's
viewers,
been bowling from
ground
this morning.
staff, residents of Southport. Second ball in. Oh, that's uppish! Oh, and tall Graham must have been close to that as it sailed past her right hand and out to mid-on for 1 run.
I think we're obviously at a kind of angle at almost like backward point at the moment, so we didn't get a brilliant look at it, but it felt as if she was having to go across the pitch to get to the ball, if that makes sense, and that's what took it out of that very long reach of hers. Had it perhaps been on her side of the pitch, she might have had a better opportunity. She's bowling well though.
She certainly is. And again, she's beaten the outside edge, or was it the edge? No, umpire's not at all interested.
That was the question though from Graham,
yeah.
wasn't it? She felt there was maybe just a little flicker at the last moment there. It almost felt as if she was appealing. Did it perhaps take just the very bottom corner of the bat where the edge meets the toe?
Umpire Jasmine Naeem not at all interested there. The arm stayed well and truly by his side. As Graham's got her fired up a bit here. That's a nice shot under the circumstances from Winfield Hill. She just placed it into the covers, no pressure to get runs quickly at this stage. They've made a good start. Negate some of Graham's passion. The ground's filling up a bit as well, actually, considering it's a very grey start to the day. There's quite a few people in front of us taking their seats. Got a few picnics around. So come on down to Southport. Looks like it's going to be a thriller as Graham thunders in again. Oh, what a beautiful shot. And that's the class of Winfield Hill. She just leant back slightly and placed it down to the square boundary there. Lovely shot from Winfield Hill for 4. Not much the fielder could have done about that one.
No, it was perfectly in the gap at point, wasn't it? And away it raced from Winfield Hill. Yeah, it's a lovely Sunday cricket scene here at Trafalgar Road at the moment.
It is again. It's a great sight to behold Graham thundering in. Little dab down, but Lamb's too quick for that. And again, another good ball. And at the end of that over, the score has moved on to 33. A slight reduction in the scoring rate in the last 2 or 3 overs, Mike, but certainly 6 overs for 33. No wickets lost. All safely still, waiting their turn to come into bat. I think the Diamonds would be thrilled with that.
Yeah, it's been the bowling of Graham, really, isn't it, that's kept things together. That was her 3rd over, and she's probably been the most miserly in the last couple of overs that she's bowled. And it's very nice for me to be in Southport watching cricket again, because I've been reporting on obviously all the horrible mass stabbing that happened here. I was there on the scene reporting on that, broadcast probably I think 25 to 30 radio stations during that week. So it's very nice to be back to normal, because this has been a town that's been very much hurt in recent weeks. So it's good to be back here actually watching sport. I nearly came to report on one of the football team's games as well, as in comes Sophie Morris.
Change of bowler, Sophie Morris, left arm spinner, Wirral girl, as I keep banging on about because I'm very proud of her. And she's just beaten the outside edge. That's not a bad start. She's had a good start for Thunder, really, hasn't she? This is the first season really where she's been considered a regular. Again, good ball. It's just been dabbed down to short fine there for no run.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches in terms of left-arm spinners at Thunder,
crazy,
because you've got Eccleston when she's available, Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris, so you've got 3 very, very good left-arm spinners here.
Spin queens. 4 lefties as well, as you say. Cray. She comes again. That's a nice looking shot. Stroked that out to extra cover, but there is a fielder on that boundary covering that eventuality who's fielded it, and they've just taken the 1 run for that. So it's got confident start from Morris.
As you say, plays her cricket on the Wirral.
She does.
And so hello to Upton Cricket Club. I'm sure there'll be a few of them tuned in this morning.
Definitely a few down at Upton Cricket Club. She plays in the men's teams down there as well. As she still turns out for the ladies' team. Div 2 Cheshire. That's what I like to see. Grassroots cricket being supported. Again, she's stroked that one out to the extra cover boundary, but it's just the one. It's just the one score. It's a total, keeping it simple, Morris. Very repeatable action. Bit shorter, cut down to short third, or gully if you like, I suppose. Hard to tell the depth of the player from where we are.
Yeah,
still no run
just
though.
Behind square though. I think just about still backward point.
Just
there,
about. And she's brought into action again, that fielder for no run.
It's one of those.
Excellent start from young Morris there.
I feel they're almost like philosophical cricketing questions when kind of long leg becomes fine leg and when 45 becomes backward square leg. They're kind of, I think they're a little bit a matter of opinion.
It's hard to know what to call them anyway, with all these switch hits and backward sweeps
and
left-handed shots and all the rest of it, you know.
I just always try and stick with where they started in their stance and just go from there, really. But yeah, you're right. So
we have Winfield Hale has moved on to 12 and Marlowe's moved smoothly on to 21. The total is 35 after 7 overs. 5 and overs, that's come down considerably from the first 3 overs, where it was looking like an avalanche of runs was upon us. And Graham's keeping that end busy still. She comes in for her first ball of the 8th over. It's a dot ball. Forces a defensive shot from the batter.
I remember a few years ago when we were here for the Stars game, and it started off that game and we thought, oh wow, this is a 300 wicket we're seeing here. And then when the spinners came on, it was a very different game. That was when Alex Hartley took the 6 for.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see if the change of pace.
Graham's in. Oh, she's got something there. Let's have a look at that replay now. Umpire's not interested again. Has she signalled a leg by? Yes, she has, leg by. So it did hit the pads, maybe a little bit too high at the pad there. But again, good bowling.
Yeah, people are just seeing the replay on their screens. It looked very leg side.
Leggy as well. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Mike's got a nice little screen to the left of me there, and he's confirming my suspicions that it was a good shout, but not quite good enough. And there's another dot ball from Graham. Easily feeded in the covers. Seren Smale, soon to hopefully get her first England.
Which he has got her first England call up.
Well,
but
yeah, call up. Waiting for the cap.
Yeah. Sure, Crossy can sort that out.
Might be worth a shandy or two in the bar. Dot ball again. Graham's got a head of steam off again in this over.
Auntie Kate, as they.
Auntie Kate, do they? Oh, how cute.
But yeah, it's great to see that recognition, isn't it, of Kate Cross.
If anyone deserves it, it's her. Come on. Let's see what Graham's got up her sleeve. She rolls in. A little bit leggy, but there's somebody there at square leg on the 1. No run.
Reminder, you're watching this game either on the Geo app or on Lancs TV's YouTube channel. You're with Mike Perkins and former Lancashire and Cheshire captain Alison Byrne.
Yeah. So, I feel a wicket coming on, Mike. Am I wrong to say that? I am.
See what Phoebe Graham's got.
Oh, nearly! Oh, not far off from being caught at point there. Great dive from Lamb, but she gets 4 runs for her bravery on that shot.
It was up for a second, wasn't it?
It
gave us a run for our money, to use the horse racing analogy there. But
kept me interested. But, you know, great over again. What a shame it's raced away for 4, because that was a smashing over from Graham. She did deserve a wicket there. And the total for the Diamonds has gone on to 40.
So they're going
5-8 to 40, so still going at 5 and over. That's respectable. It's not out of reach for the Thunder at this stage.
I thought that was a very tidy first over, though, from Sophie Morris. And the fact she was bowling it in the power play as well was particularly impressive.
Well, they've given another over, unsurprisingly. Captain Threlkelt's very pleased with it, so
They've gone with a sweeper either side. Mid-wicket and cover are the two fielders out.
Yeah. Bit quicker, I thought, that one. She's driven it through the covers, but to no avail.
As you say, very repeatable action, and her variations are very subtle. She sort of bowls one ever so slightly slow, one ever so slightly short, but she's moving things centimetres, it almost feels like, or just very tiny amounts in pace.
The thing I like about Morris is that she bowls at the stumps consistently in line with the stumps. Okay, she might bowl one short sometimes, she might over pitch, but even the ones where they are at the stumps, so even if the batter makes a mistake on them, you're bringing in the opportunities of the dismissals then. So she's bowled another dot ball. Oh, and that's a nice Yorker. Jab down from Winfield Hill. Fresh from the Caribbean, lucky devil, playing in the Women's Caribbean League. As has Erin Burns, of course, but neither of them were in teams that reached the final. And that's struck off her back foot there, over to the sweeper. On the cover boundary for a single. Tidy over for Morris, just what we need at this stage. Thunder perspective, got to put the shackles on them a little bit.
And she will have, those two players will have rushed back, I think, because they're in with a chance with a trophy here.
Yeah. I think the final was 3 days ago, was it? They weren't their team. I don't think their team was in the final, so potentially they've had an extra day to travel. Trying to remember what team they're playing for. Anyone like to Google it and send it to Mike? Please let us know. Oh, Mike's on it. Mike's all over it, folks. It's been dabbed in there to mid-wicket for one. Good running from the Diamonds there. Very quick call and a quick take-off. End of the over. Another good over from young Morris.
2 off it.
Just the 2, 42. So she's been a bit miserly, which is a good thing if you're a bowler. Let's have a look around. The children have got off the picnic blanket and are on chairs, which I think is probably a wise move after that last shot from Marla. Nearly wiped them out. And it's Fee Morris coming on to bowl. So we've got Morris at one end and Morris at the other end. So we've got Fee Morris coming from the Harrod Drive end now, replacing Phoebe Graham, and Sophie Morris in the Grosvenor Road end.
So if...
Of course, Fee Morris is right-handed, of course.
Is Femo. Does that make Sophie Morris Somo?
That's a bit cruel, isn't it? It's a bit close to sumo, isn't it? We're not having that. Not having that. Morris into bowl. That's given us a wide, yeah. So you have to bear with me, listeners and viewers, because I can only see it from side on, and then I watch the replay to see how wide it was. So Morris in for her second ball after having a slightly wide again, but she's found the fielder there with the back cut shots. Out to the cover boundary sweeper. Tara Norris doing the work. American international, vastly experienced. Great asset for the Thunder she's been over the last couple of years, Tara Norris. In comes Fee Morris, after talking about Norris. That's a great diving stop over there at short mid-wicket. Fantastic work. No run.
The Guyana Amazon Warriors.
Ah, right, okay. Oh, that was cuss. Nearly went through to Emma Lamb. Emma Lamb's getting seeing a lot of the ball at the moment, but unfortunately it's not coming close enough for any catches at this stage.
That's the team that Erin Burns represents.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? They were in the same team. That's why they've both come back early. And again, Lamb's brought into play, and that one's not got past her, so no run there.
So the Caribbean Premier League, that's the team
that
Erin Burns and Lauren Winfield Hill represented, and Erin Burns was the player of the match against the Trinbago Knight
Nice. I watched the final. What a joy! She's moved down the trap there to try and negate Morris's bowling, but Fee Morris saw her coming and dropped it a bit short. I think that's great bowling from Fee Morris. Yeah, guys, if any of you get a chance, have a look at YouTube on the final of the Women's Premier League Caribbean, because the joy in the play of those young women when they were playing their cricket was a sight for sore eyes. Just joyful cricket as it's placed down nicely to the square leg boundary, rolling stop down there just for one run. You want to, Mike, if you get a chance, look at the celebrations of the Barbados team. Never seen anything like it. Scores moved on to 45, so the spinners are stopping the run rate a little bit here. They've brought it back between them quite nicely. At the end of 10 overs, 45 runs, so the run rate's down below 5, the first time in the match since the end of the first over anyway.
And Erin Burns actually topped the impactful batters chart.
Did she?
172 runs in the competition.
And that's the end of the power play, so Thunder can now move a couple of fielders back if they wish, and they have moved one further fielder on the boundary. It's still fairly standard field. Morris in. Dot ball, I should say. Sophie Morris. Susie was her auntie who I played hockey with. Get it right. Sophie Morris. Sorry, Susie. I hate to say your bowling was not quite as good as Sophie's. And it's a big drive down the track. No room. You clapped your hands there, Mike.
Well, so did Sophie Morris. I
do you think
had a
it's
little
gone
sniff
through
at
her
that
hands? I couldn't tell from where I am. Let's have a look at the replay. No. Moving forward. Third ball of the over. Morris. Back foot drive. Out to the covers. One run. Yeah, you'll have to have a look at that again for me, Mike, and see if I've missed something. Morris. Ooh. She's got a little bit of movement there. No run. It's placed out into the leg side.
Yeah, Sophie Morris bowling very tidily indeed.
Certainly is. She's coming in for the fifth ball of this over. Score on 46. She bowled that one from a little bit wider on the crease, but they've taken a quick single to mid-on. Yeah, the Thunder trying to get behind their bowler there. There's quite a few come on Sophs sounding around the ground here at Southport. Speared in at the stumps again. Another run, out to the covers. But again, tight. 3 singles from it. 48 off 11. So Marlowe's moving herself nicely onto 28. Winfield Hill's on 16. They're set bats. Frelkelt at the moment, I think, is just looking to potentially just keep the runs down. At some point, no doubt, she'll be thinking how I can get one of these out. Of course, she's got options available still to her in the form of Hannah Jones, the silent assassin as we call her. Datani with her left arm seam. And of course, lots of overs left from the two seamers, so the opening seamers. So it'd be interesting to see where she goes next with this. But for now, it's Fee Morris to come into at the start of the 12th over with her right arm off breaks. Ooh, a bit of a slap shot out to mid-on. Don't quite think that was what Winfield Hill had intended initially, but no run. Morris twiddles the ball in her hands. Bit shorter. Ooh, sharp hands from Threlkelt there. Winfield Hill went for the attempted sweep, missed, and Threlkelt had the bails off quick as you like. Third ball, as I'm being attacked by a rather annoying wasp. Morris in, a little bit wider. Bat had to reach for that one a little bit. No run. Winfield Hill scurries back. Just waited to see if there's any blue sky trying to break through. The sun is definitely trying to break through, but the clouds have cleared as yet, but maybe later. Reverse sweep. She's got hold of that one. What a shot. Wow, what a shot from Winfield Hill. Reverse sweep into the gap. Brings up the old 50 for Northern Diamonds in pretty sharp time after halfway through the 12th over. Yeah, Tara Norris had no chance of getting out of that down on this boundary in front of us here. Morris is in again. Oh, she swept it the other way. This is remarkable stuff from Winfield. She swept that one down on the square leg, deep backward square leg boundary for another 4. Just as we were saying, the spinners were getting a grip on this match. Winfield Hill has pulled out the funky shots to try and get the scoreboard ticking along again, and it's been very effective, Mike.
Yeah, they've forced her to take a risk, haven't they? And clearly that was a dropped catch in the last over. I've just sort of replayed through it, and it just seemed almost as if Sophie Morris didn't pick it up off the bat of the advancing Winfield Hill.
Shot to mid-off for no run.
But having sort of tried the advancing the feet option against Sophie Morris, she's very much gone for the sweep this over, hasn't she?
Dot ball, Fee Morris, good ball. Yeah, okay, fairly expensive over there for Morris. It moves the score on to 57 for the Diamonds at the end of the 12th over.
Yeah,
well,
good overall round really that for the Diamonds,
yeah.
bringing up the 50, taking 9 runs from it. Just they hadn't had one of those for a little while, I'd say, almost since the first 3. We saw them take 23 runs off the first 3 overs, and then it had been very sort of slim pickings from there right up until the start of that 12th over there, where they took 9 off it.
Oh, Sophie Morris a little bit quicker, that one, well blocked from Marlowe, who's looked very comfortable at the crease so far this morning.
But it definitely looks easier, doesn't it, against the seamers than it does against the spinners.
A little bit shorter from Morris this time, and Marlowe rocks back, plays it easily into the point boundary for a single.
What I quite like though is they've gone for 3 back as far as I can see at the moment to Sophie Morris. So they've put backward square leg back as well as mid wicket, and they've got a straight mid wicket in the ring, but they've not gone for 4 back yet.
Yeah, it's still relatively attacking in the context of the match, isn't it? So there's another single there against the point boundary.
Because it almost seems as if we play.
Overthrow? Sorry, Mike.
No, it's not. You're quite right to keep an eye on that ball because it did scuttle through. But no, it almost feels like we play cricket on default sometimes, and we just go back into a set field. So it's quite good to see them keeping them up and almost saying to Marlowe, right, you've got to try and hit it over the top of the mid off and mid on.
That's flicked to mid wicket. No run.
Alice Clark there. Got to go at the top of the order in the last game. You imagine with Eve Jones coming in, she might not today. We'll see.
I would be a bit surprised having it behind you. Alice Clark is doing some great work at mid wicket in front of us there. Stopped another single there. Another wicket keeper.
Yes, yeah, there's plenty of them about. It's almost becoming the wicket keeping school as well as the left arm spinning school.
Good ball from Morris. Nicely defended from Marlowe. Well, she's consistent is young Morris, 59 the total, so 2 off the over from her.
Our numbers creeping up towards 500 of you watching at the moment, which is always good to see on a Sunday. This the sort of main event in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today, because we're the only game in the competition. It's the final one of this round of fixtures, a round of fixtures that Eve Jones will play twice in, which is quite a curious quirk.
Oh, bizarre.
I don't really know who I guess the reason it's been allowed is I've been trying to sort of work out who that would advantage or not, really. And I suppose kind of Diamonds would probably think, well, it's good they've played against Vipers. Vipers would probably think, well, it's good she's playing against...
Ariel. She's hit it over mid-wicket. Sorry, Mike. It's over mid-wicket. It's going to be at least 2 there. Didn't sound particularly healthy off the bat. Got me interested for a moment there.
You know, Vipers will be thinking, well, it's good she might get runs against Diamonds, and both Sparks and Thunder will be quite glad to have had Eve Jones available as well. So maybe everybody just thought, well, we're all quite happy with it, and let's carry on.
Oh, and again she's gone aerial over the square leg boundary there. It's dissected the two fielders and picked up nicely by the gentleman finishing off his subway. Great shot. Yeah, taking a few chances now.
Must be a
controlled
breakfast
risk.
sandwich.
Controlled risk.
Seems quite early for a sandwich.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of driving subways on the road up here from through from city centre Liverpool over to Southport. There's a nice dual carriageway, 2 or 3 little spots you can pop in for your Subway and your Costa and whatever.
And
other outlets are
say,
available.
well, you don't have to say that. We're not
Well,
on the BBC. If they want to sponsor us, though.
Just did. Too late, said it. It's driven out to the extra cover area for quick single.
Yeah, we're not on the BBC today, but if Costa or Subway do want to sponsor us, they're more than welcome. I'm sure they've got a coin or two lying around.
Yeah, I'm happy to have a free Subway anytime you like that. Vegan cheese, loads of salads, no olives. Oh, and Morris is coming in. She's carrying on regardless of our sandwich talk. Ball's a good ball for no run.
Noticeably looking for the boundary a little more now, though, Diamonds.
There's
They're
2
sort of
fielders out on that boundary. Oh, it's a good ball. Jab down though. That's good cricket all round actually. Really good ball. Batter did well to jab it out and take a quick single.
And the fielder did well actually as well to stop
Lammy
it escaping the ring.
I hope her back's alright after all this rolling around. It's not been good over the last year or so, is it? It's getting better though. After her operation last season.
Certainly not stopped her scoring runs, which is the main thing.
Oh, well, that one surprised the batter. Shot up, didn't it? Great bowling from Fee Morris. And that is the end of the over, the 14th over. The Diamonds have moved on to 68 for the loss of no wickets at this stage.
The sunshine's out as well.
Yeah, definitely.
The sunshine is definitely breaking through the clouds momentarily here at Southport, which is good to see. Grass looking very green, a couple of trees waving in the breeze in the distance. The rows of houses off towards the far side, past the train tracks. And it's... yeah, very nice scene indeed. And we're approaching the 15th over of this game. As the batters just have a quick little discussion. Winfield Hill just gets a bit of a drink, I think.
Well earned, although it does seem to be warming up a little bit. Winfield Hill, who is actually overtaken Marlow now, is on 33 and Marlow's on 30. So she's taken her time, she's showed her experience, she's had a good look at the bowlers and picked a couple of balls to take chances to with those 2 sweeps that have raced her scoring along.
There's Morris on her way again.
In she comes. Another accurate one. It's placed into covers. There's that gap created by the extra fielder on the boundary just for the 1 run. And the sun's definitely trying to shine through now. I might even take my woolly hat off.
It's almost sunglasses weather, isn't it?
Well, you know, you've got those, haven't you, Mike? You brought them. You didn't bring a coat or a jumper, but you brought some sunnies. And that's beating the outside edge from Morris. Good bowling. You do know we're in England, don't you, Mike?
It may prove to be a naive decision as the afternoon goes on.
Half jacket will travel. I had a boot full of spare clothes, you're lucky. And the bats. The bats are set up, ready for Morris. Sophie Morris coming in again. Well bowled, half fielded from Sophie Morris, but she's got back up. Dot ball though, that's the main thing.
Yeah, that one definitely on the ground, but the one in the 11th over.
Oh dear.
It just seemed to. She just didn't seem to pick it up at all off the bat.
It's gone leggish, and that's a nice place shot through the mid-on boundary there for 4 runs. Beautiful timing there. Batters meet in the middle for the traditional fist pump. It's almost like it's compulsory nowadays, isn't it?
Yes. You'd always be quite offended if you didn't get one.
Yeah, I didn't.
You'd wonder what you said.
I did a good shot then. My mate just ignored me, didn't fist pump me. What's going on?
Nice shot though. I think Marlow
Lovely.
needed that boundary.
Well placed.
As you say, she had slowed up a bit.
Off the back foot again. She just like to play that shot with a bit of pizzazz, doesn't she? Does Marlow? No run on this occasion.
Just
Yeah, she's got a bit of style about her, definitely. Comes Morris. Bit straighter. That's a good diving stop. Good diving stop. Keeps it to 0-2 no run. And that is the end of over. And by her very high standards, that's an expensive over because she's given 5 away then. 73 at the end of the 15th over.
They're whizzing by though with the
spinners, yeah.
Spinners here. The 2
Commentator's
Morrises
dream.
bowling in tandem, Sophie and Feet.
Indeed.
Hannah Jones, though, is going to break that up now and come into the attack, it looks like. So, Ali Threlkeld using her full complement of spin here. And it's handy that Fee Morris is so good with the bat that you can almost get an extra one in. I suppose Diamonds do that a bit with Erin Burns, their overseas player as well, who'll come on and bowl a bit of spin. One of the famous cap-wearing spinners, of course.
Oh, yeah. I can quite concur with that.
Which is basically a ponytail thing, from what I understand. It's
a fringe thing,
having
mate.
to
It's a fringe
redo
thing.
as that one's played
Yeah.
into the cover region, and Eve Jones slides across and just stops it escaping the ring. 74 without loss. Yeah, if you're taking it off and on the whole time, there's a lot of redoing of hair to be done. So people like Erin Burns tend to leave it on. As here's Hannah Jones bowling. Couldn't stop the ball herself, but mid-off does the job. She got a bit on it and did enough to prevent the run. So Jones choosing the Harrod Drive end of the ground, whirling away here in her first over. Twisted into the leg side with a drive there. Threlkeld proving she is definitely one of the best with that one-handed take from a fairly poor throw in the end from Datani at mid-wicket. Just tumbled away and took it one-handed, did Threlkeld, and kept things nice and tidy, as well as captaining the side, as this one's driven up to Phoebe Graham. Cross again, picks up 74 without loss. Little discussion between the batters. Word of encouragement perhaps to Marlowe. As in comes Jones again. Twirls another ball that was actually fuller than it looked as it had left the hand, and it ended up going down on the leg side for no run. Up, well, down towards the bowler there. As in comes Jones, who I think went for a similar length delivery there, but got it slightly wrong, and Marlowe will be frustrated that she didn't spot the full toss and hit that for runs. 74 without loss. A very tidy first over indeed, just the one from it. Marlowe's innings has just got
Slowed
a little
down a
stuck.
bit.
Obviously had the boundary in the previous over off Sophie Morris's. Back defensively and watchfully goes Lauren Winfield Hill. Does well to prevent any scoring being done with such an accurate delivery there. Turns again. Whirl away will Sophie Morris. This one is cut into the offside. They're going to think about 2, although Marlowe was keener than Winfield Hill, who'd rather realised it wasn't on and just sort of jogged to the far end. 75 without loss. The single takes the score on 2 though. Still have the test match going on with Sri Lanka 60 for 2, requiring another 423, an unlikely 423 as that was driven nicely, and it was only the lengthy frame of Phoebe Graham that was able to stop the ball. 76 without loss, again looking for that wide mid-on position for the boundary there. It's got Pakistan playing Bangladesh. Bangladesh 187 for 8 against Pakistan, who are still have 77 of their first innings runs to play with before getting those 2 Bangladesh wickets, as that one is cut away into the offside again from Winfield Hill. Another single to the total, 77 without loss, and we have a handful of county championship games, but Lancashire's finishing on the Saturday evening against Hampshire. Hampshire winning by an innings and 37 runs, which is why in this part of the world all focus is here at Southport on Lancashire Thunder trying to beat the Northern Diamonds in a Roses clash. So Lancashire v Yorkshire contest, even with Cheshire and Cumbria are in on the Lancs side and Durham in on the Northern Diamonds side, as this one is cut away into the offside. Quick little single taken by Marlow. 78 without loss then at the end of that over, so 4 from it in the end. So a useful over from the Diamonds perspective, that one, you feel. I mean, from the Thunder perspective here, they need a wicket, don't they?
You know, you read my mind. I was just looking at that thinking, you know, yeah, need a wicket, definitely.
Because particularly in this professionalising era that we've had over the last 5 years, it seems as if wickets get cashed in for runs more and more at the back end of the innings, certainly probably more than they used to be.
I just think, you know, to keep the energy levels up in the field as well, you need some sort of positivity. To be fair, they've not. There was the Sophie Morris drop catch and an LBW that was going down a leg, but they've not really had a sniff, have they, other than that? So, yeah, Rachael to be hoping to get something going in the field. It
felt to me as well that message run on there, or that drink coming on there, was a message, if that makes sense, rather than them actually needing it, because they'd had a drink just a couple of overs ago. So I think that might be Hannah Jones who makes the stop, dot ball. Jones looking to be miserly as always, as Marlow again tries to find a single but can't do so, and these are useful dots for Lancashire Thunder. They'll be telling themselves they're not chasing off these ones. And it will just provide a bit of time in the second half of the innings. Again, another little mid-pitch discussion between Winfield Hill and Marlow, as Jones, again, Yorker length, this one driven to long on, who is out now for Hannah Jones, so one more to the total, 79 without loss, but she'll very much take that result there.
Yeah, slight change in the field. Rachael's just moved Morris down to fine leg.
Both batters on 37. What can Winfield Hill produce here? A sweep shot, fierce one, that will go all the way down towards the boundary. Now, will it make it? The chase is on. Two fielders converge, and Sophie Morris, who'd taken the pace off the sweep, did just enough to allow Alice Clark to come round the rope and pick it up. 81, 2 taken.
What captaincy from Rachael there. She spotted that, moved Morris, next ball, bang. She's a very astute young lady.
Here comes Hannah Jones, prodded leg side, another dot ball. Jones will be hoping to get out of this over now without conceding a boundary, because that's very much what Marlow and Winfield Hill seem to be looking for here. Winfield Hill has decided the sweep's the way to go. Prods offside though and just picks up one. 82 without loss. Another over that feels like it went in Diamond's favour, but without decisively going in their favour, if that makes sense. You know, it just kind of, it was a Diamond's over, but not a decisive Diamond's over.
I think we're going to have another change of bowler. Tani's checking her run-up.
So this will be interesting, because Tani's kind of in that middle pace, if you like.
Yeah, and left arm seams. Occasionally tricky to manage, isn't it?
Yep.
If you're a right-handed bat, moving it in, seaming it away.
So this will be an interesting moment to see how this goes, whether she sort of bowls at the pace where she kind of can take enough off it to make it tricky in the same way as the spinners, or will she come onto the bat nicely in the way that Norris and Graham did in the early stages. Norris obviously probably more similar a bowler to Tani, because they both bowl left arm.
Yeah.
Norris is the slower of the two, I would say.
She's not had an awful lot of bowling this season, so, you know.
No, and she's generally bowled at kind of just trying to fill overs in, as she probably is here. That one was a full toss outside
she got
the
away
off
with
stump,
that.
and it was missed out on outside the off stump by Winfield Hill. But so she's kind of come on and bowled sort of bits and bobs spells, and generally has taken a little bit of tap this season as a result.
But we missed Tani's presence a fair part of this season through a shoulder injury as well, didn't we? I don't know whether it was a bowling arm or her other arm, to be honest.
Bowl should have a length. It's whisked away, and this one should go for 4 and does. There was a able chase round the boundary, but it was never going to be a successful one.
Well,
4 more to the total, 86 without
I
loss.
don't think she's got the pace to be trying to bowl it that short, frankly. On this pitch, there's not much variance of bounce. It's going to it's a gift, really, for the quality of batters that we've got on show here in front of us.
It certainly wasn't a half-hearted chase by Fee Morris, but she knew she was never going to get there. As soon as it left the bat, in comes Datani again, left arm over the wicket, defended by Winfield Hill, up the offside to Alice Clark. Winfield Hill will be feeling better, you imagine. 44 now to her name. She's been there before. She's gone on from there before as well.
That's the worry, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's no stranger to a big score.
Holly Armitage at the toss, describing it as, certainly when she was speaking to me, she said, we've got our overseas and our best player back. As that one's clipped away into the leg side, and 87 without loss it moves on to.
Yeah, good comeback from Datani. The next couple of balls after she was mullered down to square leg, dot ball and a single, so good character.
Motion from Winfield Hill to suggest it's a bit skiddy to Marlowe, who then made the "is it wobbling either side" signal back. Short of a length and through to Threlkeld. I think that was a bit of a lucky one in some ways from the Thunder perspective, because any bat on that, it had been racing away towards the boundary at backward point, which does look at one of those direct routes to the boundary. Maybe it's just our angle from mid-wicket at the moment that makes it look that way. But it certainly looks on, doesn't it?
It does.
In fact, either side of that fielder at backward point is creeping in now as Datani approaches and bowls. It's a good length and it's defended off the back foot. Across comes Eve Jones. Can't get the throw away as quickly as she would have liked, or as accurately as she would have liked. Threlkeld picks it up, 88 without loss with the single.
That's Winfield Hill back on strike. Well done, Winfield Hill. Canny old player, eh?
Yeah,
getting near the 50. Oh, get me back on strike.
She just knows what she's doing, doesn't she? Just knows what she's doing.
And it's always good to keep the fielders on their toes, because they're sort of, well back on that side. If you're going to drop a couple of quick singles in there, it might tempt a boundary fielder in a couple of yards more than they should be, and next ball for it shouldn't be. It's cat and mouse.
Umpire Naeem takes the cap from Hannah Jones and clips it in place. Umpires' jackets have all sorts of things on them, don't they? Little hat clips and pockets to hide ball counters in, as that one's chopped away on the cut out to Fee Morris. Doesn't get it cleanly for once, and turns it to Threlkeld. It doesn't cost an extra run though, so she'll be happy with that. 89 without loss. The fluorescent yellow numbers show on the black scoreboard in the distance over towards the train tracks. It's just raised up on a hill slightly here at Trafalgar Road, Southport, as the bowling coming from the Harrod Drive end. And diving there is Eve Jones, back in the all-red of Lancashire. Preventing.
She's played for this team on and off for a number of years, hasn't she, Eve Jones? But she'll still be thinking, this is my debut, I need to, show them what I'm made of still, even with all her...
90 without loss, as this one is cut away out to Fee Morris on the cover boundary. One more to the total. 91 without loss. Again, Fee Morris struggling to gather the ball. She had a bit of a tricky over this one in terms of the ball
early.
Just hasn't behaved itself for
It's
her.
only 11:30, it's still early. Not awake yet.
We're getting through the overs well, aren't we? It's almost as if Lancashire know the rain's coming later on as well, and they're trying to make an extra effort. That's driven beautifully, dissecting the fielder at cover and mid-off, and away it goes for 4. Beautiful stroke all along the floor, and it brings up 50 for Lauren Winfield Hill, who just with a casual wave of the bat, because she does this on such a regular occasion towards her applauding teammates. 95 without loss, 50 for Winfield Hill, comes up in the 20th over of the innings, so in good time.
Yeah. Bit good, isn't she, Mike?
Yeah, she
bit good.
Definitely is. Just never seemed to happen at international level for Lauren Winfield Hill, but at this domestic level she's an absolute dominant performer. And and it's been good that she's had this setup to come into and continue to be that as she's bowled. And Hannah Jones does not like being hit for 4.
Goodness me.
First ball after Winfield Hill brings up the 50. Jones manages to run one through her and into the stumps. Winfield Hill out-bowled 450, 95 for 1 the score, and that was the wicket that Lancashire Thunder needed. Alison Byrne, your view on it?
My view is I've just cursed their best player, so I'm very happy with that. I am not happy, actually, to be fair. I'm not happy because I would have liked to see her bat a bit longer, but as a Lancastrian, I've got to say that we really did need that. What an innings, though, from Winfield Hill. Pure class through and through, but just shows, silent assassin strikes again, old Hannah Jones. What an innings, yeah. I'm going to join in with the applause for that one. She's excellent, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. But I think as she unstraps the gloves on her way off, there's more frustration. Holly Armitage, the captain, is the next batter on her way to the crease. But Winfield Hill, really frustrated there. Because the last shot to bring up the 50 was absolutely perfect. Beautiful. But Hannah Jones, there's just something about her, isn't there? She's a competitor, isn't she? She's not one of these competitors who sort of snarls and bristles at people. But it's almost that's all going on internally. It feels, and it kind of there's just this quiet determination.
She's one of these really quiet people that you don't imagine would be a sports person, but she's obviously got that inner.
Just
competitiveness, definitely. Yeah. And every team needs a variety of characteristics, and she's highly respected, and you can see why with deliveries like that.
The sun's left us, the wind's picked up, which is always an ominous sign on a day where you're expecting rain, and it's a little overcast and chilly all of a sudden. As Holly Armitage has taken a guard and is ready to go. Here comes Jones. Back into the crease she goes. Pushes up to mid-off mirror.
I'm thinking she's on the Island tour as well, Mike, Holly Armitage. I think she might be,
I will double check, but I think you're correct.
If she isn't, she deserves to be. She's another one who's at this level has performed brilliantly, hasn't she? But what a great over from Jones as you're doing the checking up there, Mike.
It's got the crucial wicket, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's as I say, it's lifted the spirits of the field, as you can see. There's a bounce in their step as they move back into positions. It's always great when you get a new batter in, but as a bowler, even if it is somebody of the quality as Armitage, you want to have a little go at them. You feel like they've got a better chance of getting them into difficulties when they're fresh to the crease. As Datani's coming into bowl with that left arm over the wicket.
And continues her work as this one's pushed into the offside. And it was a tight single, but the throw wasn't accurate enough to cause a decision for the umpire to be made. 96 for 1. 41 to the name of Marlowe now. Still
my team sheet has just blown away, and a very kind spectator is running around the back of the pavilion.
Oh, that's
doing a bit of a litter pick with all the numbers that my players on. Thank you very much, kind sir.
That's the
thank you, sir.
That's the reason for the clipboard, if I'm honest.
Well, yeah.
In fact, actually, I'm in the process of transferring between one reporter bag and another, so I don't actually have all my clips.
I think I'm going to utilise the water bottle in this occasion.
In comes Datani, bowls, and it's stump out the ground.
What a beauty!
Brilliant bowling from Naomi Datani, knocks the stumps of Holly Armitage out the ground, and Armitage is out for naught. The Northern Diamonds captain departs, and we said they needed a wicket, Lancashire Thunder. They've got 2, 96 for 2.
That was absolutely peaching. I was actually looking at the screen rather than the pitch then, so I could see the ball as it left her hand, and I'm thinking that's going to get it. And it did. What a beautiful delivery. Fantastic. Yeah, she can have her dangerous moments, does Datani.
Well, that's why it's been a surprise
get that consistency
this season
back,
to
get that
see
bowling arm going again.
Sort of struggling, but as you say, she's had shoulder problems. Even if it's not the bowling
arm,
it still affects you, doesn't it? And just the lack of cricket as well. Sterkalis on her way out to the crease. The player who sort of came on the scene with the Netherlands, really, and is now doing a very good job indeed for the Northern Diamonds, but she has a little chat with Marlowe, who's on 41, and he's now going to be in charge of sort of anchoring this innings with a score at 96 for 2. Yeah, Holly Armitage is in that England ODI squad, but perhaps not getting the best send-off to it.
No.
losing her
To
stump
be
there.
fair, it's always hard when you go into bat to get a delivery like that when you've only faced a couple of balls is unlucky. But well bowled, Datani, well played.
Yeah, great skill.
Showed her
from Datani.
experience there. Didn't let the fact that she'd been taken for a bit of tap in the previous overs get to her. She just focused on the ball in hand.
Yeah, that increase in wins led me to getting the clips out.
Oh no.
I wasn't sure I had them all with me because I'm in that process. I'm transferring between one rucksack and another because the zip's gone on one. So I wasn't sure if I had actually transferred them yet. But fortunately, we have, as that one's defended well, orderly. He was callous.
I didn't realise I was commentating with a bag man, like the bag ladies, but in the streets of London, carrying their belongings around with them in bags.
Oh yeah, no, it's not got wheels.
You're not
or
as bad
like
as that.
No,
okay. Because I've got a spare bedroom if you're ever short.
But no, just the zip's gone on an old trusty one, so I've had to transfer. As in comes Datani again, bowls, and again right in on the stumps, and on this occasion Callis goes back. The last one she went forward, but it was almost an identical delivery, that.
Rachael's brought in the slip again. I like that. Trying to figure out who it is. Is it Smale? Let's have a look.
I think it is, yeah.
One of the other wicket
just
keepers
from
in the squad.
Yeah, just from the stature of the fielder, I think it's Smale. In comes Datani.
Ooh.
It was an attempt to kind of run it down to third, which was dangerous with that slip in place. No contact made. Rachael takes
Smale's got her hands on her head there.
She has indeed.
How did that miss?
Don't know. I
missed everything.
Yeah.
Pads, bat, wickets, everything.
Felt like it was going to be an outside edge, didn't it? We've got Danny Collins on at the moment as well as a substitute fielder. She's one of 2 changes today. She's made way for Eve Jones. Phoebe Graham in for Kate Cross, who's off to captain that England women's team. We'll bring you the full squad actually at the end of this over, as this one is defended into the pitch. No run, 96 for 2. It's all happening. We've had 20 overs of this innings.
Great stuff from
so
Datani.
far. So yeah, that England squad in full to face Ireland. The ODI squad: Kate Cross, Holly Armitage, Hannah Baker of Sparks, Tammy Beaumont, Georgia Davis also of Sparks, Lauren Filer, Bess Heath, another Diamonds player, Freya Kemp, Emma Lamb, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, Paige Schofield, Bryony Smith, Maddie Villiers and Izzy Wong. So that's the ODI squad. The T20 squad is Kate Cross captaining again, Georgia Adams, Holly Armitage is in that squad as well, Hannah Baker, Tammy Beaumont, Mahika Gore of Lancashire Thunder makes the T20 squad, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, Karis Pavley, Paige Schofield, Seren Smale is in the T20 squad, Bryony Smith, Maddie Villiers and Izzy Wong.
And while you were reading that out, the score's moved on by 1 run after that shot into the cover boundary area off Jones.
She makes quick starts to the over. She didn't
She
give me a
does.
chance to
I
read
thought,
the
well, I'll
squads
keep
there.
an eye on this because
well done.
He's got his head down. Score's moved to 97, Michael. There you go. Back on it, mate.
You usually get those in between overs, but clearly not with Hannah Jones. She's easy to get ready.
Well, I like that. I like that because before you know it, as a batter, the runs are disappearing, the overs are disappearing, and you're looking up thinking, "Oh, I thought I had more time than I did to put some scoring shots together here."
Ball disappears for Callis there, back defensively.
Yeah, another one. Dot ball.
And this is all crucial on a pitch we feel is a good batting pitch, albeit on a day where if you look up you probably don't think it's a batting day, as Callis pushes into the offside. Eve Jones is there, who made 136 against Lancashire Thunder earlier in the season, so that probably is another reason why they thought it might be worth bringing her back. In comes Jones around the wicket, and it's swept by Callis but without making any contact.
Callis yet to score, so she's at that nervous time in any innings. So the Hearts will still be beating a little bit faster than it will be in 5 minutes after
Jones
the first
again
run.
swept round the corner, but actually too powerfully in the end, Phoebe Graham, to allow a single to be taken. She was trying to go past Graham, but didn't succeed in beating the field at 98 for 2. It remains. Got
a good field setting as Rachael down there.
A very miserly spell this one from Hannah Jones, though. She continues it with this delivery. And when she did get hit for 4, there was a mix-up between the batters. Marlowe called it. Callis was not interested.
Yeah,
Lamb picked up and threw to the non-striker's end. No run.
She was doing her best to get Callis off the mark there, but Callis, despite being on 0, was too wise to take the invitation that Marlowe offered her to take a run there. And Jones gets one in the arm.
14 for 1, her figures so far in this spell as we tip towards the end of her 4th
Emma Lamb's
over.
just done a little dance in front of us there. I don't know what that was about. It was quite good.
Do forgive us if the wind is momentarily rattling those microphones. It will do once or twice. I think today, it's unavoidable as we're in a fairly exposed position here at backward point for the bowling of Hannah Jones from the Harrod drive end, and she will quite happily accept just the 1 run being scored off that over. 98 for 2. Hannah Jones then figures of 14 for 1 of her 4 overs, and as we say, when she did eventually get hit for 4, she followed it up with a wicket straight away, and that is exactly what she offers Lancashire Thunder. Of course, this season she's gone past Alex Hartley's total of Lancashire Thunder wickets to become the leading wicket taker in all red since the
that is an
since the
impressive
Thunder
stat.
franchise came in. So she's a very deadly operator and a very miserly one, even if she's not taking wickets.
Missed her last season, big star, I thought. Thunder.
Here is Ditani.
And I think we've missed this young lady as well for parts of this season as well, Ditani. It's good to see her thundering back into bowl. Sorry about that.
No, she used that once or twice and it's very good.
I didn't mean to,
I've
only just realised I said it.
In comes Naomi Ditani and bowls towards those blue Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy stumps, and that one is guided down towards 3rd, and there will be a single taken as a result. 99 for 2. Marlowe onto 43. She's lost Winfield Hill though for exactly 50. And her captain Holly Armitage out for 0 from just the 2nd ball she faced. It was an absolute beauty from Naomi Ditani, which knocked those blue stumps out the ground and sent the little red bales on top flying. And it's a contest between red and blue today here, a Roses contest between Lancashire Thunder and the Northern Diamonds, as this one is driven up towards mid-off. No run on offer. 99 for 2.
Said I'd give the ground staff a little shout out, Mike. To Colin, Charlie, Nick, Paul and Dan, thank you very much for preparing our wonderful pitch. His words to me were, we make every effort to make the women's pitches as good as the men's, if not better, so I'm very appreciative.
I'm sure Dan was Don earlier though when you did an impression.
Oh, Dan or Don? My mate Dan Don will answer to either.
And
it's
that
Don.
one's clipped into the leg side. No run. Northern Diamonds still 1 short at the 100 mark.
Don's actually... Oh, where is he? Oh, he's not... I was going to give him away, but he's
He was very helpful because he let us know the names of the ends of the ground. We've now got the bowling from the Grosvenor Road end.
I still got them wrong.
Off the ground. Did you? As,
never mind.
Tani goes to the back of her run. Richard, the photographer, making his way round with camera slung over shoulder. As the Tani bowls, and this one's played into the offside. It's picked up by the all-red of
This
Alice Clark.
Great stuff from the Thunder, because she's Callis is at the non-striker's end, still not having any chance to score any runs.
And it's all deliveries they don't have to chase off. There's been a lot of dot balls. It's been a good performance this from Lancashire Thunder, but it still feels like Diamonds could get away at any moment just because the wicket's in hand.
You've got the stats there. How many balls has Callis faced now?
I will tell you after this one from
Ditani,
which is cut away, and Callis is off the mark, and it brings up the 100 for Northern Diamonds. 103 for 2. Significant pressure on Stair Callis. I make that her 13th delivery, but I'm going to confirm it in just a moment.
Lucky for her.
As that one was carved away for 4 runs. We mentioned that route to the boundary looked on, but Ditani's done well to avoid being hit there so far. Yeah, she's off the mark there, Stair Callis, from her 13th delivery. So she's really had to work for that start. What can she make of it? Or can Ditani stop it straight away? Full toss, driven to mid-on. They do run this time. Collins, who's on as a sub-fielder, can't hit the stumps, and that will be a single taken. 104 for 2. Eve Jones with the backing up. I'm going to do that thing that is always a perilous task of trying to work out who Danny Collins is on for in a moment.
Okay.
I I can see Smale. I can see Clark. We can see Datani and Jones talking to each other.
I'm going Norris.
I think you could be right. As Phoebe Graham takes the ball, so we can cross her off our inquiries. This is like a game of Cluedo, isn't it? Ellie Threlkeld's obviously got the gloves
They
on.
haven't taken the keeper off Michael.
Fee
Well
Morris
spotted.
is on. Hannah Jones has been bowling. She's on. So it's either Sophie Morris in the conservatory with the
hammer.
wrench, or
Professor
it is
Norris.
your guess of Professor Norris in the library.
In the library with I don't know, chain.
Bottle of poison or whatever it is. I hope you're all familiar with Cluedo, or that'll make no sense at all. Here comes Phoebe Graham to bowl the 24th over of the innings, and it beats the off stump. And Threlkeld is there. There is no run. It wasn't taken cleanly in the end, but there was no outside edge.
I think this
it's
is
definitely Norris, isn't it?
Well, I thought it was about 5 minutes ago, but you're trying to persuade me otherwise.
Because Lamb's there as well.
So I hope she's all right, because we're going to need her bowling later on in this innings.
Yeah, and obviously she will not be allowed to bowl for the period of time she's off the pitch, is generally the rule. So has that one just sort of stopped in the pitch a bit for
I think this is a great move
who's
from
now
Threlkeld.
faced 16 deliveries for her 5 runs.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but I do think it's a good move from Threlkeld, bringing Graham on at this stage, get a bit of pace on the new batter, see what she's like. Threlkeld's seen something there, hasn't she, to encourage her.
Here comes Phoebe Graham. Right arm over the wicket. Harrod drive end. Carved away to Hannah Jones, who had to sort of almost just use her body as a barrier there to prevent that one going for 4, but did so successfully. A lot of encouragement between those in red at the moment, just trying to keep themselves going. And here comes Graham again. Charges in, bowls in these windy conditions, Yorker length, stabbed out by Marlowe, who's still not got past that half century. It's taken a while. 105 for 2 the score.
Yeah, they've really stalled, haven't they, in the last 5 overs or so.
Tani just keeping loose at mid-wicket here. Little message passed to Hannah Jones, who's down at 3rd. There's Graham bowls, flicked into the leg side. There's going to be at least one on offer. And it is just the 1 run taken out to Seren Smale in the England T20 side, or in the squad anyway, 106 for 2. Hands on knees goes Fee Morris. She's at cover. Lamb at backward point. As Graham delivers. A lot of excitement out there. I'm not exactly sure what for, because it seemed a fairly solid drive into the leg side by Callis. 106 for 2, but the Thunder players definitely starting to feel, despite the wickets column not being exactly where they'd want it, as if they are getting into the sort of position they want to be in this game.
Well, to be fair, 88 without loss sounds a lot worse than 104 for 2, doesn't it? So, yeah, moving in the right direction.
And I think 1 now before we hit the 30 over mark, and Thunder really would be looking to get in front. Maybe 2 more, probably, to fully think they're in front. I think it'd be honours even if Diamonds get to the 30 over mark at 3 down. They'd be able to push on from there as Tani bowls. This one's driven down the ground, and the fielding's done by Tara Norris.
So
it's Sophie Morris who is off the pitch at the moment.
There you go.
By process of elimination. 107 for 2 the score moves on to with that single. Stair Callis back on strike. She has 6. Under a little bit of pressure, but I feel Marlowe's under a bit of pressure all of a sudden as well, given how swiftly she started her innings. She's really slowed up. As that one's short of a length, and it's really, really hit nicely away to the little seats that have been put out at the mid-wicket boundary. That was beautifully struck for 4. 111 the total moves on to, and that takes Stair Callis into double figures. She seized upon the length there.
Certainly did. Yeah, I don't know. On this pitch, I think you're wasting your breath at Tatani's pace. Although she is fairly pacey, she's not express pace, so I just think it's a gift.
She seems to be bowling kind of the back end of a full length, and she just ended up straying into a short of length there. That was much fuller and was defended by Callis slightly awkwardly.
Yeah.
No run on that occasion.
You can always hear Threl Kelp behind the stumps encouraging the troops, can't you? Wherever you are in the ground.
Yeah, she really sort of takes charge from the centre of the field, does Ellie Threl Kelp, and rarely gets it wrong with those gloves either, as that one's driven up to Danny Collins, who's a great fielder to have.
She is.
Because she's a real athlete, is Danny Collins, and makes the stop there. Dot ball, 111 for 2.
Lancashire through and through. Collins.
Reminder you with Mike Perkins and Ali Byrne, Geo app and Lancs TV if you just join us, and thank you for doing so. It's been excellent to have now 844 of you on the live stream. Do make sure you hit the like button, as 116 of you have, because that helps other people find the stream. You can subscribe as well to Lancs TV and Lancs TV 2 to be aware of whenever we've got broadcasts going on, as well, as that one slips down the leg side and will be signalled a wide ball. 112 for 2, so having been hit for the boundary, conceded the wide, a little bit of pressure on Tatani in this over all of a sudden.
Well, you know, she's still finding her way back, I think, after the injury, if I'm honest. She didn't get to bowl much for her team in the 100. Didn't bowl much for the Thunder previous to this block of RHF matches.
Pace in again. And this one is again swung away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Lovely shot by Stair Callis. Second boundary of the over. 116 is the score. And Stair Callis with another marvellous pull stroke.
Just saw a lovely little interaction there with Fee Morris, with the little boy who picked up the ball. He was made up. Big smile and a big thank you.
A new favourite cricketer, no doubt, if Fee Morris wasn't already his favourite cricketer. As in comes Naomi Tatani again, defended. That's the ball she's looking for, and she gets out the over. 116 for 2 then the score. We have had 25 overs, so the drinks will be coming on. Ali Byrne will be picking up ball by ball once we resume, but it's a good chance for us just to have a little bit of a chat and just have a little bit of a think, as I see a few more of those little thumbs ups ticking up on YouTube, which is always good to see. Who's on top here then, Ali? We were sort of discussing it in the build up to drinks. A couple of wickets for Thunder's pegged it back, but Diamonds have felt like they've had a degree of control throughout.
They do, and I think they've still got some decent batting still to come, haven't they? They've got Australian international player in Burns. You know, I still think, for me, batting first is such an advantage on a good pitch. Get the runs in the tank, put the pressure on.
Even Catherine Fraser was opening the batting in the previous game, so she's down there. She knows which end of the stick she's holding. Beth Langston is evergreen, it seems, with both bat and ball. It was amazing just to see her crop back up. It was almost, we almost thought she'd shuffled off. She was no longer part of the squad, and then all of a sudden she's back in. She's scoring 50s, taking wickets.
I'm pleased for her, because I mean she goes way back, doesn't she, Beth Langston? She was in the 2017 England World Cup squad, and didn't get a game. So she's been in the nets bowling, and
she seems like one of those.
Always missed out ACL injury when she was playing well, and now she's back with a vengeance, and I'm pleased for her. You know,
she seems like one of those captain's dreams of a player that will just do absolutely anything for you. You know what I mean? She'll just sort of, you know, if you want her to feel fine like both ends, she will. If you want her to score a 50, she will. If you want her to take wickets, she will.
Carry the first aid kit, drive the minibus.
Sort of, you know, who every captain loves to have around, because she can sort of do everything, but almost happy to just do whatever's needed.
Yeah. So the ground staff having a little conflab there. must be happy with their work so far. And also it's a good time to mention our scorers, isn't it? We haven't given them a shout out yet. We've got Vanessa Halliday, ex-Lancashire player herself, a bit of a steaming bowler, and Mr. Mitch Cregan.
And the other thing I know you want to discuss, and it's probably an opportunity to do, is you've been away with Cricket Without Boundaries as well.
I have. It's a charity. There's my little hat. It's still got the Rwandan dust on it, just so you how the colour that we came back. Filthy. But there's quite a few fairly well-known people have been out with that charity. They go to various parts of the world, take some coaches out, take some kit out, do some coaching in different schools, places like Rwanda, Nepal, Uganda, and train the local coaches and sort of set up different areas where cricket then becomes a little hub. They do health and social care issues, they talk about gender equality, and their big thing is cricket is for everybody. Cricket is for everybody. See, when we went to schools in Rwanda this time last year, actually, we would first thing we'd do is introduce ourselves. We'd say, "Can tall people play cricket?" Yeah, we'd have a tall person in the group. "Can girls play cricket?" Yeah. "Can people with glasses play cricket?" Yeah. So it was all about inclusivity and sport for all, which I'm very passionate about anyway. But also in some of those communities we were travelling out to, it was giving people a real sort of sense of fun, if nothing else.
Yeah.
They've been, particularly in Rwanda, they've been through some horrifically traumatic times in our lifetimes. That I'm not going to harp on about. I'm sure you're well aware of what happened there. And sport has been a great healer in many ways to those traumatic experiences. And we've got the girls' team in Rwanda now, the women's team, are outperforming the men's team. They were set up pretty much at the same time. Which is lovely, and it's great going out there and seeing young female coaches going into these rural schools in the middle of nowhere where you're playing on a field full of goats.
That's why the hat's got in the condition it has, I guess. Yeah,
the red dust. Please, it's called Cricket Without Boundaries. People, have a look at the website. It is a charity, so as with every charity, they depend on the support of good people like your good selves. And I know there's a trip going out in October. A friend of mine's going out in October to Rwanda again, Uganda, Nepal, and some fairly high-profile cricketers have been out there. Holly Calvin is one of the main people who's been out there. Laura McLeod at Central Sparks has been there. Anyway, back to the cricket. I talk too much as usual.
Telling us about it though, because it's definitely well worth hearing about as we were waiting for the players to get their refreshments. And Phoebe Graham's on her way again, Ali Byrne.
Thank
I'll let you
Michael.
pick up from here.
And she comes. Oh, it's Ariel. Oh, who's underneath it? It's Lamb. It had to be. Well taken. What a great start. How often it happens when you have a drink and then you come back on and something happens in sports. It happens in all sorts of different sports, doesn't it? But Graham's deserved that. She's bowled with passion and venom. She's thundered in, as you say. Well done. And Lama had an idea earlier on that something was going to happen to her because the ball was following around the pitch for quite a while, wasn't it? So what a time to take a wicket straight after the drinks.
It's the number 7, Emma Marlowe, who is out, walking off the pitch, caught by Emma Lamb off the bowling of Phoebe Graham. She made 45. That was her 66th delivery of the innings. And now there really is an opportunity for Lancashire Thunder to put themselves in front in this game. Erin Burns, the overseas player, on her way to the crease, so it won't be easy. But if they can pick up this 4th one now, you feel Lancashire Thunder are just starting to make the inroads they need. And Emma Lamb was very happy with that catch indeed. It just looped up to her, the perfect one to get after drinks.
It's one of those that you think, great, and then as it's coming up in the air you think, oh no, I can't drop this one.
The heart starts going,
yes.
Da-dum, da-dum. You can hear it as the ball's coming down. But yeah, she couldn't drop that one and she didn't. So.
Good stuff. Anyway, Erin Burns, as I say, fresh from the Caribbean, with playing with Lauren Winfield Hill over there. Oh, that looked a fun tour to be on. I love watching the Caribbean girls playing cricket. They love their cricket. As Graham comes in, steaming in. Second ball, sensibly played from Burns. Forward defensive, old school.
Well-deserved wicket, actually, for Phoebe Graham, that one, because they've backed her this year, it feels, and she's bowled really, really well today. Okay, first over, Marlowe got her away a few times, but she's been the pick of the seamers today, and it feels like Lancashire Thunder, having been in and out in the previous season, went on loan to Western Storm for a game, for instance.
Nicely played from Burns off the back foot into the cover boundary. Morris has swooped, kept it to a single, so she'll be happy to be off the dreaded quack quack.
Yeah, we've seen one of those. For Holly Armitage has been inked in for 0. 117 for 3 the score goes to. But yeah, you know, Phoebe Graham, she was sort of in and out the side last year, struggling to get into it actually. But this year they've really backed her, and she's bowling really well as she delivers again.
Again, back foot defensive shot. She's got right behind the ball there. Thou shalt not pass.
A lot hinging on Callis and Burns then here in this partnership. Callis who defended that one.
So we've got a Dutch girl and an Australian girl at the crease. Multinational nature of cricket in England in women's cricket at the moment, generally, isn't it? It's an international sport. In comes Graham, back foot again, almost identical to the previous shot. Played with great care.
It does look a real struggle for Callis at the moment, though. She got a couple of boundaries away off Tatani. But they've very much been the anomaly within the innings.
Yeah, she's still on 14. Burns is just a single to her name at the moment. Takes guard, backward drive, Lamb again into the action, and she's having a shy at the stumps up there. Thankfully, backed up, no run. Great over from Graham. Well-deserved wicket. Almost a wicket made, and just the one from it. 117 for 3 wickets.
Sophie Morris is back. Sophie Morris is back. She's just exchanging a word with Hannah Jones there.
Yeah,
so it wasn't too long a break. I think she snuck back on at drinks there.
Snuck back on, as is her wont.
I'm sure the umpires were.
Yeah, maybe, potentially. Ground staff having a little party down here to our left, aren't they? A little it's like an end of season gathering. Yeah, good for them. I just hope that they're not standing there because they're expecting something to happen, because the covers are also to our left as well, behind the ground team.
Yeah,
but I don't think we're in any danger of that as yet, although it's still horrifically grey with not much sunshine and very, very, well, almost no blue sky.
But it just looks as if some of the Saturday club players from Southport and Birkdale have come down to have a chat with them here.
Datani is continuing the spell from the Grosvenor Road end. Left arm over the wicket. Nice straight driven towards Hannah Jones.
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because she did get a little bit of tap in the previous over to Tani, but the captain Rachael sticking with her here, showing some faith.
It's a good sign. Yes, because there's a new batter for her to have a go at, so to speak. She comes in again. And again Burns defends that one for no run. Threlkelt's covering her quite a few miles up and down to the stumps there at the moment. Still not tempted to stand up to Datani. Quite considerable distance back, actually. Datani into her stride. A little bit short, a little bit wider, and it's been punched out to the covers boundaries for a single.
Noticeable big stride back from Burns there.
Yeah, big stride for. She never strikes me as being very tall, but I think she's so slight that she is taller than you think. I don't know, what would you say, 5'4", something like that?
Oh, taller than that.
You think?
Yeah.
I'll stand next to her later and you can measure us.
She's taller than Callis, for instance. 118 for 3 the score.
Callis is crouched down there. She's punched that one out into the mid-wicket area for a single. She's got a very low stance, hasn't she, Callis? Bends the knees. Yeah, lots of chat in the field now from Thunder. You feel that their tails are up slightly.
It almost feels like this is the crucial partnership here.
Bit short from Datani again. Worries me that. She's punched it out to the point boundary.
Stayed on the off side of the wicket,
yes,
there, where it was more difficult to get the power into it. But yeah, you're right.
Slightly longer boundary, I think, over onto the...
I mean, if you look at the 3 boundaries that Callis has scored, it's 2 through mid-wicket and 1 through backward point, isn't it? Had to wait 13 balls for that first scoring delivery.
Here she goes. Oh, she's forced her back again. It's good bowling from Titani. Really is. Score's moved on to 120, still 3 wickets down. Those wickets being fairly crucial, one of Lauren Winfield Hill, Emma Barlow and skipper Armitage.
And Marlow.
What did I say, Harlow?
You made her,
oh,
you
do you know
her
what?
Off to Ken Barlow there.
Barlow, Harlow. Just because I used to play with a girl called Emma Barlow, that's what it
Did
is.
you?
She was a really excellent player in Appleton in the Cheshire League.
Oh, yes.
Top scored regularly for the league and for Appleton, and that's what it was. So shout out to Emma Barlow if you're listening. I never enjoyed playing against you because you always scored runs, but well done.
Nice club, not far from Warrington.
Warrington, that's it.
It's got quite a wavy outfield from memory, hasn't it? It's got kind of like, it sort of undulates quite a lot. It's sort of up and downy.
Do you know, I don't think I ever played her at her pitch. I was always not available, quite beautifully.
I mean, let's be honest, that could be confusing too.
It's a lovely little
but
village.
I'm pretty
though.
sure it does. Yeah, it's a sort of nice little village setting. Always got a good.
And
tea
Graham
there.
has kept the ball. She strides in. Oof, that was a definite edge there. No slip in place, unfortunately, this time. Jones recovers. 1 run. I wonder if Threlkelt's tempted to throw in a slip at this point.
The important details of the batters out, though, are that Lauren Winfield Hill made 50, Emma Marlow 45, and Holly Armitage was out for a second ball duck. Or no score.
Nice shot. Lamb's into the action again. She swoops, she throws. And the incoming batter semi-blocked the ball with the bat as she came in, but there was always a run there, but still great fielding.
And it certainly wasn't obstruction, because
the
reason it hit the batter was it wasn't hitting the stumps there. All
No,
going to the
coincidental. 122 the score. Part way through this over. Nice drive, not quite fully timed, had a bit of a tinny sound to it. No run. Straight to mid on. Showing the attacking intent there though.
I reckon Eve Jones will fancy a bat on this.
Ooh. Yeah, she won't be the only one, will she? Emma Lamb there in front of us. She'll be eyeing it up as well. Taryn Smale.
Just be hoping they keep the chase in check here, which it looks like they're doing.
Nice shot, beautiful. What a classic drive that is. Through the covers, gentle as you like. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous to watch. Erin Burns showing a bit of class there.
Another 4 to the total, 126 for 3. But you're right, it was just all
beautiful.
On the floor. It was nearly as good as Lauren Winfield Hill's drive to bring up her 50, which then led to her demise.
Oh, you've said it now.
So it won't happen now.
Graham. A little bit shorter. Burns still manages to drive off the front foot for no run.
Powerful, good check finish there from
yeah.
Burns. Another one who's be familiar with Eve Jones because they played together at Sparks.
A couple of Sparkettes. I think we commentated
last season.
Last year we commentated with Sparks, didn't we, down in Edgbaston, and they were both playing. It's a nice little flip through to mid-wicket. Single. Thrown in. A couple of bounces to Threlkeld, then has to make her way back again. Oh, helmet's coming on. Well, she's just carrying it back.
Yeah, we'll see. They seem to be keenly. They seem to be just contemplating where her bowlers are at the moment. Is Ellie Threlkeld, and yeah, she's just sort of having a check with the umpire there about exactly how many overs everyone's had. And Sophie Morris, who's back on the pitch, is going to come back into the attack here, Ali Byrne.
Perfect. Here she comes. Sophie Morris. Break off the field, for whatever reason it was. Can't have been too serious because she's straight into the attack. A few changes in the field being made by skipper. Tatani's come back into a short mid-wicket area. Morris is still sweeping this boundary to the right of myself and Michael. In comes Morris. And it is going out to Morris on the square leg boundary for a quick single.
Morris almost seemed to just pick up where she left off from that first spell with that first delivery.
Interestingly, Rachael is changing the field for Callis, bringing in a sort of sweeper down deep square leg.
6 overs, 18 for no wicket in her first spell, Sophie Morris, so very miserly then, particularly when you consider she was bowling in the power play too.
Oh, there's that sweep shot she's so fond of, and it's gone really, really fine this time. Good shot from Callis. She does like a sweep. 4 runs. Moves the total on to 132.
I really like the way the numbers change on this scoreboard.
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
It's like sort of, you know, in TV shows where they're kind of trying to show time travel, and the time travel machine does lots of different numbers all at once. They kind of jumble up. It sort of almost does that for a second and then settles back into where it's
sure, Morris is going to get hammered, but got away with it certainly. She picked out the fielder on the cover boundary, punched the back foot just for a single on this occasion.
So those 6, that's 2 overs worth of the 3 and over that Morris was going for in the first spell already. But I suppose that's what the boundary does.
Tani's back into short mid-wicket. Oh, wraps the pad, does Morris, and they've still taken a quick leg by.
This will be the challenge, is that they're going to have to score more quickly in these 4 overs here, and that will bring Morris's opportunity of wickets with the attempt to do that.
Very respectful forward defensive from Callis. No run. Score's still on 134. Getting a bit short, so that's pulled. Thankfully there's a sweeper down there from Thunder's point of view. It's Sophie Morris being kept busy again. 1 run.
Creeping up towards those 1,000 viewers at the moment, so if you do know another 40 people, let them know we're on, and we'll see. Oh, there you go, already up to 987, so you've already found another 20 or so of them. Right. So yeah, as I say, it's really good to have you with us here on Lancs TV, the Geo app. You're with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne, the Lancashire and Thunder captain, who's bringing you the commentary. Former Lancashire Thunder captain.
I was never a Thunder captain. Thunder didn't exist back in those days. I was at Lancashire and Cheshire, very different days.
They didn't have the Thunder moniker in those days.
No, never played in red. Always in white.
But somebody of considerable experience. that's what they say. Knows how to get a team together.
I know how to get the mums to make the sandwiches and who to drive the cars and who I can tap up to umpire, that sort of thing.
And speaking of putting teams together, I mean, is Eve Jones potentially one of the missing pieces that Thunder are looking for?
Oh, right.
Having come into the side now, we assume for more than just the 3 games.
I think she's definitely an asset as Jones goes for a single down to fine leg there, deep. Sophie Morris fielded that one. Yeah, she's a great asset. As I said earlier, she could do great things for the Thunder, I feel. Again, another sweep shot. And there is a sweeper in place for that. Great pick up on the run. Just for the 1 run. Yeah, Eve Jones, if she can bring a bit of stability to the top order, because you know we've been saying for a while, haven't we, that it does look a bit fragile at times, can be flaky. Somebody like Eve Jones with the development of Smale as well this season, Lamb, you know, you've got a very respectful top order there, haven't you? Another sweep attempt. Has she gone too soon?
You're just expecting the finger to
I
go up there
wanted
because it was Hannah Jones.
I wanted it. I was looking at the umpire, beady eyes, daring her not to give it.
3-6
well
for
bowled.
3 the score.
Dot ball. Yeah. And also, of course, if Smale and Lamb as Jones comes into bowl, nice shot into the covers for nothing. They brought in a short cover for that reason potentially. Yeah, as I was saying, if Smale and Lamb are hoping to push on with their England careers, then they're going to need people to be available for the Thunder in those times when England duty calls. She's used her feet beautifully there, and that's been taken. What a catch! I thought she'd beaten the fielder in the deep there, but no such luck. And it's Tara Norris, American international, as Mike throws his biro at me in excitement. Thank you, Mike. Good job. I've got my head guard on. Fantastic work there from the fielder. What a great bit of fielding there. And another wicket down. That's what the Thunder were wanting at this stage. And it's Erin Burns.
Yep,
dangerous Erin Burns.
Runs for Erin Burns today.
Yeah.
Looked to go over the top. She
I
did
thought it was
drive
gonna
it
be
nicely, but not out of the reach of Tara Norris, who takes the catch off the bowling of Hannah Jones again.
It's a good job it wasn't Tara Norris that was off the field on this occasion, wasn't it? Even though she wasn't off the field last time, and I said she was. Great bit of fielding.
At the start of the game, Holly Armitage saying, well, we've got back our best player in Lauren Winfield-Hill and our overseas in Erin Burns. They've both fallen victim to Hannah Jones. And Armitage herself out for naught against the bowling of Naomi Dutani as well after that first Jones wicket. So Diamonds have almost just lost wickets at the wrong time. It's felt, losing one after drinks in the form of Emma Marlowe as well. It's it just feels like it's stalling their innings, which could be progressing to a really, really big score. It's just kind of those wickets at the wrong time are keeping a lid on it at the moment for Thunder. 136 for 4.
And it's Langston, the young lady we were talking about earlier, former international, come back from injury last season, nasty old ACL, and started to find form again as Jones comes in. Give her first ball, and that's a Yorker right on her toes. What a great delivery to give a new bat. 136 for the loss of 4 wickets now. Very miserly over from Jones. So move into the 32nd over. Well, there's definitely a buzz around the place now.
Yeah, 31 years of age, Beth Langston now. She's made 4 ODI appearances and 2 T20 appearances for England.
Oh, it's gone again.
As the notes blow away. Again, I'll tell you what, I'll take the next ball and I'll let you go find those. As Ali Byrne departs to look for her notes, and Sophie Morris comes into bowler delivery, which is swung away on the drive into the offside. Another single there for Callis. 137 for 4 the score moves on to. We've had 30 overs of the innings so far. As Alison Byrne returns alongside. I'll go to the end of the over and then I'll...
Yes, please do.
You can take an extra one in this spell as Clark comes across and does just enough to prevent a run being scored, even though she doesn't gather cleanly on that occasion.
Yes, I've put phone, clipboard, water bottle on notes now. If it goes away now, then
Morris bowls again, and this one's defended into the leg side. Threlkeld, the wicketkeeper, comes to pick up, and there's no run.
I'll probably go with it.
Langston again, just settling into her innings. Yet to score, though. Be a big wicket if Morris can get it. She floats one up. Just induced a little sort of twiddle towards the leg side that didn't make contact.
Now I wonder if Langston's ever faced Morris before.
Another dot ball. Sophie Morris on her way, trying to add to the collection. Can't do so here because it'll be a single. Clark across, picks up right-handed, returns. 138 for 4. More applause from Hannah Jones up at mid-on, just to try and encourage her teammates, who fall silent as Sophie Morris approaches once more. delivers just back of a length, chopped down into the pitch, and that'll be a single out to the cover boundary. 139 for 4. The score will be at the end of the 31st over of the innings. 134. Another miserly one from Sophie Morris. She's bowled very well indeed.
She has, and I'm just looking at those beautiful trees in the distance there, Mike, and they're wobbling quite a lot, and the wind does seem to be getting up a bit. It's just not having the effect of blowing those clouds away as yet. But as long as they're not producing any wet stuff, we don't really mind too much, because the quality of cricket on show is fabulous. So if anyone's local wants to come down and support the Thunder, plenty of seats, lots of warm welcomes. Here comes Jones. Dot ball. Almost take it for granted now. Dot Jones. Nice straight drive, straight back to the bowler. Good lines from Jones.
Yeah, she's hit the spot again, hasn't she?
Yeah. Callis crouching low, and she sweeps again. And Morris is in chase. Sophie Morris, she's not going to get that. It's 4 runs for Callis. That seems to be a stock shot of hers down there. I'd like to see the stats on where she gets most of her runs, but I would imagine that's a very high scoring area for her in other forms of cricket as well. It's this 50 over version that we've got here today.
Long chat between Eve Jones and Ellie Threlkeld here. 143 for 4 the score. Just trying to prevent the boundaries. It's, as I say, already leaning on that experience of Eve Jones. Real surprise though. I mean, she seemed like the one who was kind of holding it together at Sparks, but she's made the move.
Yeah. Nice shot. That's out to Jones. Dot ball. Again, lovely easy drive out to the covers, single out to Sophie Morris. One bounce into the keeper, as you should as a deep fielder. Try and get it one bounce into the keeper. Make it easier, look after your keeper. She's not taking it off her toes and her head and her ankles and wherever. Again, well bowled from Jones. Forward defensive. And a great over. And the end of the over, 144. The loss of 4. A certain amount of symmetry there.
And it just feels at the moment there's been too many of those for the Northern Diamonds. You know, it feels that's gonna limit the final total at the moment. There's too many of those just sort of quiet little overs.
Yeah. She's got the water carriers in front of us there. Which of the two 12ths and 13ths is that stood right in front of me? Morris in again. Sophie Morris. Another dot ball from her. As I say, she does spear it in at those stumps. It's wicket to wicket for Morris. Again. Well bowled, Morris. Her teammates appreciated the accuracy of this little spell. Again, forces the defensive stroke.
Just probing away, isn't she?
Probing,
Morris?
great word. Yeah, she is. In again. Seemed to lose her action a little bit at the end then. And, it's been prodded down to the boundary for 4. It seemed like a nothing shot actually, and then ran away for 4.
It's well placed, wasn't it?
Yeah, down to 3rd.
Really
Scores
nice stroke.
moved on to 148. Yeah, she dropped her left arm then in the action a little bit, lost her balance. I'd like to put money on a dot ball here. There we go. Oof, not quite. Little edge through the vacant slip area. That's racing to the boundary. It's gone. It's absolutely gone. That was a nothing shot. It's so fast, isn't it, the outfield? 4 runs. 152. 150 up for the Thunder. For the Diamonds here at Southport against the Thunder.
You're going to have to excuse me for a moment because I've just dropped a pen in a very awkward place in relation to our bench, so it's going to be quite tricky to get this back, I think.
Okay, we've got a change of field there. We've got Mike climbing over a bench. And Morris is into bowl. Sophie Morris in again, a little bit quicker off the back foot there. She's taken a quick single to Lamb. Right decision because he wasn't quite going directly to Lamb. It's to her right hand. She had to reach for it somewhat. And at the end of the over, 153 for the loss of 4 wickets. 4 big wickets. Long Winfield Hill gone for 50. Armitage for a duck. Emma Marlowe and Erin Burns for 10. You're right, Mike. If you could see what I could see, guys.
Just about.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, luckily there's no commentary box camera
today. Thank goodness. It's just as well because I've got me silly. Those of you who are old enough to remember Crossroads, I've got me Benny Hill hat on because the wind was so strong. As Jones comes in again, first ball of her new over. Hannah Jones, dot ball.
Predictably so.
That's going to be her name, Hannah Jones dot ball.
She should get it changed by default.
It's amazing how many times her first ball of an over is a dot ball, actually. I'd like to do a stat on that. Another one. Yeah, very consistent. And also, she does come into bowl very quickly. She nearly caught us out again then, didn't she, Mike?
Yeah. Likes to just
Keeps
get on with it.
Third ball. She's gone for the strike. That's a really good little swoop around there in the covers. From Eve Jones. Yeah, she moves well in the covers, doesn't she? She's an athlete, isn't she, old Eve Jones? Hannah Jones into, but we've got Jones and Jones, Morris and Morris and Norris now, haven't we?
Yes. No run again, though.
Yeah. That's okay, we can cope. It's a great over from Hannah Jones. Swept down to that favourite square leg boundary just for a single. Beautiful throw from the boundary. 1 run, 154.
Yeah, it's going to be the back end of the innings where a bit of thinking is going to have to be done by Thunder because it's been mainly Morris and Jones who've bowled the bulk of the overs.
And it's blocked again. Cracking over from Hannah Jones. 1 off it. 154 for 4, moving into the 36th over.
And that means she's conceded 21 from 7 overs, so she's gone at exactly 3s. Sophie Morris was going at 3s in her first spell, slightly more expensive in her second, but she's only gone for 37 so far in her 9 overs. This will be her 10th here. But it'll mean that Sophie Morris and Hannah Jones will have all but bowled out, and then they'll be looking to find from the bowlers who've been a little more expensive some
hopefully bowling
some more overs
at the lower end of the order for Diamonds as opposed to the top order. And Morris comes in again, and she's joining in the dot party on the first ball and over as well.
And what's been particularly impressive about Sophie Morris's spell is the fact she did bowl in the power play as well. She bowled from, I think she came on in the 7th over of the innings.
She comes again. Oh, oohs and ahs from the Thunder girls. That must have been close. Past the outside edge. Callus is off. Off stump. Rocks back again. Punches it out to the cover boundary, just forward of points. 1 run. Brings Langston on strike, who Seems to have been out there for a while for her 1 run. Again, she's rocked back as well and punched it into almost the identical area that Callis had done the previous ball for a single. Scores ticking on to 156. It's good accurate stuff from Morris. It's a little dab down there, tap and run. Down to square leg. 1 run.
Just looks absolutely in her element here, does Sophie Morris, doesn't she?
Yeah, she doesn't look out of place. Doesn't look out of place. Came through the system here at Lancashire, through the academy, of course. Straight drive. Again, no run. That's a quick over and a very successful one. 157 for 4. Again, she's doing that 3 and over average that you mentioned.
Yeah, and I make that. She's just over that in the end, I think, just because of the boundary in that second spell. But she's completed her 10 overs for 40 runs in the end, so 4 and over. Sophie Morris has gone for, but yeah, very, very good spell of bowling indeed. The ominous thing from the Lancashire Thunder perspective here is that Callis is into the 40s now, 42. So if she can go on, then they will inevitably get to a very challenging total here. But if they can get Callis out, then they really are through.
In comes Jones, a big swish of the bat, and that could even be... Oh no, 1 bounce 4. What a great shot. What a great shot. Amazing strength. Yeah. Yeah, can't underestimate these pair. Got some shots in the bag, haven't they? I love another straight drive, but that's really well stopped, but at what cost? I think that hit Jones on the ankle, potentially.
So on to 46 with the boundary.
She's running it off. 46, yeah. 1 shot away from that 50, potentially. Yeah, Jones is just taking a moment, not quite running in as eager as she was the last ball. Hands on hip slightly. In she comes. Straight drive. Somebody out there on that boundary for that shot now. 1 run. Takes score onto 161 and Callis onto 47 runs. Brings Langston on strike. Still only got 2 runs to her name. In comes Jones. A bit quicker. Straight drive. Jones decides to use her hands to field this one. A little bit less painful. In she comes. Another straight drive. In town gets Phoebe Graham very well. Dot ball. Jones is poised again, getting her balance, setting herself. Ooh, wraps the pads. They've run a quick leg by there. And at the end of the over, 162 for 4. Sorry, Mike.
Just a big thudding sound off the pad there, wasn't there, from that delivery? But again, miserly stuff from Hannah Jones. Okay, conceded the boundary over the top, but it was a very good bit of cricket to send the ball.
Yeah, and while the ball's in the
bowler's head.
Yeah, there's more chance of getting a catch. So, although it was a great shot, sometimes the spinners will say, oh, they don't mind it too much because they've got more chance of getting a wicket at the end of the day.
Well, that was the downfall of Erin Burns, who was the last player out for 10. She was caught by Norris off the bowling of Hannah Jones. Hannah Jones' other wicket was Lauren Winfield Hill. Bowled the first ball after she brought up her half century for 50. The other 2 batters out are Holly Armitage, bowled by Naomi Ditani from her second delivery without scoring, and Emma Marlowe's first ball after drinks for 45, caught by Emma Lameth, bowling off Phoebe Graham. We're going to see Tara Norris come back on here. Very expensive in her first spell, 19 her 3 overs went for.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. The umpires and skipper Threlkeld were in deep conversation about something.
I think Threlkeld seems very concerned today about the numbers of overs her bowlers have bowled, and just kind of thinking about how she's going to get through it. She's got 3 left for Graham. Norris, who's starting now, has 7 left. Fee Morris has 7 left as well. Sophie Morris is bowled out. Another 2 for Hannah Jones. Naomi Datani has 5 left if they want to use them.
That's clarified it. Left arm over into the right-handed bat. She's dabbed it down to the 3rd area for a single. Brings Callis onto strike, nudging towards that magical 50 mark. I'm sure the Thunder will be keen to stop that from happening, and Threlkeld's very subtly moved Titania a little bit squarer. Norris to Callis, there's one more towards that 50. She punches it out into the point boundary. .165 the score here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. The Roses match, Lancashire Thunder and the Northern Diamonds. Rachael Heyhoe Flint, 50 over match. Come on down. You'll be definitely welcome with open arms. Norris into her stride. And she's gone for the big hit there. It's wrapped the pads, everyone's gone up. Meanwhile, Northern Diamonds have taken a leg by.
Pleading there was Norris. I think
Wasn't
having
she?
struggled in that first 3 over spell, that would have been the perfect start to this one. But couldn't convince the umpire in the end.
Yeah. Sometimes the older ball is a little bit easier to control for the seam bowlers though than the brown shiny one, isn't it?
2 more for the half century for Callis.
Nice straight drive for no avail. Phoebe Graham gets down very well for a tall player.
Reminder, Lancashire Thunder won the toss and chose to bowl here. Don't know if that was a thought that there's could be a shower at some point today. At the moment the clouds saying high and things beneath it staying dry. But also I think they wanted to know what they were chasing.
Norris taps it down. It's a fine leg. They're going to looking at going for 2, but fielder kept it to a single. Sophie Morris down there at the boundary. After a very economical spell of bowling. And Norris is really doing well this over, isn't she? It's tightened it up. And she comes. Butter's taken a big swing at that. What a glorious shot through the mid-off area. Even the long legs of Phoebe Graham couldn't catch up with that. Great shot. Great shot from Langston. Score moves on to 171 for the loss of 4. Callis is left hovering on 49 at this point.
Yeah, so we've had 37 overs of the innings so far. Another smooth drive there, this time from Langston. But she's been made to wait for her opportunities to score as well, and it's been steady going right throughout this Northern Diamonds innings. Of course, if they win, they go to the top of the table. If Thunder win, they keep their hopes of getting into the top 4 going.
That's edge down to Lamb. But, backward point again.
The good thing about this competition this year actually is it has been very competitive, and it does feel like any side can beat any other side.
There's been some good signings as Jones comes into bowl a second ball, and it's dabbed out to mid-wicket for a single. And that is the 50 for Callis. And you can probably just heard the little cheer of appreciation from the Diamond players in the pavilion to our right. That came along, crept up on us, that one, didn't it? It's all those little sweep shots down to the boundaries, done it. Well batted. Callis.
Just a little raise of the bat in acknowledgement.
Right, can Jones do it again? Oh, she very nearly did, you know. Last time somebody got a 50, she bowled her out next ball. That was a good ball from Jones, good recovery.
Yeah, Callis had taken the precaution of bringing her up with a single, hadn't she, and getting to the other end. But yeah, Langston's edge nearly found straight after the 50.
Oh, well bowled again from Jones. She's wrapped Langston on the pads there. She's tried to go for a big shot through mid-wicket. Slightly leg side. Wraps the pads again. It's going down leg on that occasion. Half-hearted appeal. Well bowled. Jones comes in, delivers. Big stride from Langston, but she couldn't pierce the field on that occasion. Eve Jones, in safe hands of Eve Jones. Seems strange saying that as a Thunder player. I've only ever commentated on her when she's been a Sparks player.
It's odd that it was a big coup for Sparks, wasn't it, when they took her the other way at the start of this regional setup. That felt like the player they'd sort of got from one of the KSL sides that they were going to sort of build their team around, and they did build their team around, and relatively well as well. But it's, you know, kind of for Lancashire Thunder to get Eve Jones back with those 1,000+ runs in this competition under her belt, that feels very, very important for Lancashire Thunder to have a player of that quality coming in alongside Lamb, who's already gone past the 1,000 runs mark, and the young talent of Smale, and of course more experience with Morris.
Into ball, gone for the sweep again. Unsuccessful on this occasion and loses her balance slightly. In fact, given us a wide. 1 to the total of the Diamonds, 173. Norris reaches her delivery stride. Big hit, big hit, big hit. Ooh, and it was a great effort to get there. She'll be annoyed though. Morris is a fantastic fielder. She got 2 hands on that, saw it early, moved quickly, got the hands on, and then it just bounced out. She's not happy. I would have bet my house on that one going into hands.
Just couldn't get still, could she? At any point, she was always on the move there, Morris.
Great effort.
And that's what cost her.
Taken runs to boot.
175 for 4. Disappointing for Tara Norris as well.
Defensive shot, follow up. Yeah, Callis was a bit lucky there. That previous shot, she chose the wrong fielder. Very lucky.
A reminder, the voice you're hearing there is Alison Burnt, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, alongside myself, Mike Perkins, on the Geo app and Lancs TV.
Norris is steaming in. Oh, again, it's gone through to Morris on this boundary. She can have a job cut out to cop this one. No, she can't get there. She's showing her frustration. She's ultra frustrated. The little boy's run off with the ball. Eventually decides to give Morris the ball back. That's put a smile back on her face. She's usually there, to be fair.
Yeah, it's been a torrid over for Fee. Morris couldn't hold on to the catch and then couldn't get to the chase there, and then had to explain to the youngster that we might need that ball back.
Different youngster to last time. He's not as well trained as the other little boy. Bit younger.
He thought it was finders keepers there.
Yeah. Shouting to his mate, "I've got a ball here." Meanwhile, back to cricket. Tatani's been sent out to support Morris on this boundary, and they've brought in the mid-on fielder on the single in the ring. Oof, that's a quick, handsome throw, Kelt. Has that been given as a wide? Yes. Another wide, unfortunately. Not helping the cause. Score has suddenly jumped up to 180. Norris comes in again. She'll be steaming. It's gone leg side again. This time it's beaten Morris down at fine leg boundary. She's having a bit of a field day, is Callis. And Langston between them. Callis has swiftly moved from 50 to 60. Not over.
I should as well say, as well as having the 1,300 or so on Lancs TV too, we've got 2,500 of you on Lancs TV as well.
Well, there
of course
you go.
We're split across the two channels as well.
Another 30,000 would be nice.
And 353 of you have hit the thumbs up button there as well. So thank you very much, because as I say, it does help people find these streams.
Keep pressing those buttons.
And if you want to subscribe, you'll be made aware of whenever we're broadcasting here. So good to have you with us.
Norris hoping for a dot ball. Oof. Ooh, little edge, and it's gone. It's gone for 4. It's gone for 4. Nothing went right for Norris in that over. Very, very unlucky. Very unlucky. 188, 16 off the over.
It's a terrific interest in this Roses clash, and little edges like that feel as if they could be the thing that sways the game one way or the other.
She's not escaped yet. Of course, there was a wide, so she's still got another one to bowl.
It's been a tough day with the ball for Tara Norris.
Well, I remember being here one year watching her hit 6s and nearly winning the match for Thunder at the end. You never know. Oh, and again, and another edge. I don't believe it. Another 4, same spot, same mark. Oh, that's an unlucky set of balls there.
Well, there's absolutely nothing she can do about that, really, is there?
192 for 4 after that very expensive over from poor old Tara Norris.
You know, the dropping short and getting pulled for 4, you can admonish yourself for that one, but that little edge,
2 of them,
well, 2 in a row down to fine third, I mean, there's nothing you can do, but it's been very helpful for the Northern Diamonds onto 192 for 4. Yeah, Norris now has gone for 46 from her 5 overs, so Lancashire Thunder might have to come up with another plan from that end of the pitch now, because if even the edges aren't sticking, then there's a big problem there, unfortunately.
Well, the only downside for the Diamonds at the moment is that the physios are on for one of the batters. I think it's Langston, is it? Taking a bit of attention there.
I think it's a tactical break, this one.
Do you reckon? You're very cynical in your old age, Mike, aren't you? You really are. We never had all this in my day. Physio coming on. What are you on about?
I've watched a lot of these cricket matches.
Really?
And these are the sorts of things that tend to happen.
You've just scored 20-something off an over. Why do you need the coat? Yeah, no. Bit of D-piece on the back.
Chance for Emma Lamb, though, to get a tablet on board as well. Obviously, we know she's had
it's a long day if you're carrying injuries, isn't it? 50 overs in the field. Have you got any little niggles?
Yeah, well, we know Emma Lamb's had the problems with her back.
Yeah.
So. But who knows? It could just be a little salt tablet, something like that. There's all sorts of things now. As a little butterfly flutters past from to the advertising hoarding, and Alison Byrne will bring you this next over here from Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones, and she comes, left arm. She advances down the pitch. It's fielded by Phoebe Graham. Stops it going for boundary, but can't prevent a single.
So another 10 overs Lancashire Thunder are going to have to find after this one. That will be interesting to see where they go.
Another straight drive. That's dug out from Callis, who's swiftly moved from 50 to 68 after a series of edges. Jones, a bit fuller, dug out beautifully, actually, dug out, and it's gone for 4 again past Morris. Fee Morris is under the cosh at the moment, slightly down here in front of us.
Yeah, it's quite a
4 runs. It is
short boundary today. The rope's in quite a way here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and that was guided nicely away for 4.
No power at all involved, just pure placement. But could be the same for the Thunder. Nice little dab. Lamb's in really quickly there, super fast. No run, and she's holding the pose, waiting for the bowler to get ready to take the catch.
Langston not doing badly here, but just feels a little stuck. At the moment.
And of course Callis has been doing a good job of keeping hold of the strike. Another plays it right under her eye. Oh, it's a misfield there, and it's going to go through underneath the fielder for 4 runs. Oh, and this little period of play has proven expensive for the Thunder.
That's the 200
it
up
is
as well.
Yeah, that brings up
with
the
200.
200.
201 for 4.
In the 41st over. Still approximately that 5 and over mark we were talking about earlier. So the Diamonds have not really run away with this per se, but they've had a bit of luck last couple of overs, which has really skewed the scoring slightly. In comes Jones. A little bit short, gone for sweep. Didn't get hold of it this time, and Sophie Morris sweeps up. And that's the end of the over.
They switched at the end of that over. Phoebe Graham, the tall figure at mid-off, who they usually have there, I think just to sort of make it look a bigger hit to try and go over the top with the smaller figure of Datani.
Good spot.
Just to get down to the ground.
201 for 4.
So that's the end of Hannah Jones' spell. 37 for 2 from her 10 overs. So both Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris, the 2 left-arm spinners, going for less than 4 and over in their spells. But now Lancashire Thunder have got to find another 10 overs here from their remaining bowlers. Fee Morris is the first one they go to.
Of course, previous to her back injury, would have been able to call upon Emma Lambert. She's not been bowling as yet, has she? And I think that's another factor in these things. I don't expect her to bowl
I'd be
at all
surprised
today. She won't
to
bowl
see
today.
Emma
I'm
Lambert
pretty sure she won't.
bowl
I think
much in the remainder of her career now. I think that back injury might just have been the end of that, because why would you when you score as many runs as she does? Clipped away in front of square, off the boundary, from behind square comes Alice Clark. There is one more to the score, 202 for 4. It moves on to Langston with the single. She has moved on to 10 now.
And Morris has changed ends, of course.
Bowling now from the Grosvenor Road end and driven towards the Grosvenor Road by Stair Callis, who is on to 77. 203 for 4 the score with that nicely struck on drive. Langston again, facing up to Morris, who yorks her as she advances down the pitch there. Well bowled by Fee Morris now. Just wipes the hair away from her brow. She might be quite glad to have the ball in her hand and not to be having to chase it round the rope at the moment. Datani's come to do that duty now at mid-wicket, as we say. Alice Clark fielded the ball earlier in the overs at backward square leg. We also have a long on as Rachael sharply down the leg side, takes the ball, takes the bails, but the one thing she can't prevent is the wide. 204 for 4. So all the fielders back on the leg side, bar the fielder on the 45, which is Sophie Morris. In comes Fee Morris to deliver. Turned leg side, scampering in is Alice Clark from backward square leg, keeps it to 1. Does well, and that is the thing that bringing the rope in sort of hampers a little, is the ability to take 2s and 3s. On the offside, then we've got a fielder at third, a fielder at backward point, a fielder at quite far round actually, extra cover, one at cover on the boundary and one at mid-off, as this one is hit over mid-off and will go for 4, will it? Yes. Beats Tara Norris, trying to scamper across from mid-on. She got round well actually.
She
to
did. She
so
nearly got
far,
it,
but didn't get to the ball because it looked for all the world as soon as it had cleared Phoebe Graham, who's found herself back at mid-off, that was going 4-4. It does eventually. 209 for 4 then, the total. You with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne on the Geo app and Lancs TV. So this one's driven nicely along the floor, and it'll be successive boundaries for the Diamonds, and this is exactly what they're going to look to do in the last 10 overs. 213 for 4 the score. That one disappears through extra cover, and they will try and cash in these 6 wickets now for runs. And we said Stair Callis was looking ominous when she was in the 40s. She's on to 85 now, and she's guiding this innings for the Northern Diamonds.
It's been a really, really good innings, hasn't it, from Callis? Loves the drive, loves the sweep. Runs quickly between the wickets. So, yeah, she's proven her worth to this team, hasn't she, the Dutch international?
And when they lost Winfield Hill for 50, Emma Marlowe for 45 and Armitage for naught. They might have thought that chance of the total was escaping, but the fourth batter to come to the crease was Stair Callis, and she's now 85 not out, 213 for 4. Needs a little bit of assistance now from Langston. She's either going to have to get Callis back on strike, which has been the tactic so far, or go a little bit bigger. She just assesses her options now to Phoebe Graham with ball in hand from the Harrod Drive end of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club here on Trafalgar Road, as this one's driven towards extra cover, well, wide mid-off really, as Datani got round from mid-off to just get a hand on the ball and prevent the 4, but needed Alice Clark to go and fetch it. Allowed 2 runs, 215 for 4.
Yeah, it's a shame Datani didn't get down to that, but I don't think it would have mattered anyway. They would have, I think, got a quick single there.
I mean, this could end up being below 250, or this could end up being 300 here.
Yeah.
As Graham bowls down into the pitch and whisked away on the pull for a single. 216 for 4. Just sort of had to guide it at the last moment there, and that kind of took a bit of the pace off that previous stroke.
Yeah, you just sense that this is make or break time for this innings, don't you, Mike? It's like Thunder are like, oh.
Certainly with Callis on 85, assessing her options.
If I was Therocals, I'd be a little bit anxious at the moment, to be honest. What to do?
If Callis stays in, somewhere up towards 300 does seem on here. But obviously they're going to have to go at kind of 10s to get there. In comes Graham, bowls to Callis, who's just clipped it away behind square, very fine. It was a good pair of hands on that from Sophie Morris, which just took the pace off it. 2 more to the total, 219 for 4, 87 to Callis's name.
Morris did well to get a hand on that, saved 2 runs at least.
Yeah.
Jones was really quickly around, wasn't she? Backing her up, the twin sisters.
They've switched positions here of the fine leg who was in the ring, or the 45 really, goes back down to long leg, and then Hannah Jones comes from third to short third now as Graham charges in again. Bowls back of a length. There's an appeal for LPW there, but I think it's very high, and it's really hurt Langston.
Definitely not her legs.
Who's in some trouble here. Ali Threlkeld offering a little bit of sympathy now, although she was appealing for a wicket moments ago. 218 for 4 it remains. Langston.
That'll hurt. Graham's pacey.
Callis regaining her composure here. Here comes Graham again, charging in. A nice straight line ball as quick as she can, but she's been driven back past her. Got long on out though, so it's just the 1. Callis will keep the strike though, or she will get to the striker's end for the next over. There's still 1 ball in it, in fact, as Langston sees the switch made again between third and 45. So it's now 45 on the leg side who is up in the ring, third back on the boundary. 219 for 4. And in fact, third's going to come up as well, and they're going to send long on back, because that was a fielder who'd come in there. So it's long on back, mid-wicket back, cover back, and there's a backward square leg as well. This one's pushed to cover in the ring, so no run. Dot ball. Eve Jones picking it up back in that old Red Thunder.
Interesting period of play we've got now, with Threlkeld having to, struggling to keep up with all the field changes there, because she's juggling her pack a bit, isn't she, with the fielders?
Yeah, well, it's almost one of those fields that kind of has to react every ball now to what the batter's intention is. As we say, yeah.
No, I feel 250 is well within their reach.
Oh, they'll easily get 250.
Easy.
I think it's just how much past it they go, really, isn't it now?
Oh, I think Callis is taking a bit of time there, catch the breath. I think the ice pack will be on at the interval. They are taking their time here, the Diamonds.
Morris just moving Norris a little wider. Fee Morris this is, who's bowling. Sophie Morris has already tidily bowled out, conceding 40 runs from her 10 overs. Here comes Fee Morris again. Flicked leg side. Datani will pick up. Thrown into Ellie Threlkeld, who gathers for the loss of only 1 run. 220 for 4. And Morris again will bowl into the pitch, flick round the corner. Sophie Morris will have to go and do the fielding for her namesake. Fee Morris is delivering this over. 21 for 4. Diamonds needing boundaries every over, which is what gives Thunder a chance to pick up some late wickets here. As Morris bowls, flicked off the toes up towards Norris at long on. So another single conceded takes Callis on to 90. 222 for 4. Flicked away on the cut from Langston. 223 for 4. The score moves on to with a single. As Morris comes into bowl, and there's an appeal for caught behind.
Big appeal.
The umpire unconvinced. Threlkeld and Fee Morris liked it, but less keen was the umpire. Stair Callis remains there on 90. Taps the bat. Fee Morris tosses it up. Driven up to long on, where Tara Norris will pick up the ball. 2-2-4 for 4 then, Ali Byrne. Your thoughts at this stage with 43 overs gone?
43 overs gone. I'm a bit anxious, to be honest with you. I've been a Thunder, a Lancashire former player myself. Obviously, my colours are truly red. So I just think these two batters look very comfortable. It doesn't seem to matter where Threlkeld puts their fielders. They're finding the gaps with regular ease. And of course, there's only 4 wickets down, so they've still got batting to come. So this could be quite a big score. Having said that, we've said already that it's a decent batting track, and of course Thunder have boasted their batting ranks with the acquisition of Jones. Smale's in form, Lamb's in form, so equally we could find this to be, as the groundsman had projected, a big scoring game.
In comes Graham, and he's whisked away round the corner. How much bat was involved there, we'll find out in a moment. No signal from umpire Jasmine Naeem, so it will go on to that Callis total. Stands at 91 now. 224 for 4. Brilliant to have so many of you with us on Lancs TV, Lancs TV 2 and the Geo app as well. And you've got a real game to enjoy here. Here's Phoebe Graham. Bowls. Hit into the leg side. It was uppish for a second from Langston, but only 1 goes on to the total as a result, and it drops short of the fielder. Langston just needs to find a way to score a few boundaries here and catch up a bit of that strike rate, you feel. She's sort of 12 off a strike rate of 100 at the moment. Here's Callis on 92. Drives powerfully down the ground, but long on will get round again. No. Tara Norris has overslid it, and it's gone through for 4. She's disappointed with that. 230 for 4. 96 Callis moves on to. It was a well hit on drive. It probably deserved 4, but only got it after a piece of slightly poor fielding there from Tara Norris. That will frustrate Thunder, who are just trying to keep her grasp on this total. Phoebe Graham bowls down the leg side, wide ball, 2-3-1 for 4. You heard the exasperation from Phoebe Graham there.
It's a sloppy period of play, this, isn't it, really?
These periods of play, they really can be the difference between sort of winning and losing these games. Here comes Graham again. I'll get that note that was just passed to you in a moment. Ali Byrne, as this one is defended by the advancing batter in the form of Callis. So, dot ball there for Graham. Precious at this stage. As here comes in comes Phoebe Graham again. As that one is played away into the offside by Emma Lamb. Just the one taken. As the total advances to 2-3-2 for 4. Callis now with her career best score in List A cricket, which is what we call the various forms of 40 and 50 over cricket, and even 45 over cricket. As that one's in the air for a long time as it's clipped into the leg side. Callis goes through again. On to 97. 2-3-3 for 4. So, on the brink of a first century in List A cricket. Long chat with Langston. There's not a lot to say though, really, other than
keep going, mate.
Well, and just go as hard as you can.
Give me the strike. Keep getting those singles and give me the strike.
It's a go-hard job here, isn't it?
Yeah.
6 wickets left, but Lanks just seeming to slow things a little in terms of the scoring there from Northern Diamonds. But they'll be looking to go after Fee Morris here. Down the track, clipped leg side. No run on offer for Langston. She's on 18.
Yeah, I wonder if Norris's bowling is changing Threlkelt's mind about who to bowl the last few overs as well.
Morris around the wicket now to the right-handed Langston, who turns it leg side off the back foot. Gets 1. That's
backed up.
Bounced really horribly for Ali Threlkeld. In fact, it's not bounced. It's probably the better way of putting it. 2-3-4 for 4. Throw from Clark from the boundary. Be after a few runs today. Here comes Fee Morris again. Round the wicket. Prodded leg side. Tatani's going to have to come all the way off the rope. And does so successfully in the sense that she prevents the 2. 2-3-5 for 4.
Ooh, I see
Callis has
food.
98.
Sorry, Mike, I got fairly distracted by the food heading our way.
It's
two nice
that
ladies.
Time in the afternoon, isn't it?
It is.
Well, we are getting a bit packish, so yeah. Flicked away leg side. Across comes Alice Clark from backward square leg. And that's the 100 partnership as well. Brought up. So, round of applause for that. 236 for 4 the total. Moves on to with the single.
Excellent. What a partnership this has been for the Diamonds. We were fearful of the opening partnership being the one that was going to cause all the danger, and then 4 wickets down the line, it's this partnership that's doing the damage.
Yeah, they must have thought when they got the wicket of Erin Burns with a score on 136 that might have been the most difficult bit, but this one's pulled away firmly. Alice Clark does very well at backward square leg again on the boundary. 2-3-7 for 4. Callis on to 99.
Yes, she'll be feeling a little bit nervous despite the confidence she's shown throughout the innings. It'll be her first century in this competition.
In In comes Morris around the wicket, turned leg side again. Again, it's Alice Clark having to do the running. She must be puffing a bit this over. 2, 3, 8, 4, 4. Langston with the single goes to 21, so Callis will have to wait that little bit longer for the chance of 3 figures. I'm sure we will have many of her family tuned in amongst the 4,000 or so of you watching this game who have been throughout and have been enjoying your Sunday entertainment here. A Roses contest between Lancashire Thunder and Northern Diamonds, and Stair Callis on the brink of a century that I'm sure will be rapturously applauded from her
soundly
teammates.
applauded.
But she's not there yet. And this game vital in the context of the competition as well. If Northern Diamonds win, they'll go to the top of the table and all but end Lancashire Thunder's hopes of qualification for the top 4 as Naomi Datani picks up at mid-off. No run. I mean, it's been an outside chance for a long time that Thunder will make that top 4, but we will see how they go.
Everything to play for both teams, though. Still, it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Oh, that's a full toss. Attempted slower ball, I think, from Phoebe Graham. She got it wrong. It's a no ball and it's a free hit for Beth Langston. She missed the no ball, which she'll be slightly disappointed about because that was a chance for a boundary in itself. But it came out so slow, I think it's understandable. She swung through it before it got there. 2-3-9 for 4 then.
Of course, they're not allowed to change the field, are they, for this ball? So it is as it is.
Naeem does the lasso sign. It's bowled short and slow and hit high, and away it goes. No, it's just been brought inside the rope by Seren Smale, who I've not seen in about 15 overs, I don't think, but she's picked that one up there, coming round from back with square legs, so she's done well.
And she did very well not to go for the catch and potentially miss getting the boundary ball.
Well, I
actually
good. Thought it had gone between the two fielders who were converging on it for a moment. It appeared as if it had on that railway side of the ground, but they just keep it inside the ropes. There's a kind of green iron fence on the far side as well. Cut away and no run. And once again, Callis made to wait, as she was at the end of the last over when Langston got the single, and then the pressure here on Stair Callis. Already got a career best List A score, but she can make it a 3-figure score, 100, a century, the most prized asset of a batter. And she gets the chance here to carve it away into the leg side. And the rapturous reception comes from the Northern Diamonds players. The applause comes from the spectators here as well, and from the Thunder players, and Alison Byrne, the ex-Lancashire and Cheshire captain as well, it has to be said. A fine, fine innings from Stair Callis. Takes the score to 2-4-1 for 4. She has 100, and she takes off that helmet to celebrate it too.
Yeah, good moment for her. And for Dutch cricket.
Here's Phoebe Graham. Slow ball again. High over the top from Beth Langston. Bounces just inside the rope. No, it doesn't. The hands go up from Jasmine Naeem to signal 6 runs. 2-4-7 for 4, and we know Beth Langston can do this. She's played within herself, I think, during this innings. It's been a bit of a struggle so far, but she gets the slow ball and she hits it for 6.
Amazing shot. It's almost like Callis getting her Turner's lifted the shackles a little bit.
This is the difference you get in women's cricket. You're not allowed the 5 outside the ring as you are in men's cricket, so it does change the complexion. There's always one up, and at the moment it's mid-off.
Wow.
Although Langston was trying to guide that down very fine past third and didn't get any bat on it. I think it was a sort of last-minute decision in the end when she realised she'd misjudged the flight of that one a little bit. 2-4-7 for 4 then is the score. A thought from Alison Byrne.
Well, my thoughts are that I think the straight shot here is a nice shot to play, even though it's because it's especially this end. I think it's a much shorter boundary here, isn't it? And the boundaries are, when you look at it, thinking back to the last time we were here, it was about 10-15 metres further back.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. There's no twos, very rarely, there's no threes at all, unless there's a misfield. And potentially sixes should be easier to hit. Now, I'm right in thinking that's Diamond's first six.
It is, yeah. I think
so. They haven't, thinking about it now retrospectively after I've had a little panic about it, I think that Thunder will make just as good use of this pitch as they have in terms of shot making possibilities. Saren Smell's no stranger to a six. Lamb's been known to hit a few.
Here's Datani back into the attack.
Oh!
And caught at cover. It's a really good catch by Saren Smale, I think, away at cover, and she's done really well to get round to that off Naomi Datani, and it brings to an end that magnificent innings from Stair Callis. 247 for 5. The applause came really as she got the three figures, and it's sort of almost a bit of an anti-climax now that she's out caught at cover, but it was a fine innings indeed, and that applause will start to rise again as she walks towards the boundary.
Datani surprised her with the pace then. It seemed to come at her a lot quicker than she was expecting. Played it a bit late and leant back a bit and up it went. But what an innings though. Well played, young lady.
She batted very, very well, did Stair Callis. Takes the helmet off once again to sit down with her teammates who will be congratulating her throughout. But that's their highest score in List A cricket, and a very fine innings indeed. But Datani back into the attack, starting that little spell of bowling, which will only be 2 overs long, in perfect fashion there, by getting the wicket of the Centurion Stair Callis. It was very well caught in the end by Saren Smale. I'll bring you the full details of that innings in just a moment. Callis, 100 runs in 95 balls, 100 minutes exactly, which is a nice little quirk. She hit 17 fours before being caught by Saren Smale of the bowling of Naomi Datani. Excellent innings. Excellent innings.
Well bowled Datani.
Langston, who's hit the 1/6 of the innings at the non-strikers end.
Here we go.
Fraser's come in and has clonked the first one through wide mid-on the pull. She was forced to lean back by the pace.
I thought she'd found a fielder then.
But she just got plenty on it, and as I say, it was a real clonk, wasn't it? Brings up the 250 for Northern Diamonds for the loss of 5 wickets, 4 more to the total.
Well, she nothing to lose here in having a big swing. Short boundaries, both ends, all around the ground.
We were saying at the start of the last 10 overs they could end up all out below 250 or get near 300. It looks like they're going to end up in the middle, although Catherine Fraser's got other ideas, because she's pulled this one. It bounces just short of the rope for me, and the umpire signals as much. 255 for 5, so 4 more onto the total, but Fraser has hit her first 2 balls for 4.
How to make an impact.
I suppose she will have been sitting there knowing what she's got to go in and do, so she will have almost been psyching herself up to go and bash it, and she really has bashed it.
And you do get value for your money for your shots here, don't you? It's a nice evenly paced pitch, solid, coming onto the bat beautifully, short boundaries, fast bowlers to play off. You're not having to create any pace here, are you?
Quick lush green outfield as well, as Datani bowls to Fraser, and this time prevents her scoring a boundary. She drives it up to long on, but will add to the total nonetheless. 256 for 5. Langston then. She's had a strange sort of innings, kind of been playing in the shadow really of Callis. 28 from 39 so far, but she's just hit a 6, and she guides this one down, looking for a way through to the boundary at third. Only picks up a single due to a tumbling stop. 257 for 5 the score moves on to.
Yep. That's a big score. It will be by the time they've finished, I'm sure.
Fraser still thinks there's power to add in this over. Tatani runs in, looking a little bit lengthy of stride here, but delivers a good ball. And it's a dot ball. And what a strange over that was, because it began with the wicket, and that brought in Fraser.
Some fireworks.
A couple of boundaries, but there we go. Such is the plight of somebody bowling at the death, as they say.
Yep. Well,
and it has been tough for the seamers in this game.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? All of them have struggled along the way.
Norris has gone at 9s, 46 from her 5 overs. Datani has now gone at 6s, 36 from her 6 overs. And then Phoebe Graham's probably been the pick of the seamers, but even she's gone at 5.2. Hannah Jones then, she's kept. Yeah, this can't be right. Hannah Jones has bowled her 10. So
I think they're just checking this. The umpires have got a grip on this, Mike. They're coming together. I think umpire Nazim's
she's definitely bowled her 10. We know
talking
that,
to Jones at the moment.
Because we read out her figures of 37 for 2.
Yeah.
Which are very tidy indeed. So if you could squeeze a couple more overs out of her, that would be great. But I don't think it would be very fair. So they're going to go for Fee Morris instead, whose 6 overs have cost 43 so far.
Yep, she's taken off the trusty cap. She's making her way over. Jones is going to have to scuttle back to her original fielding position. I think she'll be praying she's not being put on this boundary, to be fair.
Well, it was noticeable a lot of times, a lot more than you usually see from Ellie Threlkeld. She'd been to the umpires to ask who had what, because she was trying to. So it's clearly been just a bit of a struggle keeping track of it today. But the experience of Eve Jones, who of course won the double with Lancashire and has now returned for a 3-game loan spell, which I think we expect to be extended, it's fair to say, into a more permanent deal. Certainly a big shock. She's been so synonymous with Sparks as this one takes a leading edge. It goes to Hannah Jones. The bails are whipped off, but not in the nick of time there. And Fraser regains her ground. One more to Langston's total. That's on to 30. 258 for 5. It just sort of looped, almost as if there was going to be a catch. Then there was almost going to be a run.
You run out. Yeah.
And in the end, it was a single to the Northern Diamonds. I think Thunder will fancy this chase today. Those in Lancashire Red will be quite happy with the position of the game.
The top order will be licking their lips to have a go at this pitch.
Bowls and dug into the pitch there by Morris. Sweep from Fraser, doesn't connect. Dot ball as a result. Here is Fee Morris again to whirl away around the wicket. Bowls and it's hit high, and this could be caught, but bounces short of Tara Norris, who's had one of those days, frankly, where just nothing's quite gone for her, and that didn't either. 259 for 5. Of course, she had a brilliant day against Vipers last year when she hit a ball on the tennis courts and salvaged a tie for Lancashire Thunder. As this one Yorks the advancing Langston. Good bit of bowling from Fee Morris.
It's not too late for her to have a brilliant day today,
it's
either,
not,
is it?
it's
Let's
not.
be right. We're not even halfway through the battle yet.
Although we imagine the scoring will predominantly be left to the likes of Lamb, Jones, Smale, you would imagine. But yeah, Tara Norris could play a part. Worked around the corner here by Langston. Picks up 1. Didn't get as much bat on it as she would have liked, but does take the single. 260. 31 to Langston. Fraser has 10. 2 4s from her first 2 balls. Facing up to Morris now. Looks to go high again and goes high into the hands of the cover fielder, Eve Jones, who makes her first contribution to the scorebook since rejoining Lancashire Thunder. And she takes a comfortable catch. 260 for 6. Fraser, after an enterprising 10, which included 2 4s from her first 2 deliveries. She's out looking for another boundary there. And that's exactly the right thing to do at this stage of the innings, isn't it?
She's done her job.
Abby Glenn on her way to the wicket next.
Yeah. Very entertaining little cameo from Fraser there. But you know, when you see some people under a catch, you get a bit wobbly and a bit nervous. As soon as you think it's Eve-Jet, and you just see the way she looked at it and just went, "Oh, hands out. Yeah, it's fine. What are you all worried about?" You just confidence, isn't it? It's just.
I mean, it was a straightforward.
Oh yeah, but
let's be honest.
They're the ones you drop, though.
Well, that's true. That's true. We've all seen it happen, haven't we? Beth Langston back on strike. She has 31. Abby Glenn's come to join her. Now, I thought the new batter was always meant to face first ball, but it's the end of the over, so that's the only time it doesn't happen, isn't it? As Naomi Datani bowls into the pads, and there's no run. Emma Lamb picking up there from backward point. She'll have a big role to play with the bat, as will Fee Morris, who's on the other side of the pitch at mid-wicket. Got a fielder out at deep cover as well. And back to the mark goes Datani, pacing in now. Waiting for her is Langston, trying to get into that baseball position and club one away. But
he's thought about it,
went wide of the off stump there and a little too wide for the liking of Naeem Ashraf. And 2-6-1 for 6. The score will move to with the wide. Nice idea, just not quite executed well enough. Here comes Datani again. Heel to toe, in she comes. Bowled short of length and clubbed away into the leg side. And every time somebody's gone short of length from this Grosvenor Road and they've been clubbed away for 4, I think it's a tactic that you have to be very, very careful with indeed. 2-6-5 for 6. We are into the final 2 overs here, but Lancashire Thunder just have to make sure they get out of them with a total they can chase.
I can't believe that's a tactic from Datani, because she's been battered every time it's happened. I think perhaps it's just a technical
thing. I think she's just
she's
looking for the very back of a good length. And so when she strays behind that, she's in trouble. In she comes again, delivers fuller,
better length,
and is hit up to long on. Norris there gathers, returns on the bounce. Luckily there's a fielder backing up, because Datani didn't look particularly interested in picking up that return, it has to be said. 266, I'll make that. With the 1 to the total.
Yep, it's just ticked round for you, Michael.
It's almost like I willed it to do
Indeed.
It's almost like I was in that film, The Men Who Stare at Goats, and where they think they can change the traffic lights.
I've never seen that one. Have you made that one up?
No, it's I think George Clooney's in it. As Naomi Datani comes in, bowls around the wicket, and it's played out to deep cover. There will be another single, 267 for 6. The total moves on to I think it's an adaptation of a John Ronson book about the CIA had thought they experimented with mind control programs in the 60s and 70s, and it's called The Men Who Stare at Goats, because they used to think they could make a goat have a heart attack with the power of their mind. Of course they couldn't. As Langston flicks this one away into the leg side. Morris comes round, won't get there. 4 more to the total. 271 for 6. And that was a nice stroke from Langston.
I hope you're not, into worrying goats or anything like that, because as soon as I finished here, I'm going to the animal sanctuary I volunteer at to put the goats to bed. Did you know that?
Oh,
yeah.
That's nice. Well,
I thought you were actually. I thought you knew that, and you were having a goat.
No. I'll keep the CIA away.
Leave the goats alone, please. Thank you.
But I don't think they were ever very effective. I think they tried it that many times that a couple died of natural causes, but other than that, they weren't very successful. Datani bowls flicked into the leg side. Across comes Alice Clark at backward square leg. 1 to the total. 272 for 6. As the more senior player, I'm surprised that Fee Morris hasn't just gone to Alice Clark. Do you mind if we just swap? Because every time it gets hit towards mid-wicket, it goes for 4. Every time it goes to backward square leg, the backward square leg fielder has a chance. So I think she could have swapped.
I think that's her position. She's sticking to it. She quite regularly fields in that post, doesn't she, for the Thunder, and beautifully fields in that. It's one of those days when
it's one of those days where the boundaries are in 5 yards. And
and you just got less time.
3 yards away from every ball.
Can't cut off the angles as easily, etc. It's coming at her quicker, etc., etc. No, I don't think she's the type of player to shirk.
No,
either,
definitely not. Definitely not. She's one of the best, Fee Morris, and she's on to bowl off spin around the wicket, rather into the arc though in the end of the swing of Langston.
That was a shot.
4 more.
She's got some power in those arms, hasn't she?
Clubbed down the ground by Langston.
Langston's in the 40s. She's nearly on her 50 after this really slow start she had.
45 now, 49 balls. It shows how quickly you can catch up if you can find the boundary. 276 for 6. How close will it get towards that 300 mark in these remaining 5 balls? Langston again goes down the track, again hits it hard down the ground, and again gets 4 from the
Norris.
Unlucky Norris, who's won this competition. She's just won the 100. She's a very, very good cricketer indeed, but she's not had a good day in the field. 277 for 4, and the total, in fact, will move on 3 more from that up to 280 for 4, and it will be 49 for Langston, who just clips it over in the air for a moment towards Sophie Morris, but bounces in front of her. And with the score moving to 280, Beth Langston makes a very fine 50 indeed, showing that international class of those 4 appearances for England back in the day. She's 31 years of age now, and she's definitely still got it. 281 the score moves to, and 50 for Beth Langston. Round the wicket comes Fee Morris, hit hard, up to long on, and Norris gathers this one on the slide, and she will be relieved about that. Keeps it to 1, 282 the score moves on to. Do make sure, we're approaching an innings break, but make sure you join us for the second innings of this game to see if Lancashire Thunder can chase it. But there's still power to add for Northern Diamonds, and they'll add 4 more with a fluid stroke from Langston, who moves her strike rate past 100 with that as well. 54 now from 52 deliveries. And that was a very, very well struck shot from Beth Langston. We'll bring you the full details of her innings. 50 coming up in 75 minutes of 51 balls. 5 fours and a 6, and she adds another 4 now with that clip through the leg side. Takes the total on to 290. Fee Morris takes a cap. She's another of the Thunder players who's had a real struggle out there today. It's been tough for Lancashire Thunder, and they end up with 290 for 6 as the score to chase. So they'll need 291 to win. Do make sure you rejoin us for that chase. Quick thought from Alison Byrne, and then we'll run you through the scorecards very quickly.
Well, I'm really excited to see what Thunder do with this total, to be honest with you. I think it's well within their capabilities. It's whether they believe it or not that will be key to this, isn't it, really? But I do believe they've got the players to do it, and I hope I'm proven right.
Yeah, we will see. They will have Eve Jones as one of those players. They'll have Seren Smale as well, who has just been called up by England. The class of Emma Lamb will likely be involved at the top of that order too. We'll see exactly what Ellie Threlkeld does with the order shortly. Do make sure you rejoin us for the chase of 291. Just to run you through the scorecard then, Lauren Winfield-Hill and Emma Marlowe opened the batting for Northern Diamonds. They put on a score of 95 for the first wicket when Winfield-Hill was out, having just reached her 50. She was bowled by Hannah Jones. She batted for 67 minutes, in fact, 60 balls, hit 6 fours in that 50. Holly Armitage out second ball to Naomi Ditani without scoring. Then it was Emma Marlowe who was out with a score on 116. She made 45, was out first ball after drinks, caught by Emma Lamb off the bowling of Phoebe Graham. 20 more were added to the total by Erin Burns and Stair Callis, who come together. It was Burns who was out, caught at mid-on by Tara Norris off the bowling of Hannah Jones. Stair Callis was the mainstay of the innings, and she was joined by Beth Langston, who the pair put on more than 100 together, taking the score all the way up to 247. Callis was out, caught by Seren Smale off the bowling of Naomi Ditani eventually, but she made that innings in 100 minutes exactly. Her century came up from. She faced 95 balls and hit 17 fours. Langston then was joined by Catherine Fraser, who hit a couple of boundaries in an enterprising 10 from her first 2 balls, in fact, but was caught looking for another by Eve Jones off the bowling of Fee Morris. and that left Beth Langston to complete the innings with Abby Glenn. Abby Glenn was not out for 2. Beth Langston made 58 off 53 balls eventually. 76 minutes she was at the crease. She hit 7 fours and 1 6. The bowling figures very quickly. Tara Norris 5 overs 46 for no wicket, no maidens in that either. She went at 9s. Phoebe Graham 10 overs for 52. She picked up 1 wicket. No maidens at all, in fact, in any of these bowling figures. Sophie Morris 10 overs for 40, bowled very tidily indeed, didn't pick up a wicket but was very economical. Fee Morris 8 overs 64 for 1 in the end, including that last over where she got a bit of tap. She did pick up that wicket though. Hannah Jones 10 overs 37 for 2, and Naomi Datani 7 overs 48 for 2. So those are the Thunder bowling figures. With the bat, they will have a chase of 291. Do make sure you rejoin us on the Geo app and Lancs TV.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA. 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the done over last year. Some of the saying they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All well kept, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Surf, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's ready for what a moment. She don't play.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen Sedbergh.
Fine shot, it's 2 runs, it's a winning hit, on comes the crowd.
monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you all.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players. Haha.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side, and it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was 87 we were touring, so just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a ship.
The Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I've worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And did you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham.
Yes.
That hotel on the first floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I think, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room, and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary, because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, you know, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, you know, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp. And I remember first 4 days, there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket then, 1 test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
In-swingers to the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, you know, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, "You want to bowl at Javed Mirdad?" I said, "What? Javed Mirdad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to."
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan and suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team first 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Mirdad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these test, Ramiz Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would well, it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to
I
even
was
bother
too
about
young
it.
to even bother about. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
flat, no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full. And everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Mirdad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in
Mudassar,
yeah, well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to. Go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan were in the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally?
Yes.
Or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Mirdad, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah, I
Tunbridge
remember.
Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wells. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel? Just
down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a room
I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, "You have 6-year contract." So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you can't
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But
and
you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because there was cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl this outswing, then suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side and said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you, in the nets?
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays...
That's an issue with his desk.
Hello everybody, welcome to Trafalgar Road, Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, where Thunder will require 291 for victory in this match against their local rivals, the Northern Diamonds. Alice Clark and Emma Lamb have come out to the middle to open the batting. Alison, I think we're going to enjoy watching this chase.
Well, yeah, it stages set beautifully here. Emma Lamb, the experience of Emma Lamb and the relative inexperience of Alice Clark, who I've never actually seen bat before, so I'm really excited to see how she performs. Slightly surprised Eve Jones isn't opening the batting at this stage, but isn't it great to know that we've still got her in the locker? Fantastic. Looking forward to it, of course. Short boundaries, good wicket, everything to play for.
Yeah, quite some asset. As we say, she's already got a 50 in this round of competition as the bowling is started by Erin Burns.
Uninterestingly,
from the Harrod Drive end. No run from the first one.
Interesting, they've started with spin. They've learned from our innings, potentially.
Burns bowls again to Clark, who just dabs into the offside and picks up a single. First run of the chase. So just another 290 more are required for victory in this this game, which, well, it'd be quite a chase, really. Given, I mean, it's as good as one a ball, isn't it? It's 10 short of that, but it's going to be a difficult task here, and it was late runs, particularly from Langston in the end, that got Northern Diamonds there. That one turns down the leg side. That'll be another helpful one to the total. 2 without loss. The score moves on to. It was Clark who interestingly faced the first ball. Lamb now facing up. Again looks to turn leg side. Took a bit of Lamb on the way through. No run on offer.
I wonder how much this opening pair are expecting to face spin in their first over. I suspect not.
Yeah, I think it maybe is a case of what would they least have liked to face, as that one turns down the leg side as well. So 3 without loss. So a bit of a mixed over here from Erin Burns. Of course, it was the seam that Lancashire Thunder started with, and it was an expensive first over of 10, then 8 from the second, and the 7 from the over that followed. Another one turns down the leg side, or another 5 from the over that. So it left it 23
Giving
without
us a
loss.
wide.
After 3 overs in the first innings of this game. So another 1 to the toe, 4 without loss. Erin Burns just struggling with her line in the early stages here. Here's Burns again. Forces the bowler back, the batter back into the crease. Defends it away for no run. And it will be one that's just got away down to fine leg for 4 runs, or 4 wides even. So 9 now the total, and it's been extras which has contributed to that. He just sort of snuck away that, really, out the grasp of Lauren Winfield Hill.
Certainly did. After having my very first attempt at keeping wicket this summer, after all the years of playing, I can realise how difficult it is when it goes down the leg side when you're a keeper now.
And this one's dabbed away on the cut by Emma Lamb, who will be feeling better about that one herself as well, because that gets her going. So what was looking like being a miserly first over has now cost the Northern Diamonds 13 runs.
Wow, how things can change in cricket.
I've just seen a few hands go out as if to test whether we are getting any rain from these clouds above. As this one's turned into the leg side now by Lamb, picks up another single.
Oh yes, definitely raining.
So 14 without loss. I think that's your cue, Alison Byrne, to get the tarp out. So I'll turn you down for a moment whilst you do that, because that might make a little bit of sound on the mic. Rachael Slater looks like she's going to have the second over of this innings, so she will be bowling seam up. So that'll be sort of a more conventional method of bowling for this period in the innings. Reminder though, the chase 291 for Lancashire Thunder to win this game against the Northern Diamonds. I think the interesting thing about Alison Byrne and the tarp here might be the fact that it's rather windy, so it could be an interesting experience getting our rain cover over the equipment here today. But 14 without loss, crucially the score from the first over, so the off-spin tactic has rather backfired, and it could be something of the reasoning in why Rachael Slater has got involved at this stage. She bowls a ball which is defended out into the offside, and that's a dot ball to start with from Slater to Clark. Clark with 1 to her name that she gained in the first over with a neat little single into the offside. And in comes Slater again. Left arm over the wicket. Grosvenor Road end, which is where the left arm has struggled from actually in the first innings. And there will be a single taken as the tarp has been deployed. So well done to Alison Byrne there. 15 without loss, the total moving on to with that little single worked away. Slater again at the back of her run. Left-handed Clark to face up again as Alison Byrne returns after some sterling work getting the tarp out there, as that one's played into the offside and Erin Burns is able to pick up. No run on offer again.
I have my uses, Mike. Very few and far between.
But tarping is one of them, clearly.
I brought the covers on, so to speak.
Yeah, it very much is like a cricket cover, this, actually. It's doing the job anyway, although the rain is very, very light at this stage, if at all, as that one is prodded into the leg side. No run on offer. Been a very, very strange summer.
It's more like a parachute now, to be honest, Michael. Might need to wait down a bit.
I think we're just going to have to hold on to it. We've got water on either end of it, water bottles on either end of it, which are doing a pretty
So the good
decent
people
job.
of Southport, if you see a strange woman with a headset on floating around, you'll know it's me. Here
comes Slater, driven into the offside. Armitage there with the fielding. No run on offer again. And the left armers have struggled from this end in this game, but they seem to be doing rather better. Or in this first over anyway, Rachael Slater's doing rather better. As she approaches once again from that Grosvenor Road end, delivers, and it's just worked into the leg side. Another single on offer.
She looks a busy player, does Clark, doesn't she? She's quick off the mark. She's finding her singles at the moment.
And they clearly want to have a good look at what she can offer with the bat. That's clearly the idea behind getting her up the top of the order for these games at the end of the season. Because I mean, look, it's not gone yet, but even before the break, I think there was a feeling amongst Thunder that they were going to struggle to qualify in the top 4 this season. So it's the it's a case of just trying to learn something, I guess, from these remaining games.
And also, of course, you've just pointed out Clark is a lefty as well, so we all know the benefit of a right-hand, left-hand combination for the batting side.
It's Clark to face again. 16 without loss. Erin Burns bowls, and it's glided past the slip, perhaps not entirely intentionally, and it will go for 4. So Clark moves on to 6. Little punch of gloves with Emma Lamb. They'll take those 4 runs gratefully, because it moves them on to 20 from the first ball of the third over of the innings. They need to be at 23 by the end of it to match where their opponents were. Burns again. I think enjoying bowling to the left-hander more than the right, it seems, as she floats this one up. It's prodded towards Slater, who's in at short mid-wicket, despite the fact she's bowling at the moment as well. Marlowe's one of the fielders out the circle at the moment. We also have one back at cover as well. Clipped leg side. It'll be Marlowe's job to come round and pick this up at backward square leg eventually by the time she gets to it. Returns to Lauren Winfield Hill, and another 1 to the total, 21 without loss. Reminder That means there's another 270 required for victory here.
On the note, you might hear the children playing in the background, one of whom is Erin Burns' little boy, thoroughly enjoying his time in Southport.
Certainly is, as this one's played away into the offside for a single by Lamb. So that goes on to 22 without loss now in this third over. Nice cream van jingling away in the distance as Burns bowls to Clark, pushes into the offside behind square, picks up another single. And 23 without loss is where we will finish at the end of the third over, exactly where we were in the first innings of this game.
And yet it does seem to have been less dramatic, but there you go. It just shows you that accumulation of runs, if it's done effectively, can be as effective as big bash bosh.
I suppose it was the wides really in the the first over of this game that's contributed a great deal to it. A little punch of gloves between the batters, and they are enjoying their work so far. As we feel like we're a little bit on a bad camping holiday with this, this start here at the moment.
Like to stay in this tent for very long.
But it's doing its job. It's doing its job. In comes Slater. Left arm over the wicket, flicked into the leg side.
And in the ministry of interesting run-ups, Rachael Slater's certainly got an interesting one, hasn't she? That little hop, skip and a jump in the middle.
Yes, there's some weird stuff goes on in the middle of it, isn't there?
I can relate. My run-up was notoriously weird.
What did you do in the middle of yours then?
I think I did quite a normal run-up, and then I had a massive jump before the delivery stride, which people
Slater jumps and bowls, and this one's played into the leg side for a single, in fact for two. Clark keen to get back, and does get back.
She's quick.
Very alert to the opportunity of a second there. Takes the score to 25. I think just wanting the strike there as well, as much as anything.
Oh, it's Clark's really pushing it for these ones and twos, isn't she?
Yeah, she's
sensibly so.
Looking to progress that score. Get a little boundary down to fine third. Uses her feet this time and clips neatly into the leg side, and that'll be a much more satisfactory boundary for Alice Clark there. Really used her feet well, got to the pitch of it and just manoeuvred it into the gap on the leg side and away for 4 runs to the straight mid-wicket boundary.
Beautiful. What's Slater got up her sleeve now, I wonder?
Well, we're about to find out. Has a little skip in the middle of the run and then delivers a ball which is right onto the middle of Alice Clark's defensive bat. 29 without loss.
She's had to wait for some of these opportunities as Alice Clark, so no doubt she'll be relishing the opportunity and to bat on such a fantastic pitch with a great partner at the other end of the wicket to guide her through it.
It's a big nod of confidence to be put in there before Eve Jones and Seren Smale today, so she's going to try and make the most of it as she goes back defensively and defends to Holly Armitage, the Diamonds captain, at cover. Didn't score today, but she's certainly going to contribute, probably with bat and ball. As here comes Clark again. Slater delivering, and that one is just played down to slip. Soft hands in the end from Clark, but she was clearly beaten by the delivery first time up. The rain seems to just increase a little bit in intensity here at Southport. You're probably not even seeing it on your screens just yet, because it's been so light, but it's just, we're just starting to feel the drips a little bit, aren't we, Alison Byrne?
Just a little bit. However, we are in... Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Just a big blob on my nose as I spoke.
There you go. So yeah, it's that stage of the day where we were expecting either the shower at 1 or 2 o'clock, and it seems to have come in the 2 o'clock hour. So we will wait to see how that affects the game, though, because the chase is 2-9-1 at the moment. Beth Langston's going to come on. Half century with the bat, and we were saying she also picks up wickets, so let's see what she does with this ball in hand now for the Northern Diamonds in this Roses contest. Bowled and glided down to third. Katie Levick there with the fielding. One more taken off the bat of Emma Lamb. 30 without loss. Lamb on to 7. Clark has 14 already.
Good start from Langston. Right on the money. That side off stump.
Voice of Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain alongside myself, Mike Perkins. You're either using the Geo app in India or watching Lancs TV on YouTube, and it's brilliant that we've had so many of you with us today, as this one is bowled short of length. It goes down the leg side. Across goes the wicketkeeper Winfield Hill, but her glove was short of the ball, and another couple added to the total there, I think, in the end. As Clark remarks her guard. 33 without loss, the score. We're in the 5th over of this reply from Lancashire Thunder. They need a quite considerable target today of 2-9-1 to win this game. Here is Langston bowling. Played into the leg side. Seems to take quite a lot of pad there. Batters were alert to it and ran through. And the knee of Jasmine Naeem is tapped to signal it was indeed a leg bye. 34 without loss. The total moves on to.
Yeah, the ground staff were hovering near the covers, but good sign is they've moved away, stepped away from the covers fairly confidently.
Still feels like it's spitting a little bit as this one's cut away nicely by Emma Lamb. It was a classic sort of Emma Lamb stroke, that one, really. Just eased back into a crease and then eased the ball away to the boundary at backward point for 4. And she moves on to 11 into double figures, 38 without loss. The chase 2-9-1 on what the feeling was from the ground staff, from both the captains at the start of this game, was a good batting track, and it proved that for Northern Diamonds. In comes Langston, bowls a ball that jumps through into the gloves of Winfield Hill. No addition to the total, though. As Langston continues her spell from this Harrod Drive end of the ground, and she's going to bowl a ball that's prodded out into the offside, and no run on offer there. 38 without loss.
Interesting that we felt that Diamonds had got off to a stonking start, but Thunder are well ahead of the game now.
Yeah, well, it was those first 2 overs for 18, really, wasn't it? It was the 10 and the 8 that gave that impression. Well left by Lamb, just leaning forward and then exaggerating the stride by lifting the arms. That's the end of the over. 38 without loss. We've had 5 overs so far, so they're well up above that 1 a ball tally. Alison Byrne,
they
who
are,
will
in fact,
bring you the commentary for the next 10
just
overs.
looking at the comparison, Diamonds with 28 at the same point of the game compared to the Thunder's 38. So we move into the 6th over, and thankfully for now the rain seems to have decided to go away, which is brilliant news on all levels. As we wait for Armitage to set her field, she's just making a few adjustments, calling people forward. I don't think they've quite seen her. Right now they have. As Slater continues from the Grove Road end.
With this distinctive run up with a little skip in the middle of it.
Love it. Into Clark, who moves her feet, uses her feet, but she's well forward. Ooh, unlucky. She's given. It's LB. She's got to go. It's not England. You don't get any double checks. So
interesting decision, that one.
She's
a
come
long way down the
down,
pitch.
Long way down.
Which usually puts an umpire off, but the feeling was it was out, and Alice Clark's been given.
Yeah, it's a tad unlucky, given that she'd come at least 2 strides down the pitch. Yeah, difficult to give from that position, but you know, it's possible, and clearly it's been given. So the long-awaited approach of Eve Jones, back on home turf, so to speak, after previously captaining this side.
So Sarah Smale, after the England call-up, will be at least down to number 4 today.
Yep.
Which, given how well she's been doing in the run-scoring chart, seems a little strange, but there we go. I suppose you can't have everyone open the batting if you've got 3 or 4 openers, and they clearly wanted to have a look at Alice Clark, and let's hope they continue to do that for her sake, really. But yeah, 436 runs for Sarah Smale. She's yet to come in. Eve Jones, top run scorer in the competition, though, with 483. And as I say, she's getting 2 bats in this round as well, which is
yes,
might be helpful to her ability to get to the top of that particular chart.
Slater's got another left-hander to bowl up in Eve Jones. Takes a little look around the field, see where the gaps are. Starts off with a solid forward defensive.
In fact, who knows, Holly Armitage, she didn't add to her tally of 435 today, and is down in 5th position, I think, in that run scoring chart. Yeah, 5th position, and it might have a few things to say about having 2 bats in this round of cricket for Eve Jones.
Yeah, true. Bolly McGrew. In stride Slater. Into the left-hander again. She forces Jones to defend rather than look to attack at this point.
You have our colleague alongside us has pointed out that Sophia Turner is on at first slip at the moment, who's the sub-fielder.
Right.
Which is interesting. Former Lancashire Thunder player, of course.
Of course, yeah. In we go, Slater's again. Again, defence from Jones, safety first at this stage. The 3rd ball. Yeah, there's some work being done on the ball over there. These white balls don't keep their shine for very long, so I'm told, never having played with one.
There's all sorts of complaints about the white ball.
Is there? Oh.
Yeah, doesn't swing.
Doesn't this, doesn't that.
Gets dirty too quick. Doesn't stay hard. All those sorts of things.
I don't understand why they don't just play with the red one then. What's the point? Oh, look at that shot. Oh, sorry, I was so busy listening to you. I missed that glorious shot. 4 down to the point boundary there. That's to Eve Jones' class. And off she goes.
Yeah.
Off and running for the Thunder.
Underway again in all red of Lancashire, and feels like we're going to be seeing plenty more of that. 487 for this year's competition now. She moves on to.
Slater's in again, hops her way in. Jones dabs it down for no run on this occasion. She's looking for the overthrow. No. Good calling.
She's never actually had a year where she's passed the 500 run mark, so that might be on her charts.
Well, if she gets an extra innings in, she might just do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's 13 away from that now. We do obviously play a little bit more now, but her scores in previous editions have been 440, 224, 299 and 334, so that's a total of 1,297 coming into this year's competition. And then, as I say, she's added another 483 to that in this edition, the final edition of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, at least in its regional format, let's put it that way. I think the competition more likely to change its name as the T20 one for sort of sponsorship reasons and that kind of thing.
We've got Langston from the Harrod Drive end. The score on 42 for 1 at the end of the previous over into come with their right arm seam. Well, again, Lamb's quite happy to leave them in that dangerous, what they call the corridor of uncertainty. Shall I go? Shall I not? Shall I stay? Shall I whatever? No, I'll leave it and I won't get out that way. Until you leave one that takes your off peg away and then you look like a bit of an idiot, but never mind. Good line from Langston. She comes again. Oh, she's thrown a short one in. It's gone slightly down the leg. Umpires doesn't seem keen to give a wide at this point. Well taken from Winfield Hill behind the stumps there, reliably.
So yeah, in terms of total Eve Jones runs across all editions, with the 4 she's added today, she's up to 1,765.
Some going.
So it's quite a signing for Lancashire Thunder.
In comes Langston. A little bit shorter. She's cut it for 4. That's a glorious shot. Classic Emma Lamb at its finest. Great shot.
And it's important to remember Emma Lamb also has gone past the 1,000-run mark in this edition of the competition, and obviously has been away with England a little bit as well, which has taken a few runs off her personal tally. So she went past that in a match winning 71 against the Sparks, actually, earlier in the season at New Road.
Takes the Thunder to 46 as Langston continues with her over. In she goes. Oh, and she's beaten the outside edge there. Great bowling. Winfield Hill's laughing at that. She knows how close it was. So does Lamb. She's allowing herself a wry smile at the stumps there.
Yeah, it was almost as if she went, okay,
yeah, should
good
have
ball
left
that
it like
one.
the other two.
Good ball that one.
Yeah, very good. Good contest this. Lamb's ready to pounce. She's left that one. Langston's clearly on her mind here.
She's been very deliberately forward when leaving today as Emma Lamb. She's sort of, very deliberately gone forward and then really raised the arms as if to kind of almost emphasise it to herself as much as anything. Reminder the chase 291 today for Lancashire Thunder to win this game.
Langston off a long run up. Defended by Lamb. Lamb's drawn a little bit straighter. It's an excellent over from Langston, apart from that one slightly looser ball wide of the off stump that Lamb gobbled up and hit for 4. That's good tidy stuff considering the nature of this game to date. It's been a high scoring one so far, and at the end of the 7th over, Thunder are 46 for 1.
Yeah, so already approaching that 50 mark, which will be the first crucial milestone in the pursuit of 291.
Still ahead of the scoring rate. Diamonds were 35 at the same stage, but crucially they hadn't lost either of their openers. As Diamonds are continuing with Slater. And she comes, plays it down to leg. Does Jones, and she'll pick at 1 for that. If not 2, no, settles for 1. Oh, it's gone for 4. I don't believe it. She didn't hardly touch that. And that is a 50 for the Thunder. That's coming quick, smart time, hasn't it?
Has indeed. Nicely touched away behind square on the leg side. And Eve Jones already on to 8.
I was convinced that ball was just going to die on the pitch, and it just gathered momentum and went. Amazing. In comes Slater. Eve Jones stabbed that down again into short point area for no run.
I'm not sure. I don't think you can.
Yeah, just turn that one away, did Eve Jones for a second boundary. And she's looking like she's never left that all red of Lancashire really at the moment, even though she's only very early stages of her innings.
Slater bounces away in. A little bit shorter. Jones has managed to pull that slightly for 1 into the onside. Sort of cross between a pull and a straight drive, that one. The score moves on to 51. Brings Lamb on to strike. think she's seen an awful lot of Slater's bowling as yet. Now's her opportunity.
Already more than 2,000 of you back with us across the Blanks TV channels.
Moving her feet as Lamb gets in a big stride to Slater. No run on offer. The physios are on already. Oh, the 12th, bringing on a hat, bringing on a helmet. Looks like Winfield here might be tempted to stand up at some point. Yeah, I think she has. She's got the helmet on. She's seen Lamb take that double, rather large stride forward, and she's stopping from thinking twice about doing that in the next ball. As Slater comes in again. This time Lamb doesn't take quite as large a stride, still gets it away, but no run.
Yeah, it's been a quick start, but it's actually felt fairly sedate. It's been a strange one.
It hasn't felt like a very quick 550, has it really? It's just been it's gradual accumulation, with helped by a few extras in the first over or so. Slater's coming in, distinctive stride of hers. And that's cut, and that's going to go for 4 down the hill. What a shot from Lamb. Beautiful stroke for 4 runs. As soon as it left the bat, you knew that was going to be a boundary. All along the carpet. Brilliant shot. Takes the score to 55. So, at the end of that over, we are on 55 for 1. The end of Slater's over. Good one for Thunder.
Yeah, it's gone well, and the Northern Diamonds players just considering what to do here, because all of a sudden what felt a good total is looking like it's going to be a difficult one to defend, but it does rely on the innings continuing to progress at this pace, which is a big if at this stage.
It certainly is. We saw how quickly things changed in the Diamonds' own innings when a couple of wickets were lost, and then changed again towards the end of the innings. So long time to go yet. Langston in, and Eve Jones just gently defends off the back foot for no run.
Yeah, as I say,
the crowd's filling up a little bit more as the afternoon progresses. A few people dribbling in after their Sunday lunches.
she's just settling in, but at this stage looking like she's never been away.
Again, defensive play. Good bowling from Langston. She's made a good positive start to her bowling this match. Yeah, it just makes you wonder how good, without that serious injury she would have been. What a terrible shame. But you see a lot of women's sports people getting that horrible injury nowadays, isn't it? I wonder whether it's the amount of sport they actually play, these athletes. Down the leg. No, nothing given. Not interested.
A hopeful appeal, really.
Winfield Hill had to move quite a fair old bit down the leg. I'm surprised if she didn't hit it why it wasn't given a wide, quite frankly, but there you go.
Perhaps a little flick off the thigh guard maybe
Possibly.
was the saving grace. It was well taken anyway by the tumbling Winfield Hill.
Orange shoes, you can't miss her in the dark. In comes Langston. Again, it's down leg this time. She's definitely got a bat to it. It's gone down to fine leg for a sneaky little single.
Katie Levick there picking up. She'll definitely have a part to play on a pitch that seemed to have favoured the slower bowlers so far in this game.
Just a little adjustment for the field for the left-right hand combination. It's always a nuisance as a fielding captain, keeping tabs on that.
The wind just picking up again, ruffling across our commentary position once more.
You can hear it.
So we're right out on the coast here at Southport, so we're sort of in links golf country, if that makes sense to you, which is generally where it's very wet and windy in the winter.
Oh, left again. Well done. This is such a good battle between these two.
Yeah, it feels like neither
Game
batter
within a
nor
game.
bowler wants to
Game
give an inch
within a
here.
game. These are the little cameo battles that you like to see in cricket. Just wonder who's going to come out on top.
We're in that strange situation where it's both raining and sunny now. But there we go. I presume we're due a rainbow at some point.
To Lamb, and Lamb's gone for that cuss shot again, and she's missed it. Can't have missed the outside edge by very much. What a battle these two have been having. And it was a very good over from Langston. Just the one run coming off it, and that in the context of the game is almost. In fact, I don't think we had a maiden in the first innings, did we?
No, none at all. No.
So that's the nearest to a maiden we've seen today. And we're into the 59th over of the match.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a, you know, it feels like it's a sort of somewhere around one a ball pitch, isn't it? So that's probably indicative of that. Very difficult to stop the batters scoring today, and the ropes are fairly short for this venue as well, so that also contributes to the task of trying to stop the runs being scored today. 2-9-1 the chase.
Slater continues to be our 5th over of the innings to date. She hops away in again, and that's played beautifully into the mid-wicket area for a very, very sharp, quickly taken single. Well backed up there because the throw was a bit wild coming in from the mid-wicket fielder. I think it was Erin Burns. No, it wasn't Erin Burns, she's on the other side. But good running there. I could feel the rain starting to drip, drip, drip in front of us.
Yeah, it's just starting to get heavier, isn't it? But it's still very slight at this early stage.
Doing a great job with the tarp, by the way, Mike.
Well, we're doing our best with it, aren't we?
Sorry if you can hear any rustling noises. That's what it is. It's the adjustment of the tarp. Slater's coming into bowl, left armour. Beautiful defensive shot for no run. Holds the pose.
Really excellent shot. Just held the pose of it.
Yeah, I'm sure the cameraman got a good one there. To our left, is he there, Mr. Cameraman, Mr. Photographer?
Can't see Richard at the moment. No, he's I don't know where he's parked himself. Oh, he's over there, isn't
there
he?
He is,
backward square leg.
Right behind Aaron
So
Burns.
forward defensive's probably not what he's after over there.
Slater in again. Got to be a wide, yeah, and it is wide down the leg side. Got a married couple umpiring today, which fairly unusual.
He's probably trying to work out, Richard, where the rainbow's going to materialise, because he'll want a shot of that, won't he?
Well, the sun's behind him. What little sun we do have. Slater again. In she comes. Oof. And she's bowled! Straight through the guard. The forward defensive is definitely not as effective as it had been in the previous shot, and that is a big blow for the Thunder. Diamonds are absolutely thrilled with that bowling. And Slater's persevered. In her 5th over, she's taken the prize scalp of Emma Lamb. And nothing worse than getting out and playing a defensive shot, other than run out, obviously.
I mean, that indicated to me as if this might have done a bit. I'm sort of having another look myself now. Yeah, and it did tail back. It actually took middle stump in the end. Came right back through the gate, and that's why Lamb was being so deliberate with her defensive strokes. And I don't know if it's just maybe a little change in the way this cloud cover's affecting the ball now that the rain's starting to fall. It's perhaps and there's a bit of sun there as well. Maybe it's just adding to that humidity here, and it's just starting to talk a little bit, this ball for Rachael Slater.
Maybe.
And that's why they've kept her on, because that one notably came back, didn't it? Whereas Tani and Norris were really having to sort of dig the ball into the pitch in the first
Well, Langston's beaten the outside of Lamb's bat a few times as well, there, hasn't she, earlier on? So yeah, very well bowled. Both of them actually, Langston and Slater working in combination there.
So it'll be a challenge for Seren Smale coming to the crease in that England squad, of course. Auntie Katie's T20 squad for the series against Ireland, so she'll be looking to get a good score to send her off there. But
I do fear for that tour, because Ireland in September, you think Manchester's wet?
Yes, it might have a great scheduling.
nicely dabbed to get off the mark immediately from Smale. Little nudge around the corner down to deep square. Erin Burns does the fielding. Brings Jones onto strike.
She's very much a Kate Cross from, I certainly remember there was a day at Sunrisers where we didn't get back on, and she was very sort of the opinion, right, let's get the game on. Let's get out there or go home sort of
Who's that, Cross?
approach, yeah.
And another little quick sharp single there. Good calling from these two. They've probably never batted before, but that was really good work between them to get to steal a single there to bring Smale back on strike.
Yeah, Smale's usually very proactive with the running, isn't she? Certainly when her and Emma Lamb have been together in the past, that's been the case, and it looks as if she's trying to work in that fashion with Eve Jones here.
Who is no slouch. Slater into bowl, buoyed by her wicket. Nice looking shot for nothing there from Smale, straight into the hands of Captain Armitage. And another good over from the Diamonds. It's 60 for 2.
Rain noticeably increasing in intensity all of a sudden.
Definitely.
So, wind picking up as well. 2 batters out so far. Alice Clark, LBW to Rachael Slater for 14 off 19 balls in 20 minutes, hit 2 fours. And Emma Lamb was bowled by Slater in her previous over for 19 off 25 balls, 38 minutes, and hit 4 fours in that time. So it's going to be Eve Jones and Sarah Smale to try and pursue that 291.
Well, they're ahead of the run rate, but I think it's the wickets column that I'd be more concerned about for now. These two, I think, need to try and consolidate at the moment and put on a constructed innings, constructed partnership, work together.
They'll have an eye on Duckworth Lewis Stern as well, I would think, although it's not displayed on our board in the distance, so I'm struggling a little bit to keep up with it.
If we give it 5 minutes, I doubt if we'll be able to see the board. It's gone really dark as Langston comes in for their next over. It's prodded into the mid-wicket area by the elegant Eve Jones for no run.
Feels like we've got something altogether heavier on the way, doesn't it?
Oh yes, it's got that feel about it. Groundsmen are still not overly concerned. They're not hovering by the hovers, so to speak.
The tarp may have to be deployed into full tarp mode here, I think. It's
perfect.
Lovely stuff. So
we've just had the information from the guys
bottom
behind
left,
us.
so it would be 77 at the moment.
We're nowhere near that.
So they're a little way off.
That's what it is. Okay.
Top ball there, driven into the offside.
Thank you. You're right with my jacket, Mike. Might be a bit snug.
Just a little bit.
There you go, mate.
Snug but dry.
Now then, aren't you glad you can't see Mike trying to squash into my waterproof? As Langston strides in again. And that's dabbed down for another quick single. You're going to have to be quick, and they are. Great bit of running. Yeah, they can't afford to miss up on these single opportunities.
Yeah, I think my shoulders are a little bit wide for this jacket.
It's your shoulders, Mike. Okay, your shoulders are a bit wide. Okay.
Well, that's certainly what it feels like across the back.
You tell yourself that, Mike. It's fine. It's the manly shoulders. It's a nice colour on you, anyway.
It is a nice colour. It is a nice colour.
Anyway, back to the cricket.
Another 230 required.
Langston's just fiddling with her field a little bit. She's sending an extra fielder over to the to somewhere, or she's getting in a slip. And I think this is a very, very wise move at this stage. She's beaten the outside edge a few times. Here comes Langston, and it's just been edged, not particularly confidently, down to the point area. So well bowled, Langston, but well managed.
I've just been sent
Smale.
A picture from our excellent team at Badger and Coombs of Old Trafford, and it's absolutely bucketing it down there.
I'm glad we're up in Southport then.
So
it's coming now. I can feel it on my face.
I don't know if we're catching the edge of that's coming our way or what it is, but it's not boding terribly well looking at those pictures.
No.
Very heavy indeed.
So
Road
slip's gone again. Langston's come back in, no slip. Straight drive, and that's a really athletic piece of fielding there. Stopped, I think that's potentially stopped 4 runs, the way this outfield was flying earlier on. Let's try to see who that fielder was.
I'm trying to remember the regulations off the top of my head. I think we're going to need 20 for a game.
20 overs?
Under Duckworth Lewis still.
Right, well, we're away from that. In she comes. Oh, she's beating the outside of Eve Jones is back now. I think this ball's doing something now.
Well, this is it, isn't it? I think whether they want to accelerate or not, the problem they've got is the seam having not been effective in the first innings of this game. It really is moving around, and you're seeing the shots there.
2 umbrellas going up around the ground, sensibly so. That's the smallest one I've seen. There's some real whoppers over on the other side of the pitch. If the cameras wanted to shoot, there's a huge blue golf umbrella.
Yeah, that's over by the green fencing on the railway side of the ground. But yeah, it's threatening to do something very wet here. We're certainly not in Sedbergh territory where
it's
just constant and like you're in a big cloud, but it feels as if it could tip down here at any moment.
So I think we've got a change of bowler. Can't see who it is. It could be Erin Burns potentially. Yes, she bowls with a hat on. I don't think the spinner will enjoy trying to grip this ball in this damp condition. She's got a cloth on her hip, so the ball's going to start to become a little bit heavier, a little bit greasy.
There's a long chat with the captain, Holly Armitage, wasn't it, about this over? But a switch of ends is what they've gone for.
Erin Burns bowled effectively. A few extras there in the first over. That was short and hammered, but there's a fielder there. No run. Just 6 inches either side of that fielder, and we'd have had a boundary on our hands, I feel. Again, it's close to being a wide, but I think Smale may have chased after it a little bit too energetically and enthusiastically and got too close to it to be called a wide.
Yeah, just turned back in the nick of time, didn't it?
A few people in front of us now deciding whether they're going or not. So a drier place as Smale rocks back and places that uncannily close to the field on the cover boundary. 1 run. Score is on to 63. Armitage is moving her field again. She's for Eve Jones, she's put somebody back on the mid-on boundary.
Here it comes. This has got the feel of it. It's going to be an interruption fairly soon.
Point and mid-wicket are the 3 fielders on the boundary at the moment. Still hasn't gone for the 4 that she's permitted as Armitage. And again, she's brought the slip in a sort of 1.5 position slip. Burns down the leg, clipped for 1, potentially 2. They're both quick. Is she going to know? She's wisely decided to just stick to 1 run there as it's clipped around the corner.
Probably starting to get quite slippy out there as well with this rain now falling. I don't think we're going to see.
Is it raining, Mike?
Too much more cricket in this little spell.
I hadn't noticed.
Here it just starting to gather on the tarp now.
And she's attacked that one with a bit of venom. It's gone through the legs and it's gone for 4. Well, you know, Thunder deserved a bit of luck in that respect because they lost a few themselves in their innings. Some misfortunate fielding attempts, but it's a great shot from Smale. Played right along the carpet with some venom in it.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner there, the offender on that occasion. It slipped past her, but again, it would be getting difficult to turn.
Into ball. Holds it straight. She's punched it down the ground to the same fielder. It's time for 1 run.
Does her work well there, does Phoebe Turner on that occasion. But yeah, I think we're getting to the stage where the outfield's getting slippy as well as the running between the wickets for the batters.
Definitely. Well, a bit more production there in terms of Thunder's run rate. It's got up to 69. Still down 2 wickets. So we move into the 13th over here in Southport. Sunny Southport, I'd like to say, but it is very damp Southport at the moment, but nowhere near as damp as Old Trafford. And I'm still I don't think this will last the whole afternoon. I still think we'll get a game in here, Mike. And like Sedbergh, when it was flipping obvious we weren't going to get a game in from first 5 minutes, to be fair. And is Langston carrying on? She is, and I don't blame her because she's bowling magnificently. So Langston is still maintaining the ball in her hand from the Harrod Drive Road end. She strides. Defensive shot into mid-wicket, and again they're very sharp, these two. Stole a single.
Yeah, I mean, if that had been picked up clean, there might have been a problem, but it was always going to be almost impossible to do that and get the throw in time to cause issues.
It's very well judged from these two. I'm just going to give my notes a waft to get the puddle off. Langston in. Moved her feet there, and another misfield. Yeah, it's tricky out there, and it's gone for 4. Pulled for 4.
For me, it's getting to the point where it's actually becoming difficult to play cricket. Really, it does look very slippy out there, and it's sort of starting to affect the game a little bit.
I think to me, it's more of a disadvantage to the fielding team than the batting team, if I'm honest.
We can actually sort of see it, if that makes sense now, whereas before it was so light that we couldn't. But yeah, it's we're actually, you can sort of see it in our vision now as we look out towards the middle.
The guys who know the weather patterns around here are based at the covers, ready to go. I can't see us being on for long. Langston in. Jones moved right down the track there, put Langston off her length. Misfield has created a second running opportunity, and they're sliding that in for 2. It's excellent running from Thunder. Good play from Jones, taking the game by the what's the expression?
The scruff.
That's the one. Thank you, Mike.
Scruff of the neck.
What a team. That's the scruff being taken by Eve Jones.
I'm drenched.
Yeah, noticeably increasing in intensity again, the rain now, so we're getting to a stage where it's going to become too heavy for this game to continue. The chase 291, but the Duckworth-Lewis Stern pass score at the end of the over would be 82, so they're 6 away from
quite
that.
Close, a couple of shots away. I wonder if that's why Eve Jones is getting a bit uber aggressive here. She's seen that.
It feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It feels why she's advancing. As I say, I think we need 20 to constitute a game, so it's kind of, they don't have to fully go for it, I don't think, but they'd like to get as close as they can, just in case we come back out for sort of only another 6 or 7 overs.
Langston. And Jones has really gone for that. She's got really lucky there. She did not intend that to happen, and it's squirted off her bat. 4 runs behind the keeper, and that's assuming she actually hit it.
Yeah, she did.
Did she get the runs for it? Yeah, there you go, big edge.
Over the top of the wicket-keeper, virtually.
4 runs, that's the 80 up for Thunder. They're only 2 behind on the Duckworth-Lewis. I'm thinking maybe that's why she's gone a bit, what's the word?
Well, she's
party time, as Phoebe Graham refers to it, doesn't she? Party time.
Yeah, she's been very aggressive, and that one, as I say, almost went over Lauren Winfield Hill, but it was well out of her reach. And Eve Jones has clearly decided she wants to get to that target by the end of this over.
Stay ahead of it.
Just in case they don't get back out. But of course, the flip side of that is she gets out trying to do it, then and they come back on for the best part of the 38 overs, then that's a bit of a problem.
That was clever play. She came forward.
They're going to look for 2 here. And Smale's going to go for the 2.
That's excellent running, and I heard the gentleman to the side of me concurring with me there. Yeah, everyone loves a nice bit of running between the wickets, don't they? And that gets the crowd going.
Does give them the 82.
Well, there you go, 82
so
at the end of the over.
It'd be a tied game by my maths if we did come off at this point and it constituted the game. However, I think we need another 7. I could be wrong, but I think we need another 7 overs, which feels a long way off before a rain break, but whether it will be a long way off if it stops. I mean, it has eased again slightly, but it's still steady now. It's gone from sort of spitting to steady rain.
Let's see who's coming on to bowl for this one. Is it Burns again? Yeah, Erin Burns is continuing with her work from the Grosvenor Road end. Smale rocks back. Ooh, Jones nearly changed her mind. Sent back by Smale, rightly so.
It's quite strange. They've gone from needing double figures from the last over to only needing 3 from this.
It's probably to do with the wickets, isn't it? The wickets taken. Oh, slapped back to Burns by Smale for no run. Jones slipped as she tried to get back into her crease there. Just shows you what it's like in the middle. Oh, that's a good shot from Seren Smale. She really showed her strength there, and it shot over mid-off for 4 runs. What a shot. That's taken them ahead of the required rate, I believe. Oh, yeah, just about this over.
Well, credit to the umpires here as well. They've been very keen to stay out. They might just achieve it, you know. It's as light as it's been for a couple of overs now.
It's very tightly poised, this match now, isn't it? Because, of course, any loss of wicket will drastically reduce the... Oof, she nearly went there. She went for the big heave-ho. Missed, taken by Winfield Hill. Thankfully for Thunder, Smale had kept her right foot well and truly grounded on that occasion.
It feels very risky, this, but it's certainly put impetus into the Thunder innings.
Yeah. Oh, get back. Oh, hello. Oh, they're slipping and sliding all over the place there. I hope nobody gets hurt, actually, seriously. Especially those who are off to Ireland. Don't think the England selectors would be too pleased, would they?
Holly Armitage, one of those in both the squads.
In comes Burns. Oh, and it's dropped. Smale thundered that into the covers, and it just crept over the hands of the cover fielder there. Slipped through her hands, really. Difficult in these conditions, obviously.
Yeah, one hand to it, I think, in the end.
Yeah, 87 for 3. 2, sorry. Don't know where I got 3 from, but there you go.
So they'll be ahead by the end of this over, whatever.
Yeah.
But they've clearly decided
they're going to stay ahead.
We're going to just try and stay ahead of that DLS for as long as we can now the weather's around.
And
it was really, in fact, they'd need 1 off this over
and they've
to
just
get to
had
88.
the message from the so-called drinks monitor.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's made for an interesting few overs, hasn't it?
It has. I mean, credit to Eve Jones, I think you have to say, for really going after it the way she did, because she, with that one big over, got them back up to where they needed to be. And they're now just going to keep trying to tick it along and stay ahead. It was Catherine Fraser who got a hand to that one.
And now they brought on Levick, I do believe. Is this correct? Katie
yes,
Levick?
Yeah, and that's quite a good move, isn't it? Quite canny from Holly Armitage here.
Oh, she takes wickets like I eat biscuits, this one. Lots of them and in batches of 3. She's a wicket-taking leg spinner, is Levick. Canny operator. Right arm. Great shot for nothing. Great fielding. Smacked it into the covers. She doesn't half give it a belt, doesn't she, Smale? She's a strongly, powerfully built young lady, and she, when she gets hold of it, stays got hold of. Levick. Nice use of the feet from Smale. Again, no run. She's played it into the mid-on area there.
8th in the leading wicket takers charts this year with 15.
Rocks back again. She finds that fielder at cover. It's a good 3 balls from Levitt. This. But don't forget, she's a spinner. She's a leg spinner, bowling on a damp surface with a greasy ball. This time, Smale avoids the fielder at cover, but can't afford the boundary rider. But she picks up her single. Bring in the left-handed Jones on strike. Inducing a little bit of a switcheroo amongst the fielders on the boundary side, on the cover side that we are now.
It will make things, though, a lot more difficult.
Sorry, on the leg side we are now. Oh, well bowled. Dot ball. That's an excellent over from Levick, and it's tied things up beautifully. 88 the score for 2. Thunder, the DLS score is at 88, so if we were to finish now it would be a tie, and then I really don't know what would happen then.
Well, it'd be a tie.
Tie. I didn't know if you had to do some count back on run rates or whatever the fancy things you statisticians do.
Just be a tie. But another 5 overs until we've definitely got a game here. But clearly the Thunder tactic now is to stay up with that DLS score and
I think
take it as long as they have to.
I think bringing on Katie Levick now is exactly the right thing to do from a Diamonds point of view.
She was second in the wicket-taking charts last year with 24. As we say,
Burns is still at the Grosvenor Road end, and that's been thumped by Smale as well for 1 run down to mid-on. Picked up well. Got to watch these ones that are coming on to you along the floor now. Right down behind.
We've seen a couple get through, haven't we?
Although the pitch is absolutely immaculate, there's not as many bounces as there are on the pitches that most of us mere mortals play on. It's a bit of a white ball given, I think. Yes, his arms are outstretched, hard to tell.
So yeah, 8th in the charts this season, but she was 2nd last season, 5th the year before, so that gives you an idea of Katie Levick's pedigree.
It's a lovely shot down to the square point boundary, and that's gone for 4 as well. It really raced off there. What a lovely shot from Eve Jones. It hardly looks like she's putting any effort into these shots, Mike. It's so lovely to watch. It's taken the Thunder up to 94. 4 ahead of the Duckworth Lewis at this stage. I think Burns is struggling to get a grip of this ball, to be honest. Understandably so. It's a good stroke as well. They're taking a single, even though it's gone straight to the fielder, but they set off quickly and with intent. And Eve Jones struggled to stop there and did a bit of a skateboarder impersonation as she ground to a halt. Burns to Smale. Smale rocks back. He's beaten the fielder at point, and it's going to go, it's going to go, it's gone. Great shot from young Seren Smale, showing her quality there.
And that's exactly what they're going to have to do with Katie Levick bowling at the other end. One of the most prolific wicket takers in the entire history of women's domestic cricket. So they're going to have to make sure that they stay a little bit ahead of the rate in the Erin Burns overs. And Erin Burns has really struggled right throughout this innings. She opened the bowling, but she just hasn't got it right so far.
Again, she comes in. Gone for a little bit of speed on that one, put a bit more speed into her arm action there, and it seems to have paid dividend because dot ball. Thunder on 99 as the train, Merseyrail train, rumbles past in the background. Going to my hometown of Birkenhead. Oh, and that's a good ball from Burns. She's beaten the outside of the bat there. Come back from Burns. End of the over, 99 for 2. Duckworth Lewis is on 90, so Thunder have moved ahead of the game in terms of the DLS at the moment.
They have, and it's leading to a long discussion between Lauren Winfield-Hill and Holly Armitage, who've had many of a discussion about tactics before over the years for the Northern Diamonds, but they know if they're going to win this Roses game here, they're going to have to just get a handle on this partnership between Smale and Eve Jones. It was looking at one point as if Eve Jones was almost struggling to keep up with the young batter at the other end.
Well, there is a bit of a gap, isn't there, age-wise? How old is Smale? 20? 19? Eve Jones is 32. Yeah, there's a bit of a gap there. But Eve Jones is an athlete. I'm sure she won't mind. She won't mind a few quick singles if it pushes the score along.
Here's Katie Levick then, into the pitch. Jones will stab that one out into the offside for 1 and bring up the 100 for Lancashire Thunder. It wasn't gathered cleanly out of cover. It was the moment of alarm, and that brings up the 100. It's a rather damp round of applause from the spectators who are huddled under umbrellas and have Max on, but you'll be glad to see it coming up because it means another 191 to win, but they may not need to get the whole way with the weather around, as that one's hit away beautifully to the boundary at extra cover, and Seren Smale is showing exactly why England have chosen to pick her here for the T20 squad. It's shots like that where she moves her feet back into the crease and finds a gap, and that was a beautiful, beautiful stroke. 104 for 2.
Lovely. Beautiful to watch.
Bit of discussion about should have Grace Scrivens been in that squad, but she's had such a good season, Seren Smale, that she's really earned it, hasn't she? She's taken on the pads by that delivery.
Mightily impressed with Seren Smale this season. A real breakthrough season for her. In a similar way that Mahika Kaur had that breakthrough season last year.
Back goes Smale and defends. Third in the run scorers list coming into this game with 4, 5, 6, Seren Smale. She is back into the crease again, drives firmly, finds a fielder. She's up against one of the best operators with ball in hand in Katie Levick, so this is a real contest here. Down the pitch comes Smale, hits it nicely off her toes. Moves the score on to 105. The Duckworth Lewis Stern 93 at the end of that over, so well ahead of that, 12 ahead of that. In fact, are Lancashire Thunder, mainly because of a big over from Eve Jones, but they've then done very well to stay ahead of it, and Smale's kind of almost taken the lead from that point, if you like. She's sort of ensured that they've kept progressing and kept motoring along ahead of that rate they need to be at.
I think also, Mike, Seren Smale is that type of player anyway. I think she just goes out and plays her own game, and her own game is if she sees the ball, she hits the ball hard, which is to be admired because that takes a lot of self-confidence, doesn't it? But yeah, great, game on. What we wanted, isn't it? I know it's wet, but the cricket's exciting.
So it was 12 runs that Eve Jones took from the 13th over of the innings, and then there was Smale also got a single in that over to put Jones on strike, and ever since then.
Yeah, there is a correct one in my bag. I can run it over if you want.
Phoebe Turner.
Change of bowl. Turner bowls her first ball, it's full and it's hit away into the offside, the fielder having to be very careful to watch it all the way. The total of 290, which Lancashire Thunder are chasing, was built on a first list day 100 for Stair Callis. Very finely made innings indeed.
Aye, it was a wonderful innings, but then it was backed up with a couple of other notable innings as well.
It was an innings of exactly 100 minutes, a run a minute for Stair Callis today, as that one beats the outside edge and shows there's still a little bit of life in this here. And as I say, it was strange because they went to the spin of Erin Burns to open the bowling, hadn't seen how all the spinners had bowled for Lancashire Thunder, but actually in this innings it's felt like the seam's been more threatening.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Here's Eve Jones looking confident in the all-red of Lancashire Thunder. Pushing drive was slightly awkward in the end on that occasion.
Yes.
Doesn't find the gap there. She's on 31 as Turner gets to the back of a run, turns once more, and here is Eve Jones pushing into the leg side, herself a 1 on that occasion. Bobbles out towards the fielder. Picked up in the wet. 108 for 2 then. So 107 for 2. But Smale back onto strike. She's got 26. Very fine looking runs already. Everything she's done has been
quality.
Very good so far. Len with just one ball. Smale knows that. That's why she was watchfully defending. Speared in towards her stumps, marks the ground in front of her again. As Brolly's popped back up in front of us.
Yeah, I just spotted a couple of black elephants. 1, 2, 3 little ones came up there.
The big golf one's gone up as well. So. A couple of spectators walking around under the umbrella on the far side. Smale pushes into the offside. No run there, but Thunder still 10 ahead of where they need to be on Duckworth Lewis Stern. Need another 2 overs, another 12 balls to ensure we've got to that 20 over mark I was talking about before. So it looks as if we will get
magic number.
And then it'll be about can we stay out?
Umpire's discretion, really, then, isn't it?
They've done very well to play through that, actually, I think. Because if we'd come off, we'd have been stuck off for quite a period of time.
Yeah, I'll bring the splitter.
They did well to keep playing.
Well, the guys are hovering again by the covers. It's that type of day, isn't it? If we'd stop, it could well be a day where it's off, covers on, covers off, covers on.
Levitt bowls. Eve Jones chops out towards the cover fielder. Eighth score moves on to, and that brings up the 50 partnership as we were hearing on the tannoy there. It's a little shake of hands between these two. I think, assuming, of course, that Eve Jones does stay for longer than 3 games, but we think that's fairly likely, as Katie Levick bowls and is met full by Seren Smale against 1 to long gone. 109 for 2. I think these two are probably quite enjoy batting together if that 50 partnership's anything to go by.
Yeah. We'll see.
Jones waits again.
They'll
drives
make
through cover for 1.
They'll make a formidable pair, left hand, right hand, very different in styles. Both keen to push the quick singles, both neither of them frightened to play their shots, although the shots are different to each other, so as a bowling unit, they'll be difficult to bowl at.
110 for 2, that single that takes the score on too. So Levick approaches once more. That's where the score will remain, despite a slashing cut from the stylish Smale. Levick again. On the way into bowl. Short of length, up in the air, but into a gap, and out to Langston at deep cover. Another 1 to the total. 111 for 2, and this all feels very frustrating for Northern Diamond to need a win to go to the top of the table past the Southern Vipers, but at this stage it feels as if Lancashire Thunder would be in control of a shortened game at least, as this one is edged past the wicketkeeper, and that'll be 4 runs. In fact, 4 byes. No bat involved at all. 115 for 2. The total reaches now for Lancashire Thunder, so well ahead of their target on Duckworth Lewis Stern, which has actually been removed from the board for a bit, which I think is a sign that the feeling is, despite it being wet here in Southport now, that we're going to continue playing for some time.
Interestingly, the actual score of the Diamonds at this stage is only 81, so it just shows you the effect on the DLS of having those 2 lost wickets. In fact, they lost.
Well, it really, as I say, that over, it went for 13, 12 of which was scored by Eve Jones, really just put the impetus into this innings. So it's been excellent to have you with us for this. It's already proving a tense chase. To have you listening on the Geo app in India, it's good to have you watching the Lancs TV YouTube channels as well. You're watching somebody who is considered in many ways part of the future of English cricket, you feel, as Seren Smale swishing a stylish drive into the offside again for another 1. 116 for 2.
Yeah, she's a very impressive young player. I'd like her to perhaps pick her spot a bit more, especially with the slower bowling when she's got time to rock back. She was rocking back on a shot, and the number of times she's hit a fielder where with her power.
Here's Eve Jones facing up and driving to mid-off, all on the floor.
It wouldn't need to be much either side of a fielder for it to beat that fielder, you know, so that's something. Perhaps what I'm saying is she's a brilliant player, but the brilliant thing is that she's still got room for improvement for me.
No run for Eve Jones from that last one. Waits now, it's back and defends. No run again. say 291 required for victory, which is still a long way off, but we kind of have that game within a game chasing the DLS par. In the meantime, so at the end of the over, they will be definitely will have constituted a game, so we're definitely going to get a result today. Steve Jones again drives, finds mid-wicket again. Feels like we've just settled back into a pattern here. Still spitting, but only spitting now, just sort of very light. The train rattles along the tracks. Distance. New fleet, new fancy ones.
Not a great. Fortunately, I don't have to commute anywhere much at the moment.
Right arm over the wicket from Turner, defended by Eve Jones.
So I don't travel on the joys of Merseyrail very often. Tell me more about this new fleet.
I don't know, I think it's just one of those
fancy
new sort of
eco. Is it greener?
I believe so.
You believe so? They're a nice colour, I know that. See, that's a typical girl thing to say.
Very yellow.
You know, you ask about cars and girls saying, "Oh, I don't know, it's yellow."
In comes Stevie Turner and bowls, and through it goes outside the off stump, and that's through to Winfield Hill for no run. So 116 for 2. We've had 20 overs of the reply. If we do go the distance, the target is 291. But Thunder have put impetus into their innings, and they're staying ahead of the rate at this stage.
Certainly have. And yeah, the crowd are not overly trusting your weather forecasting because the Brollies is very much still up.
Well, it's still spitting, isn't it? But it's very light now. But it still could make you very damp, is the it's the feeling I have. 103 seems to be the latest DLS score. They seem to have put it out in the old-fashioned tile.
The actual target and the DLS on the scoreboard now.
Here comes Katie Levitt to bowl a ball that, well, could have been stumped there had Winfield Hill been on a game, but she just couldn't gather. It just seemed to skid off the turf, and that beat both Smale and the wicketkeeper. So that's a big moment, and Lauren Winfield Hill, who is actually often up there in the dismissals charts, it has to be said, couldn't cling on to that one. Here comes Katie Levick again. Back in the crease goes Smale, which feels a better option in many ways. She hits it well. Armitage managed to take some of the pace off it with fingertips, and that keeps the scoring to just 1 there, but it was fiercely hit by Seren Smale. The return goes onto the floor, which will annoy Katie Levick slightly because she's going to have to dry this ball off before being able to deliver it again. 105 by the end of the 21st is the feeling. With the tiles now, some poor person has to go out in the rain at the end of each over and stick them off, unfortunately for them. As it's driven back to the bowler by Eve Jones, wearing number 8 in the Lancashire Thunder kit. Here comes Levick, defended again, back to the bowler it goes. Again, no run. So still a healthy lead on DLS at the moment for Lancashire Thunder. Levick bowls to Jones, who guides it behind square on the offside, but finds backward point.
Yeah, the runs have dried up slightly since Levick's been involved, haven't they? It's not quite as quick to score as they had been previously, so Levick is a canny operator.
So he's strained to see the latest ball through the gloom, and Eve Jones attempted to cut it, but it ends up in the gloves of Lauren Winfield Hill. But big moment there in that 22nd over, an opportunity to stump Seren Smale. It seemed to skid off the turf, and it beat both the batter and it managed to beat the wicketkeeper as well. 107 would be required at the end of the, sorry, it's the 21st over where all that happened, so 107 will be required by the end of the 22nd to stay ahead on DLS. But looking good for Lancashire Thunder at the moment, although the 291 is still a long way off. There's still a lot that could happen between now and then.
But I think actually having the DLS as a guide is proving to be useful for the Thunder.
Yeah, it certainly put impetus into their
short-term
innings.
target rather than looking at the big total constantly.
Here comes Phoebe Turner, and she bowls a ball that's been knocked away into the leg side just behind square. Marlowe off the boundary to pick it up, and another single adds it onto the total. 118 the score now. As I say, good to have you with us on both the Geo app in India and also on the Lancs TV stream. You're watching some tense cricket here as that one's driven into the offside. Tumbling stop from the captain Armitage, who manages to stop a run being scored there.
She'll now have a nice wet derriere, for want of a better word. Knees. Soggy turf.
So one of the players with a rag in the back of the trousers, which is always useful for the bowlers to keep the ball dry. She may well have a bowl herself, you think, at some point today, as that's driven up to Langston, who does the fielding at mid-off. No run added. James just trying to keep the handle of that bat dry. Some very red pads. Different shade to the rest of the Thunder kit. Maybe they're from a different vintage of Lancashire Thunder.
I've only just noticed that. They are absolutely not the same colour as all the rest of the kit.
Maybe they've, as I say, they've maybe come from KSL days. the kit's got a bit more sort of brighter in tone in the meantime.
Favourite pads? Lucky pads for Eve Jones from circa 2000, whenever, 14.
That's no well though, as she
Yep.
pushes a drive into the offside again. They stride through for another single. 119 for 2. Approaching the halfway point of this innings, as we say on the DLS countback. It is Lancashire Thunder who are ahead at this point. Here comes Turn, right arm over the wicket, driven. So Armitage in short cover. That is the end of the over. 119 for 2. We had 22 of the innings. 98 for 2 by comparison was the score for Northern Diamonds, and I think the ground staff who told you this pitch is a belter, I think, have probably been right. Even a bit of rain doesn't seem to have caused too many problems.
I think there's perhaps slightly less bounce in it than the first innings, but not much.
And that might, as much of anything, just be a little bit of skid. A little bit of wet weather. Here comes Katie Levick, right arm over the wicket, throws it up, driven very nicely indeed. It's hit the umpire or the bowler, quite sure which. Single taken anyway, as it bounced away into the offside from the left-handed Jones. 122 now the score. Definitely a noticeable chill has arrived with the rain as back goes Smale, cuts away into the offside. Langston with the fielding out at cover, and another 1 to the total. 1, 2, 2. Jones just picks up a piece of turf and casts it aside so it doesn't cause her any problem on the pitch. Just probably come off a spike or something like that. It can tend to happen in the wet. Here's Levick again, looking for the prized wicket of Eve Jones, and only finds the centre of her bat, as so many bowlers have done before. Northern Diamonds in their various shades of blue shirt and dark blue trousers, as this one is
turning again
away into the offside for another single. 122 for 2. Brings the stylish Smale back onto strike. I think people are going to enjoy watching her in international cricket if she gets going, such as the way that she bats at the crease. Katie Levick bowls, throws it up, Smale drives smoothly up to long off. Marlowe's there with the fielding. 1 more to the total. 2, 3, 2. into the ring just to ensure there's only 4 back. They're at cover, mid-wicket, long on and long off. Leather bolts back into the pitch, turns to straight mid-wickets inside the ring. Holly Armitage prevents the run. 123 for 2 then at the end of the 23rd over. So they're ahead of where their opponents were in their innings, and they're ahead on the Duckworth Lewis Stern score at the moment. And the Diamonds have something to consider, and much as Ellie Threlkeld was in her innings, it seems as if Holly Armitage is just going over to check how many overs all of her bowlers have had. It's going to be Turner to continue here.
The thing is, Armitage probably had a plan in mind as to what she was going to do with her bowlers, and then the rain came and she's changed it around a little bit, so it's no wonder she's just double checking there. Always makes sense to double check.
Probably maybe going to Levick a little bit earlier than she otherwise would have, as that one is chopped into the offside. No run available. There's once more. Turner returns to the back of that mark. Needs to find a team a wicket. Relatively early on, but these two have come together. Battered very, very nicely indeed. Nice back foot drive. Produces another run, 124 for 2.
Winfield Hill's just throwing the ball to herself there. Slipped out of the wicket-keeping gloves.
Just keeping it very, very steady at the moment of these two. Just ticking along, making sure they stay in front of the rate. Picking up the boundary if it's there. 291, remember, is the full chase, if you like. It feels at the moment as if we've managed to just stay out of that shower, just stay on the edge of it. That one was defended by Jones back in at crease. But these two came together with a score of 58. Batting very, very well indeed.
Yeah, I asked for a partnership and I'm getting one at the moment. It's well constructed so far.
Stands at 66, which will become 67 with a slashing stroke off the front foot into the offside. 125 for 2. That's exactly what they brought Eve Jones in for, to bolster this batting lineup.
It's definitely what we hoped for at the beginning of the game.
As the train makes its return journey in the distance. On the way into the crease is Turner. Pushed off the back foot by Seren Smale. Picks up another single.
Very good picket from Winfield Hill at the stumps there.
Just caught a skidding throw, didn't she, one-handed, and held it there by the stumps.
So here's an interesting one. Bess Heath.
Yes.
Never seen her keep wicket. I've always seen Lauren Winfield Hill doing it. She's the reserve keeper, potential number 2 keeper to Amy Jones.
We had Maddie Ward doing it in the last game as well. Bess Heath is in that England squad. That one's prodded into the offside for another.
I'm assuming she'll keep in Ireland. They haven't taken any of the keepers, have they? So you'd hope so. Give us a chance to.
I guess that's the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would guess that is the idea. You can't really see Tammy Beaumont doing it.
Well, you're not learning anything about your squad doing that, are you?
No. Long look over towards the board by Smale and Jones, who did a lot of hard work to get up with that Lewis Stern rate. I think 118.
Can't see.
By the end of the over, but it's missing a digit.
It is. And it can't be 18. It can't go on down 100. Maybe it has. Right.
So yeah, Harrow Drive End, Abby Glenn to come on and try her look. Seamers with the keeper up to the stumps, I think is the idea here.
You've got 2 boundary fielders behind the batters.
Here comes Glenn, round the wicket to the left-handed Jones, prodded into the leg side, and it's an easy single on offer wide and mid-on. 128 for 2, catching the drinks break. But weather-wise, I think things are fairly steady now. It's cloudy, feels a bit cold with the damp around, but crucially, it's the sort of conditions we can continue to play in. Sophia Turner's been on for the whole of this innings for the Northern Diamonds.
Oh, lovely shot.
Slashed away. Langston comes round, slips slightly in the turf as she picks up, but prevents a 4, which was her main job on occasion.
Hang on, Glenda.
You know who I haven't seen?
Who? Mickey Mouse.
Callis, who got the 100.
I don't know. She might have worn herself into a frazzle.
Here's Abby
Oof,
Glenn.
it's a bit uppish.
Clipped up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah. She did take a nasty old blow in the midriff at one point during her innings, if you recall. And if they're just, you know, making sure that's okay, a bit of ice on it and stuff, you know.
Yeah, possibly. But yeah, I don't think I've seen Callis during this innings. It's round the wicket. Here's Glenn.
No point risking her, is there? If you've got a good 12th and she's not a bowler, so I don't blame them if that's the case.
The Duckworth Lewis Stern person's looking through the wet tiles on the far side again.
So that's so funny.
In comes Glenn to bowl, and that one's cut neatly down to third. Just the one though. For a second it looked as if the sort of stroke that might have a bit more in it, but 130 for 2 the score goes to, so another 161 required to reach the target for victory at the start of this 50 overs. I'll have to keep an eye on it, but it's going quite well at the moment. Another drive attempt at square of the wicket by Sue. She found the fielder there and didn't get a run. Almost rehearses the shot again like it was a golf chip or something. So 161 more required from 25 overs at Drinks. The notes of Alison Byrne have escaped once more, and they look like they've really gone this time. They're over under the covers. Yeah, I think the wind might have finally got those ones, Ali. So
not to worry.
I'm not even going to let you chase them this time.
Keep your numbers there.
You will be picking up the next 10 overs after this drinks break. But where do we find ourselves with 161 more required for victory, provided we go the distance in these gloomy wet
regardless
conditions?
of the Duckworth, I think it's finely balanced, isn't it? I mean, I know we're ahead. I say we, Lancashire Thunder, ahead on the DLS, but if you recall, the Diamonds really did push on in the last 10 overs. They were absolutely, going for it. Big start. It's party time plus. So yeah, very finely balanced. But we are slightly ahead on the runs. If we can look back at Diamonds at the same points, it's a bit closer than it was.
Yeah,
116, 130.
Yeah.
Yes,
but still 14 ahead. But you're
it's
right.
One good over a difference. That's it.
89 runs scored in the last 10 overs by Diamonds.
Yeah.
So they've maybe almost got to look at it as we might not quite match that. We want to, we almost want to leave ourselves maybe 70 or 80 from those last 10 overs. I think they'd be fairly confident of getting that. So, and to be honest, with these two at the crease, if they continue, they will be wanting to make sure that they do end up. They'll be wanting to end up there with quite some time to spare if these two can keep going, because they look like the pair that this is kind of sort of relying on at the minute.
We're sitting here dry and I'm feeling the cold. They're out there, they've got wet trousers on if they've been slip sliding around, they've got cold hands. That's definitely got to be in Thunder's advantage, because they were fielding on a dry pitch. Having said that, the ball, and even though it's wet, it's still travelling for the Thunder, so that might put the barometer of success in their favour as well, to be honest with you. They can't be warm out there.
No, that's true. That's true. It's it's not a warm place to be. I mean, I suppose they're running around, which might kind of raise the temperature a little bit more. But Eve Jones at the moment on 42, Seren Smale on 36. The partnership is 72. 158 would be the mark for the 100 partnership that we'll keep an eye on here. But they've just got to take this as long as they can, and then hope the likes of Morris and Threlkeld can come and do whatever is required at the back end. Datani and Norris there as well.
The stage is set for Miss Norris to relive former glories, but go on better maybe. Who knows?
Looks a fairly lengthy tale today for Lancashire Thunder, with Phoebe Graham, Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris at the back end of the innings. But yeah, these two have got to take it as deep as they can, and then, as I say, Morris and Threlkeld.
Phoebe and Hannah Jones have brought a couple of games home for the Thunder this season, haven't they?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I don't understand why they take so long for their drinks, though. If I was Holly Armitage, I'd be saying to them, right, come on, quick drink, let's get out there, stay warm.
Yeah, this is. I mean,
both
drink breaks have been very long in this game.
Honestly.
However, it's been the over rates have been very good indeed.
I mean, it's cold, it's wet, it's not thirst-inducing weather, is it? You're just cooling muscles down that are warm, and now having to warm them up again.
If I know one thing about Eve Jones, she'll want to make an impact coming back to Lancashire Thunder. It would have been a big decision. It's a loan of 3 games, but we anticipate it will be a permanent move, because why would you make a loan
That's a very strange
3
one, isn't
games
it?
at this stage of the season? It just feels a bit odd.
In a team where you're playing very well and you're an integral part of it, it's not like you're in a team where you're not getting a game and you've gone to get some games at the end of your belt at the end of the season to keep your game in form.
And we've seen towards the sort of, when she's come back to play against Lancashire Thunder, she's always made a point of trying to score runs, and got that 136 earlier in the season, for instance.
Yes.
I
was commentating on that one as well.
There's a sense of occasion about Eve Jones, isn't there? Let's be honest. So she will want to get back in after drinks and make this a big score and a match-winning score.
So it looks like they've heard us, Mike, and they've finished their little drink and their chat and their tactical manoeuvring. To start the 26th over.
So yeah, it's going to be Catherine Fraser.
I've got no numbers now, you'll have to tell me. They've blown away.
Came in with that enterprising 10. And she's going to pick up the bowling from the Grosvenor Road end.
Perfect. Okay, and she goes for first ball. Right arm, leg breaks, and it's pushed away. It's a point boundary by Eve Jones. Nice start, much better start than the Diamonds made after their drinks break, if you recall.
Yes, yeah, that was the wicket of Emma Marlowe for 45. It was caught by Emma Lamb. The bowling of Phoebe Graham, I believe. If I remember correctly. Do indeed. Here comes
She comes
Fraser.
again. Second ball, punched straight back towards the bowler, beats the dive of Fraser for a single. So Smale's off the mark after the drinks break as well. 132 the score here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. On a very grey, drizzly day, but the cricket is far from grey at the moment. It's intriguing. Fraser comes in again, a walking style into the crease, rocks back, and again it's been placed almost into the hands of the point fielder. Jones seems disappointed with herself. She had a little bit more time to guide that into a space and almost metaphorically kicking herself. Fraser's walking in again. Jones is ready. Again she's found the fielder again, much to her own disgust. This time the fielder did have to dive somewhat. It's Captain Armitage in close there. So Jones has got a deep point, deep mid-off. rest are in the circle. Finds the point fielder for a single. All seems a bit calm at the moment, doesn't it? Everything seems a bit sort of pedestrian.
Yeah, they're just kind of, the game's just kind of
Dipped.
progressing along at a
steady
rate rather than much happening.
Fraser again, rocks back, this time with a bit more punch from Smale, but again she finds the fielder out on the cover boundary for a single. So, fairly tight over from Fraser in her first one back after the break. Thunder moved to 134, still with only the 2 wickets down. And the rain's coming back. I know this is very boring of us, but it is.
Yeah, no, it's important to say, because it won't always be necessarily visible on your screens, although you'll notice it from the umbrellas going up around the ground on the shots being brought to you by the good people at Badger and Coombs. But this is getting heavier this time, and this is probably as heavy as it has been. It's gone from spitting to steady to sort of persistent, and now it's starting to get heavy all of a sudden, and Thunder will need to ensure they're ahead on the duck list.
Yes, well, we've been chatting about the rain. Abby Glenn's been brought into service again. A dot ball on her first ball. Beg your pardon, took a single, 135 the score. Second ball from Glenn to the left-handed Jones, and she's punched that on the point boundary. Unerring accuracy they're finding these fielders. One run.
It's got a real kick up as it just left the square there. Started bouncing out towards the fielder there, but
brings the right-handed Smale onto strike. Fuller sort of squirted away from Smale down to the point area. It's the third area, short third for a single.
127 seems to be the DLS score. 128 in fact seems to be the DLS score at the
it's not pleasant at the moment, everybody. You can see in the pictures there's a gentleman with his umbrella up. In comes Glenn, that's thumped down the ground, and it's a brilliant stop at mid-on, I beg your pardon. Still got a single, but that was flying down the wicket. Great piece of fielding for the Diamonds, which is what they're going to need in the next few overs. Good focus, doubly difficult in the rain to push off with wet studs to make that dive.
The poor DLS person over there at the score box is changing it every ball.
I know.
So 129 would be the target off the next one. They're already on 1-3.
In again. Nice strike again. I think that's for nothing though. Just keeping it very straight. Got him wicket to wicket is Glenn.
I don't know if there's any use to an analyst, maybe that person changing it, or whether it's just the people in the score box shouting out what it is. 29 showing at the moment. As Glenn bowls again.
Full toss. I think she's got away with that really. Should have gone for 4. Gets a single. Another diving half stop there in the field. Did the trick for the Diamonds. And at the end of that over, 139 for 2. Fairly decent over from Glenn, given the circumstances of the match, the circumstances of the climate and the weather. Umpires are conferring now.
Raining, but I don't think that they're
it's
going
probably on their mind about, right, come on, we've done the 20 overs, these players, are they going to get hurt in this?
It's also
it's
one of those.
Raining, but they're not going in.
Go off, we're going to be off for
the rest
fairly long period of time, at very least. Now, Diamonds will want to win this game to go to the top of the table. They need 4. Well, they're 2 points behind Southern Vipers at the moment, so 4 points would take them there.
With that in mind, Levick's
Road.
changed ends. Rocks back. Again, Smale does like that shot. He's gone to the cover boundary again for a single. Takes a total to 140, and the little DLS soggy person is telling me it's 131, so Thunder are just ahead of the game still.
It has been difficult though, I think, for both sides, that just knowing how to play this game.
Levick. A bit fuller on the half volley, and that's a glorious stroke straight down the ground for 4 runs. What a stroke, and that brought up Eve Jones 50 for her new team. Well played. You can hear the Lancashire Thunder girls applauding her soundly in the background.
The trick here will be not to get out, because obviously that's what happened to Lauren Winfield Hill when she passed 50.
Shh. Another lovely straight drive. That's beaten the infielder, and it's beaten the outfielder as well. What a lovely shot from Eve Jones, showing pure class there. Straight down the ground, straight along the soggy carpet. 4 runs. That's 8 off 2 balls from Lancashire Thunder's newest acquisition.
Maybe she will go the Stair Callis route instead, though. That shot certainly indicated that was the intention. Stair Callis making 100 in the first innings of this game.
Levick in. Oh, and she's beaten the outside edge there. Jones forced backwards. So she's pitched it a bit shorter there as Levick. Not giving Jones a chance to repeat the straight drives, previous balls. Bit of flight from Levick on that one. That's a tumbling stop from Armitage even. I keep saying Harmitage, why do I do that? Tell me why, you can explain it to me later. Levick in, down leg, half appeal, but Levick knew that was going down the leg side at the end of it. Over. Productive over for the Thunder, 148 for 2. Great over from a Thunder perspective.
Yeah.
Jones gets her 50 and 9 off the over.
Couple of boundaries, just putting them that little bit further ahead of Duckworth Lewis Stern. 14 ahead of it now, 50 now up for Eve Jones. Seren Smale will be looking to follow in the footsteps. The partnership 90 now between these two. It's been a real match swinging one, it feels. The person with golf umbrellas made their way right the way around to the far side where the scoreboard is now.
So I think it's Glenn to continue. First ball, oh, that's well wide, and it's going to go for 4 extra wides, I think. Yeah, it is. It's a shame for the bowler, but it's an indication of a slippy ball, I think.
Yeah, it slipped out the hand,
really
that
difficult.
one, didn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely slipped out the hand.
That's another sign for the umpires to suggest that, well, maybe this isn't a good idea. 150 up as well, of course, with that. Although I don't really feel like clapping that one, to be honest.
Yeah, it's quite an anticlimactic way for it to happen.
Although a few people did give a ripple, it wasn't the same energy that you would normally expect for a Thunder 150.
It's strange because it's eased again now.
Glenn's in again. And that's sliced down to the third area. There is a fielder there. He picks up easily. It's a left-handed bowler. He fields it.
Rachael Slater with the work over there, and it's just it can't be enjoyable, you have to say, for these Northern Diamonds fielders out there.
Well, can you imagine being Erin Burns or Lauren Winfield Hill, who are straight off the plane from the Caribbean? Oh dear, Glenn into bowl. Getting up ahead of steam, she was there, but Eve Jones was up to it. Punched it off the back foot to the covers for no run.
136 the target off this, or after this particular delivery.
Found a use for my floppy hat. It's now a rain shelter for my score sheets. Glenn to Jones. Thumps it accurately right down to third, and a brilliant sliding stop down there, whose number I can't see, so I can't help you there, but well played both players. 1 run to E. Jones. Yeah, it's a bit quiet in the field, to be honest with you. There's not a lot of energy out there. I'm not surprised they're maintaining their energy to keep warm. And Eve Jones left that one. Wisely so, as it turns out. It was a wide ball. 1 to the total, of course. All of these runs are very valuable at this stage.
Good 20 ahead now. DLS.
20 ahead, yeah. Glenn continues in her efforts. Jones has just played that off her hip into the mid-wicket area. Easy jogs through for a single. Smile's just coming down to a little prod of the ground there.
Chucking a few bits
of
turf,
bit of
come
detritus.
Off the bottom of somebody's boot, I think, off the pitch.
And
before she faces up to the last ball, this Abby Glen over.
Smale herself has slid up to 43. Glen into Smale, right-handed Smale, crouches, pulls that one into the mid-wicket area. I don't think she quite got hold of it as she'd like. No, she's practising the shot, she runs down, still picks up a single, takes her to 44, takes the total to 159.
That's the 100 partnership.
And there is the partnership we were looking for, 100 partnership. And thank you, Mr. Announcer.
Punch of gloves between the two batters. As we say, they look like they're going to enjoy batting together in the all red of Lancashire Thunder. Smale obviously not here last time Eve Jones was in those colours, but she is now.
Eve Jones struck that for a dot ball, which is just as well, because I said it was 159 for 2 off the end of the over. A ball early, so I was right.
You're still
There
right.
you go. I was psychic. I forgot about the 4 wides, 5 wides down behind the keeper there. Interestingly, both batters are now having a bit of gardening in their boots.
Yeah.
That's
that sort of weather.
That's why they're slipping, because they've got so much stuff gathering around their spikes that their shoes are turning into flippers rather than spikes at the moment. To be fair, that must be the same for all the players out there. Not nice.
Good 20 to the head on Douglas Lewis Stern if we were to go off at this point for the weather.
Who have we got? Phoebe Turner. So Armitage is playing her hand at the moment, switching us, hopping her bowlers around as Turner strides in. Pacey delivery, full toss. Smale again, I think, will be a bit disappointed she hasn't dispatched that to the gap between short mid-wicket and square leg on the boundary.
Yeah, it just slipped out the hand a little bit there.
All I'm saying is it's a good job the batters have got helmets on at this stage, because the 2 or 3 of the bowlers have slipped with their hand. The ball slipped out of their hand somewhat as it on delivery. Could be dangerous. That's a lovely looking shot, isn't it? What a shot! Through the gap. That's the gap she was looking for. 4 runs for Smale. Straight through the gap between mid-on and mid-off and cover. Picked the gap beautifully there, did Smale. Classic shot, wasn't it? Lovely.
Yeah, the
really
full
beautiful.
toss got onto her a bit quicker than she was expecting, and she didn't get it away, but she made no mistake with that one, which was a genuine wide half volley.
And she comes again. Straight. Ooh, hello. Whoa! I don't know what happened there, but she's bowled. Don't know what Smale was thinking there, but Northern Diamonds really needed that. What a time to get a wicket at this stage of the game.
Well, having
game
got
on
a wide half volley, which had preceded a full toss, to get one right on the top of off stump like that was perhaps a bit of a surprise. And Seren Smale is tapping her bat against her forehead as she leaves the pitch.
Out on 48.
She's really annoyed at herself, because they'd done the hard work there at Eve Jones and Seren Smale. They got themselves well ahead of the rate, and this will obviously have an effect on DLS and close that gap up a bit, but also it's very frustrating in a sense of if they're going after this 291, which they may well have to, which would be the target for victory of 50 overs, then Seren Smale was looking crucial to it. Big partnership there of 105 runs in the end comes to an end. So Eve Jones still there, she can still marshal things. She's got Fee Morris now.
Fee Morris is due a few runs by her very high standards, so this might be an opportunity for her to get those runs under her belt.
Yeah, nice pitch, although probably not the ideal conditions to be batting in with the overhead conditions, but then that is also seems to be hampering the fielders as well. So they just pass from one of the ground staff to the umpires there.
So a good move from Armitage. Got it right that time, nearly. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, she's switched and swapped her bowlers around, giving them one over here and there and everywhere.
She usually tries herself at some point, but we've not seen it
comes
yet.
Turner. Well defended from Morris. Turner's right on the button again. Yeah. So, I can't see quite, but the Duckworth Lewis has changed to 1-5 something, so Thunder are still ahead on that one, despite the loss of the very impressive Smail.
Yeah, it went 1-5-2 at the wicket.
Yeah, hasn't gone up much actually. It's a wide given.
I guess that's the value of getting 20 ahead of it as they did, that even though it does change at the wicket, it's not too detrimental a change, but obviously Fee Morris will have to get going quickly here.
Turner. Oof, shorter. I think that raced onto Morris a little bit quicker than she was expecting it, to be honest. A bit like the ball that got Smail.
It's almost like somebody skimming a stone out on the water out off the pier or something. It sort of just skimmed through.
She comes a bit shorter again. This time Morris has guided it, and unfortunately for the Diamonds there's a misfield there. That's going to cost them 2 runs, I think. Yeah, they're both quick enough and sharp enough to take that second run. Good running, girls.
Yeah, really disappointing from the
Yeah,
Diamonds' perspective, because it had been guided to a fielder. I think it was Rachael Slater at point. Because of the dampness, she just couldn't. It was almost like trying to keep hold of a bar of soap, and it squeezed through. And away it went. 66 for 3 then. Damp conditions here in Southport, but Lancashire Thunder looking in control of the chase, but they've just lost the wicket of Seren Smail, so that may well affect things here. It's been good to have around about 2,000 of you with us for this chase. Many more, I'm sure, on the Geo app in India.
Langston again.
Bowled well in her first spell, but was then the victim of that over of 13 that Eve Jones took earlier in the game. So that got Lancashire Thunder back up with the Duckworth Lewis stern. They've not really looked back since.
Beth Langston from the Harrow drive and down the leg. No wide given. So Jones will probably feel she's missed out there.
Here comes another heavier patch of rain. Just starting to make its way through. Will this be the one that takes us off? It keeps feeling as if we're going to, but the umpires, they're just giving us an extra 5 minutes, aren't they? Yeah, and they've done very well in that respect.
It's a nice strike. Oh. Straight to the fielder. Armitage. Eve Jones is gone. Bit of a soft dismissal, really. The ball was there to be hit, and she's just lofted it straight into the grateful arms of Holly Armitage, and that might just shake a few tins a little bit here.
Well, it will, because it's moved the Duckworth Lewis stern up by 3 runs. The rain has increased in intensity, and that could be the moment that actually
turns the game
back in favour of Northern Diamonds. In fact, if we were to go off at this point, which there would be an argument for, it would be Diamonds' victory.
Yeah.
I think they'll try and get to the end of the over whatever. It means Ellie Threlkel comes to the wicket needing to score straight away, essentially, to get her team back to where they need to be. But after the partnership of 105 between Jones and Smail, both have rather given it away. Smail just not guarding her stumps. Jones there, as you say, she hit it well, she just didn't put it either side of the fielder, and when it's in the air, that's a big problem. She's out. So half centuries in 2 different games in this round of fixtures for Eve Jones.
Tricky for Threlkel, because if she does give her wicket away, I'd suggest that the game is pretty gone anyway. So she can't afford to throw a wicket away. but then she can't afford to. Oh, it's gone up to 170 the Duckworth. But
yeah, they're changing at every ball
Yep.
now. And as I say, it jumped quite alarmingly from a Thunder perspective there.
Unlucky. Threlkeld missed a straight one there, I'm afraid. Clean bowled, and you can see the sorry state of the blue stumps there, sort of reflecting the mood of the Thunder girls at the moment, I believe, and especially the captain there, who's gone in a really difficult position. Shall I stick, shall I bust? In the end, she did neither. What a shame. Now then, what has Naomi Ditani got in store for us? And the Duckworth Lewis has shot up again.
Now, Beth Langston is having an excellent game, and she got a 50 with some really excellent shots towards the back end, having taken a long time to get going in that innings. And she's now come on with the ball, having been hit for 13 earlier in the innings, to change the game from a Duckworth Lewis Stern perspective, and had to watch Jones and Smale put on that partnership of 105. She's now come back and taken 2 wickets in an over. So Beth Langston, the evergreen Beth Langston, seems to have
well, I'm really surprised that they've taken
here.
so long to get the sawdust out, if that's what they're taking out.
Yeah, but then
It's
it's
been
going to be
soggy
raining,
for at least an hour and a half, and they've only just asked for some sawdust. Back in my day, it would have been straight over to the ground staff. Oi, give us a bucket of sawdust. Shows you, though, that we weren't playing on fantastic grounds like this at regular intervals.
Well, it was definitely called on by the umpires there, so I don't know if it's their discretion these days.
Maybe. So, this won't help Ditani settle her nerves at all with this delay.
So, yeah.
She's no milk with the bat though, Ditani.
No, I think she's quite a useful cricketer to have coming. In fact,
and she's used to coming into situations like this. She quite regularly bats lower middle order, doesn't she?
I think you'd almost want. I mean, they may well both get out going for sort of quick runs, but I think actually these two would be among the ones you'd want out there from a Lancashire Thunder perspective, because they can be quite inventive. They can hit the ball quite hard if they have to.
And last season, I think you and I commentated on several games where these two put on some fairly decent partnerships together. You always felt that they would produce something. One or the other of them would do something in the game, didn't you? They were so impactful in that season.
Yeah, but they need now to.
Here comes the bowler. Straight past the outside edge of Ditani's bat. Left-handed Ditani. Langston is having a field day, isn't she?
She is indeed, yeah. There's the ball just skipping past the outside edge there, but you feel these two have got to have a real partnership here, and it's going to be something pretty major. But they're 22 behind that DLS now with the 2 wickets falling.
Langston blocked, no run.
Northern Diamonds would go top of the table if they can secure their victory here. They would move past the Southern Vipers.
Oh, the messages are coming on again.
Yeah,
and the helmet's going off.
The helmet's the main thing on this occasion, I think. But
see, you've got me being cynical now, Mike. Come on, you two. They've played a lot of cricket together in the last year or so, these two.
It's so difficult to tell, because you just keep thinking the rain's got heavier and we're going to go off, and then we always seem to just manage to play through it. And but either way, Diamonds are in a position here where they can get these next 2 wickets. If they get those, they've won the game, whatever happens.
Here's the next ball, bit uppish, but she kept it down long enough. Played it out to mid-off, dot ball, Morris.
It's still sort of spitting at a fairly steady rate now. So it just keeps changing in intensity.
No, they need 5.
It's now, they've got to think, well, how long are we going to have to settle in here and make a decision accordingly?
Again, rock back. Back foot shot, no run.
Tani almost getting halfway down the track there. She was
almost
trying to get her legs going, you know, get a bit of blood flowing around the body.
It's an interesting one, especially with it being so wet. It only takes a deflection. If she pushes off to turn around again, she's out. Saw Reed Jones slip at this end in particular, and she was running between the wickets a couple of times. Oh, she's gone the big hit and missed. Well, that will do, she says. I meant that all along. It's gone for byes. 4 byes. Just fooled everybody, that one did.
It's been a fairly torrid afternoon for Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps, actually.
Not been easy, has it?
She's really struggled today.
It's not quite the Caribbean, is it, Lauren?
No, certainly not. Just the 8 byes, but lots of sort of throws coming in and things like that. They've just evaded her.
Tricky bounces, etc.
Quite strange.
Langston. Morris tries to hook it. It's a single for her efforts. Down to square. In fact, it's a leg by. It must have whacked her thigh pad on the way round.
It can't be fun with those gloves getting wet as well, and all those kind of factors in here at the moment.
Yep.
Morris and Datani with a big job here. Good order for Lancashire Thunder. These two get out. I think the game's pretty much up.
I concur. It's Langston balls. Tani's just dabbed it down to Armitage in her favourite position. Short cover. See a field there a lot for the Diamonds. Here comes Turner. She's just looked a bit off the pad, caught by the keeper. Who knows what's happened there? Not out as a result.
Pat actually seemed nowhere near the ball.
Nowhere near. I mean, were they appealing for the catch, the LB?
I think they were. I think they thought there was a little inside edge onto the pad, but to me it looked like it was nowhere near at all. I mean, we don't have the best angle from here, but it didn't seem to have that appearance.
So we are at 171 for 5. Duckworth Lewis, those of you who are mildly interested, it's 190, which means that Thunder need to get a move on if this rain continues. Anyway, either way, they still need at least 5 and over to head towards the target of 290, which is the original target rather than the DLS target set by the Diamonds.
Yeah, they've sort of got to get a move on either way, haven't they, here?
Yeah.
But really good to have 2,000 of you watching this on the Geo app in India or on Lancs TV on YouTube as the latest over begins by Langston.
Langston this time. Okay. Sorry. Do forgive me, everybody. My numbers blew away. And Mike's hiding his numbers under the tarpaulin, wisely so. But it's Langston, the impressive Langston.
Well, she swung this game, hasn't she? Those 2 wickets of Smale and Jones. Somebody had to get them out. Langston stepped up. She also hit 58 from 52.
Coming into the left-handed Tatani. Again, makes her defend. She's just bowling it in good areas at the moment, at good pace. That seemed to jag back at Tatani then.
From 53, I beg your pardon, but still a very impressive innings.
True all-rounder.
As I say, captain's dream, really.
She'll be driving the minibus back up to Yorkshire later. Again, good areas. Squirted off to Tony's back for nothing there.
Be a difficult drive over the Pennines in this weather, won't it?
Oh dear me, don't fancy that. Over the 62 in the driving rain. Done that before, not good.
Past the little guy with his farm who made them build the road round.
I know. Is he still not giving in on that? Because I haven't been over
the road's been built now.
Oh, of course,
so
the road's
not
built
moving.
Yeah. Nice pull shot from Tatani. It's gone through the legs of the fielder. Got a bit lucky there, did Tatani. 1 run.
They've done well, actually, to sort of stick at their task and just almost accept that things like that are going to happen because of the wet conditions and just not lose sight of the main thing, which was to get those 2 wickets and hold the partnership.
Keep things tight. comes Langston. And again, she's forced the right-hander onto the back foot now, so she's pegging both of these basses down. Impressive that she can keep such an accurate line with a lefty and a righty in at the same time. Always found that difficult myself. I know a lot of bowlers find it a bit of a nightmare.
It's almost, now that DLS has risen, it's sort of...
It's died again, hasn't it?
They seem to be less looking at that now and almost just, can we get this chase to a point, you know, I hope we get the full overs, and can we get the chase to something we want off 10 overs now.
Oh, that one's mistimed it. Morris has turned into that. The leading edge, she got lucky. But, maybe it's about time she got some luck. She didn't have much luck in the field today, Mike, did she? So potentially now's her time to have a bit of luck. Anyway, the score's moved on to 173 off the 33rd over for the loss of 5 wickets, unfortunately, from Thunder's perspective. But as you say, Mike, we've got two very capable bassers at the crease together here. They're not, you know, you wouldn't put Fee Morris as a number 6 or number 7 basser normally, would you? So Tatani's very experienced.
Yeah,
there's still every chance of them riding the storm and pulling something out here.
They just seem to have taken a little bit of time to get in here, and I think that was sensible actually after the fall of a couple of wickets and losing Threlkeld as well. Losing Threlkeld cheaply as Turner came to
again.
Start the latest over that.
False starts. She's gonna pound down her run up towards the left-hander over the wicket. Leg side, Tani should have pulled that away. Yeah, she has. Good pull shot from Datani. She's waited for the bad ball. She got one eventually. She's put it away. That's very patient, mature play from Datani. Just what the Thunder needed at this stage.
They ended up right in the covers up at the top by the scoreboard.
Right
so
up, practically
got
in the
quite
score
wet
box.
there, I would have thought.
Oh, that's what the Thunder are hoping for.
It sort of slipped out anyway and slipped quite short.
So, let's see what Turner's got up her sleeve. In she comes. Oh, what a great ball. That was a peach of a ball, and Datani just played all around it. Good response from Turner. And this is making things increasingly difficult for the Thunder.
Is Jack coming?
Morris could well be stranded here. But, what did we say about Tara Norris? I'm pretty sure she's next in. Yes, she is. Here she comes. This young lady can strike a ball, as well we know, those of you who watched her performance this time last year against a strong opposition, looking like all was lost, and she came in and filmed quite a few sixes, so...
yeah, she's won this competition with Southern Vipers, just won the 100 as well. Tara Norris with London Spirit, so she's a winner, and she will fight all the way here, but Turner picking up another one there. She got Smale out, Langston got Eve Jones out, and then we had Langston also picking up Threlkeld, and now Turner coming back in and getting Datani bowled. So
we've got enough
happening.
Two players who, shall we say, didn't have an awful lot of luck in the field today. One with their bowling in particular as well as their fielding, but they've got a chance to make things up here and get Thunder back into the game at the very least. You've got to say though, considering the conditions, the Diamonds have bowled superbly well in these conditions. The odd one has flown out sideways.
It's definitely helped their seamers though, in the sense that it's moved around a bit now. Another 114 required feels a very long way off at this stage.
Definitely got some movement off the seam, more so than when it was dry. And she comes again, Turner, to the left-handed. Another left-hander, Norris, will beat the outside edge as well.
I think though Norris, preferably, I mean, she did have that great partnership with Emily Windsor to win this competition against the Diamonds, interestingly enough, where they did go for quite a long period of time and Norris was the one who did the big hitting. But I think Norris really would like a sort of kind of 8 over chase if she could.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a bit of a distance, isn't it? 100 runs, 100 plus.
Yeah, 114 over 17 overs. I don't think would be her ideal chase, if we're honest. I think she'd prefer, 80 off 8 or something.
Yeah.
That kind of chase.
Who wouldn't? Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we've lost a few of the crowd as well. As the rain has driven some of them home. And again, she's got her edge. I was about to say she's beaten the outside edge again, and Norris's miserable day in every sense of the word continues. Yeah, Tara Norris, I think you just better block this date off your calendar and put it behind you and move on, because what a nightmare.
I think they should set off
you could have done there. Nothing you could have done there. It was such a good ball.
Someone who's
No.
won as much as she has is going to remember very fondly at the end of her career. This, wouldn't it? She's just, it's not been her day. And yeah, it's now down to 9, 10 and 11 to chase the 114.
Now Phoebe Graham and Hannah Jones have, battered out. I think they needed 8 or 9 runs. They didn't need 100 something runs, so it's not looking good, is it, Mike? I think it's just
this game's disappearing.
At this point. Yeah.
Just to clarify, the wicket of Tara Norris caught by Lauren Winfield Hill off the bowling of Phoebe Turner for no runs.
Yeah. So Fee Morris hasn't had a chance to get going, has she, really, either, because she's been off strike.
Well, it's shown how difficult it is for a batter coming in. The fact that she's sort of just scratched around really so far.
Right, Phoebe. Phoebe to Phoebe. Ouch! That's caught her on the inside of her elbow. What, Winfield Hill? That will hurt.
Yeah, that'll hurt a lot.
That will hurt.
It saves 4 byes, but at some cost in terms of the pain to Winfield Hill.
So, the score unfortunately didn't... first maiden of the game, I believe. 177. Unfortunately, it's for 7 wickets.
Yeah, that's the major factor, the 7 wickets column now for the Thunder. They've found themselves stuck in a double wicket maiden.
Indeed.
No, in fact, there was 4 runs off the first ball of the over, wasn't there? Datani whisked away the pull shot, but then she was out bowled the next ball and also picking up the wicket of Tara Norris, caught behind by Lauren Winfield Hill off the bowling of Phoebe Turner.
So.
Langston here.
Langston again. Oh, there's a gift. I think she's got away with it though. Oh, she's placed it. Look, for all the world, it was going straight to the fielder's hands, that one.
I think that was quite deliberate actually, to get underneath that one and send it over the mid-wicket road. But it's a really good shot. Got plenty of it as well.
She's not frightened of having a go, is Morris? She might as well.
I was going to say, I think it's her only option here.
And again, another 4 shot, good shot. She's whacked that one just to the right of the diving point fielder. Of course, there's nobody deep behind that fielder, so it's going to go for 4. Even on this damp pitch, it's still skidding along.
Diamonds will know this is going to take something very, very special to get these, what's now another 104 runs, but Fee Morris, I think, is going to just have a little bit of fun trying to do it.
Why not?
Better than scratching around, which is what she's done so far.
Bowling. Good response. Nice straight ball. Dot ball.
Might want to think at some point about farming the strike a little bit, although she's got 3 partners still to play with, so she's probably not at that stage yet. But she'll want to face as many balls as she can here, Fee Morris.
I suspect she'll want to do that as well. I'm sure Phoebe Graham wouldn't be taking offence at that either. Comes Langston. To Morris. She's thumping it all over the place at the moment, sometimes to a fielder, sometimes to the boundary, but she's certainly going for a shot. This time a straight drive that was easily fielded by the mid-on fielder. Positioned in the ring.
I think this is going to be done one way or the other in a hurry here.
I don't think we're going to be here for 50 overs somehow. Oh, she's gone down the track. She's thumped that one. Oh, what a shot. Fee Morris is having a time of her life out here. Why not? Great shot down the ground. 3 or 4 strides down. Walks into the shot. Bang. Bosh. 4 runs.
Well, that's the 14 dealt with. Just 100 more.
Yes.
Dealt with in fairly emphatic fashion. And actually, that's kind of what Eve Jones did to Beth Lanks as well. It almost seems the best tactic to her is to just come down the track and try and whack it.
Yeah. I wonder if Winfield Hill is tempted to come up. Probably not. She's had a few whacks already on the arm, on the ankle, and everywhere else. Oi! No ball. Yeah, no ball as well. 4 runs. Full toss, no ball. She's thumped that round to fine leg boundary. Fee Morris is having a blast.
Oh, it's 6.
Was it 6?
The hands went up for 6 there. It must have carried all the way.
Goodness me, that's a good shot to get it to 6 down there. It's the longest part of the ground, potentially. Good job they had their brollies down to see that.
I think there's a smile on Fee Morris's face here.
There you go. That saves all the time she's been running up down this boundary in front of us, rolling, catching, missing catches, just missing out on fielding a ball that was going for 4, etc. Having to steal it from a 5-year-old to get it back. All of that. Free hit.
She's away off the 2-3-7, but she's closing the gap here.
Whoa. It's gone as well. Shot! She's creamed that through the covers right along the floor for another 4 runs. Good Lord. What an over from Fee Morris. And that's remarkable. That's brought the 200 up.
Yeah, it's a lovely over for Fee Morris there to clap the ball away.
Just the 23 off it.
Well, it's rather ruined Beth Langston's figures, that one, I think. But she won't mind. She still looks like being on the winning side, unless Fee Morris can do something extraordinary and hit the remaining 91 required for victory. Got 15 overs of this innings left to get them, so from that point of view, she's brought it back down below 1 a ball now.
Only problem with that last boundary is she's left Phoebe Graham on strike.
She has, but with a free hit, you're not going to
of course not.
dab a single, are you? As in comes Turner to bowl to Phoebe Graham. There was a hopeful appeal from Armitage there, who I think just wanted an end to this particular problem and didn't get the obliging finger from the umpire. So now Fee Morris has got an opportunity to have a go at Phoebe Turner. Now, will she have a bit of a look because it's a different bowler, or will she just go for the same approach? It seems to have worked so far. He's going to get Erin Burns back at mid-wicket. We've got a fielder down at long leg. We've got another one at square leg on the boundary. Mid-on is the fielder up on the leg side. A ring on the offside. And it's bowled. And Phoebe Turner has done what she's been doing throughout this innings and hit the stumps. The off stump knocked out the ground. 203 for 7. A very entertaining 25 from Fee Morris, including a couple of 6s. 27 in the end from Fee Morris, including those couple of 6s. But it has come to an end, and it's going to be down to Hannah Jones and Phoebe Graham. And I think this one is slipping away from Lancashire Thunder. We do hope you stay to the end to see whatever happens. But as I say, whatever your thoughts at this stage, do make sure you rejoin us for the remaining game of the season as well at Sale Cricket Club. But Fee Morris there, an entertaining 27 before she was bowled by Phoebe Turner. 18 balls she was there for in the end, and she took Beth Langston for 23. Quick little chat between Graham and Jones, but I think even they know the game's up here, particularly with that par score going up to 261 now.
Shows you how quickly the wickets change that mark, doesn't it?
Yeah, It seemed all about that partnership between Smale and Jones. If that had gone long enough, they would have won the game. And there were points at which we felt like we might go off, and they were ahead of the rate. But unfortunately, now it's a case of needing that 2-9-1. We are going to get the full game in here. And 98 short of it there as Hannah Jones chopped away into the offside. Didn't find a run. Jones again. 3 little taps of the bat, 4th one for good measure. Waits and slashes at the ball outside the off stump. We did see her make an entertaining 20 or 30s or so earlier in the season in another game that was sort of lost at that stage. But she's going to need to get 40 or 50 here, it seems. Not yet off the mark, nor is Phoebe Graham. In comes Phoebe Turner, who's been very accurate and gets another wicket here. And Hannah Jones is bowled for naught. Wow. She departs back to the pavilion, out to join 9 of her teammates. And it's been the accuracy of Phoebe Turner, really. She got Smale. She's also picked up Tani. She's picked up Morris in this over, and now she picks up Hannah Jones. And she has been very, very accurate, has Phoebe Turner, in this innings, and she'll be hoping to cap it off with a 5th wicket, you would think, because Hannah Jones there just couldn't cope with the accuracy and the line and the length. And it's all down to Sophie Morris now to try and get there with Phoebe Graham.
Little and large.
It feels as if this is going to be a big victory for Diamonds here.
Well, yes. I don't know how much batting Morris has had for Thunder this season, but I don't recall her having much of an opportunity to build an innings. And against Turner today, she's got a real an uphill battle, hasn't she? Yeah, I've been impressed with the Diamonds bowling, really have.
Yeah. Phoebe Turner and Beth Langston have led the way, haven't they, in this one? As in comes Turner to try and cap things off. There was a strike on the pad that led to some excitement from the Diamonds players that was the moment and that was the 5 for it. Wasn't. And we go on with another 98 runs required for victory by number 9 Phoebe Graham and number 11 Sophie Morris. The Diamonds, you think, have done the work they need to here. In terms of a bonus point target, they need to keep Thunder below 233. So if they can keep them below 233, they will pick up an extra point, which could well be vital in terms of finishing top of the standings here. They will go ahead of Southern Vipers to the top of the division with this win. That's guaranteed because they'll get 4 points for that, but they could get an extra point for keeping Thunder below 233. So another 30 more would be required from the last pair to prevent Diamonds getting the bonus point. Chopped away into the offside, and Sophie Morris has to return back, and does just return back in time. It was a direct hit though,
which was a bit sloppy from young Morris there.
Got one or two excited.
Jogged back.
She was well within her ground in the end, but the direct hit just made things interesting from Erin Burns. Struggled a bit with the ball, having opened the bowling today, but certainly a throw-in was accurate there as Katie Levitt just looking for another wicket to add to her tally. Hasn't added to it today, but has bowled tidily. Come on to bowl again. Chopped away to Beth Langston, who gets a horrible bouncing ball, but deals with it well. 25 from 6 overs to this point, Katie Levitt. And she's now delivering again. A bit of excitement as Graham dabbed towards the leg side. But again, that wasn't quite the moment.
Not quite.
I think the decent thing for Levick to do here is just to get through the over but not take the wicket and let Phoebe Turner get the 5. But
like you would if you were a bowler, of course.
Generally how these things
No,
work,
not at all.
because one's hit back at Katie Levick who makes the stop. Driven firmly enough though by Phoebe Graham. Here comes Levick again. Throws this one right up, and
what a lovely shot.
gone back, strangely enough, there as Phoebe Graham, and managed to chop it down to third. Guide it down to third, really. Sends Morris back. So they'll just take the 1, 204
She's
for
keeping
9.
the strike.
She keeps
Well
the
done,
strike,
Phoebe Graham.
which I almost think when a number 9 does that, it's a little bit rude, isn't it?
No, I don't. In this case, I completely would have done the same
Really?
thing, because I would imagine Sophie Morris at number 11. Don't think she does an awful lot of batting. Phoebe Graham, older head,
Fair enough.
happy to take the flak.
I mean, when it's a legitimate batter,
Protecting
you know,
your,
when
your
it's
young
one of your
player.
top 5
You're protecting your top player,
But-
regardless of whether you're the number 9 or not. You know, you've got your youngest player on the pitch there,
Fair enough.
inexperienced. You know,
Fair enough.
it'd be nice for her to have a not out at the end of her name, wouldn't it?
Oh, definitely. But, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, here comes Phoebe Turner on the Grosvenor Road end.
Nice shot.
Driven up to long on. No run taken. Beth Langston there with the fielding, who's played her part with the wicket of Eve Jones, crucially, who took her for, well, hit 12 of a 30, an over of 13 off her, so she'll be glad to get the wicket in the end there. There's an appeal, as if that Graham didn't get a bat down in time on that one, but the umpire decided she did.
It's an unusual technique she's got there for a defensive shot, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's kind of how she scored that run down to third as well. She kind of went back to one she should have gone forward to and played quite a nice shot in the end. But yeah, Phoebe Turner's bowling's been excellent here, as has Beth Langston, who got Jones and Threlkeld out. As that one goes through outside the off stump, a flashing blade, but no connection made, so another dot ball. Both the captains, curiously enough, in this game, getting ducks from their second ball.
Curiouser and
Threlkeld
curiouser.
And Holly Armitage, both quite able players as well. As in comes Turner, bowl short of a length, and it just skipped up past the cutting blade of Phoebe Turner. The girls head off to the nets to get a bit of practice in.
Yeah, love to see.
Graham waits once more. Bat raised again. Tall figure at the crease. Turner bowls to her. Graham's forward defensively, defending down the onside of straight. This all feels a little bit inevitable now from a Lancashire Thunder perspective. 282, the Duckworth Lewis Stern score, which is
it's practically the score they need to win
basically
anyway.
the 291.
Yeah.
There
you go.
And there's the game right there. Phoebe Turner bowling Phoebe Graham to take her 5 for Northern Diamonds. A fantastic performance from Phoebe Turner after the century from Stair Callis set this game up. And it's a big, big margin of victory in the end in this one for the Northern Diamonds. They set a target of 290, and it was only 204 in the end made by the Lancashire Thunder, who at one point with Smale and Eve Jones putting on a partnership of 105 looked as if they were progressing nicely towards it, particularly given the rain was threatening to take us off. But in the end, the margin of victory is 86 runs for the Northern Diamonds, who take a bonus point from this game as well and go top of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy table. Let's get some thoughts from Ali Byrne. We'll run you through the scorecard quickly as well. Do make sure you rejoin us for the final game of the season, which is at Sale on Wednesday for Lancashire Thunder. Polly Starkey and Faith Florence will be your team taking you through that one. But your final thought here, Alison Byrne, on this game today?
I just think the best team won on the day, quite frankly. I thought the Diamonds particularly, they batted beautifully in the first innings, several of them getting big scores, significant scores. And when the weather conditions turned against them, they made the most of it, and their seamers were impeccable considering the conditions. They fielded really well as well, so you can't have any arguments there. If you're a Thunder player going back into the dressing room, you know you've been outdone today.
Yeah, the players shaking hands, and it's a big victory of 86 for the Northern Diamonds in this game, and they've well and truly deserved that victory today, and to take the bonus point from this game. As we say, in the first innings it was built on 100 from Stair Callis, supported well by an enterprising 58 from Beth Langston off just 53 balls. Lauren Winfield Hill made 50 off 60 at the top, and Emma Marlowe made 45 as well. That left a chase of 291 for the Lancashire Thunder. Clark and Lamb started off. It was Clark to fall first for 14, LBW to Slater. Then Slater picked up the second wicket of the innings as well. That was Emma Lamb, who was out with the score on 58. She made 19 with 4 nicely struck boundaries in that. Then came the big partnership of the innings between Eve Jones and Seren Smale. They were going along very nicely, putting on 105 together, taking the score up to 163. But Seren Smale was out for 48, bowled by Phoebe Turner. She faced 59 balls, 75 minutes, and hit 5 fours in that innings. Eve Jones, back in the all-red of Lancashire, making a half-century, 57 from 76 balls in 98 minutes with 7 fours before she was caught by Holly Armitage off the bowling of Beth Langston. Felt a soft dismissal in the end, that one. She hit the ball well, but not to either side of the fielder, and that brought about the downfall. At that point, things rather collapsed and happened in a bit of a hurry for the Thunder, so they lost their captain, Ellie Threlkeld, next. She was out for naught, bowled by Langston off her second ball. Then Phoebe Turner got in on the act again, getting Datani out for 5. She bowled Fee Morris for 27. Tara Norris was out, caught behind by Lauren Winfield Hill, off the bowling of Turner once more, who also then picked up Hannah Jones for naught, bowled, and then got a final wicket of bowled of Phoebe Graham for 1. The not out batter was Sophie Morris, who was naught off 1 ball. As for the bowling figures, Erin Burns 5 overs 44 for none. Rachel Slater 5 overs 24 for 2. Beth Langston 8 overs 1 maiden 55 for 2. Then we had Katie Levick 7 overs 26 for no wicket. Phoebe Turner 9 overs 3 maidens 24-6 in fact in the end for Phoebe Turner, so 6 wickets for Phoebe Turner in the end. 9 overs 3 maidens, 20 runs for 6 wickets, so fantastic bowling effort from her. Abby Glenn bowled 3 overs for 19, and Catherine Fraser bowled 1 over for 4. So a comprehensive victory in the end for the Northern Diamonds. They win this game by 86 points, and they go top of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy with that bonus point win. Do rejoin us again on Lancs TV for the final home game of Lancashire Thunder's season on Wednesday. But today's game has been a victory for the Northern Diamonds over Lancashire Thunder by 86 runs.